Hello, dear friend. Come sit a while. The morning light is soft on the garden and the tea is still warm in our hands. Can you hear the birds, that gentle hush of a new day beginning? You don't need to spend a fortune to create something beautiful. Not out here, and not in life. Some of the loveliest garden treasures begin with the simplest things: a chipped saucer, an old jar, a forgotten spoon in the drawer. Today, I want to show you just how magical Dollar Tree can be. Yes, really, with just a few dollars, you can turn everyday items into garden decor that looks like it came from a designer's catalog. Each of these ideas was chosen with care, gentle on the hands, friendly to a fixed income, and full of creative joy. We'll make lanterns from jars, stepping stones from cake pans, and even a fountain from plastic bowls. Because in our golden years, we don't need more stuff, we need more meaning. And when we create with heart, even a $1.25 item can bloom into something extraordinary. Shall we begin? Do you remember the old bird bath your neighbor had when you were little? The way it shimmered in the sun, and how birds would gather like little guests at a tea party. Maybe you don't have one now, or maybe the ones you've seen in stores come with price tags too fancy for a modest garden. But what if I told you that you could make your own one just as lovely for under $3? All you need is a simple terracotta saucer and an empty flower pot, both from the Dollar Tree. Flip the flower pot upside down and place the saucer on top like a little tabletop. Just like that, you've made a pedestal. Now add a few smooth river rocks. You can find those at the same store, and fill the saucer with clean water. The rocks give birds a place to perch while they sip and splash. And you get a front row seat to joy. Place it somewhere easy to see from your chair or window, and the birds will come. Cardinals, finches, maybe even a butterfly or two resting nearby. The soft flutter of wings, the sparkle of sunlight on water, it brings peace like a hymn in the morning air. And here's the quiet magic: no cords, no heavy lifting, no spending more than a couple of dollars. It's simple, it's doable, and it's beautiful. Like many of us, this saucer may have started as something ordinary, something overlooked. But now it holds water and wonder, still useful just like us. Remember those summer evenings long ago, chasing fireflies in the yard with a glass jar and a heart full of wonder? That kind of magic doesn't have to stay in the past, dear friend. In fact, we can bring a bit of that twilight sparkle back into our gardens with something as simple as a mason jar and a tiny strand of lights. Start with a clear mason jar, any size you like. You might already have one tucked away in a kitchen cabinet, or you can find them at the Dollar Tree for just $1.25. Now pick up a strand of battery-operated fairy lights from the same aisle. These little lights are safer than candles, easy on your energy bill, and oh so easy to work with. Gently coil the lights inside the jar, leaving the battery pack resting at the bottom. If the lid fits, you can close it up or leave it open for a softer glow. You don't need glue or tools, just your hands and a quiet moment. Now comes the fun part: where will you place them? Nestled between your flowers, lined along your garden path, hanging from a shepherd's hook or tree branch, even sitting quietly on your porch rail. As the sun goes down, these little lanterns begin to glow, casting a soft golden shimmer that feels like starlight come to earth. And here's the thoughtful detail: there's no climbing, no wiring, no need to call in help. Just a small, meaningful touch that you can do while seated slowly and peacefully. These jars don't just light the garden, they light the spirit. They remind us that joy doesn't have to be loud or expensive. It can be gentle, quiet, and made with our own hands. A garden doesn't need chandeliers to shine. Sometimes all it takes is one small jar, a little light, and a heart willing to believe that wonder still visits, especially at twilight. Maybe you've stood in your garden wondering whether it was basil or oregano sprouting from that second pot. Or maybe, like many of us, you've planted something with good intentions and promptly forgotten what it was. Here's a charming little solution, one that brings beauty, clarity, and a whisper of rustic charm: wooden spoon herb markers. You can find wooden spoons at the Dollar Tree in packs. Or perhaps you have a few extras in the kitchen drawer, the kind that's seen many a soup stirred or pancake flipped. Now they can begin a second life in your garden. Start by sanding the spoon handles lightly, not too much, just enough to let a bit of paint or markers settle in. Then write the name of each herb: mint, sage, dill, whatever your garden holds, in a gentle flowing script. You can use a permanent marker, a wood-burning tool, or a bit of paint if your hands feel steady that day. Once labeled, simply push the handle down into the soil, letting the spoon bowl peek out above the leaves. There's something delightful about seeing a kitchen tool keeping watch over thyme and rosemary. Over time, the spoons will weather with the rain and sun. They'll fade just a bit, maybe get a little crooked, and that's okay. In fact, it makes them more beautiful, more lived in, just like us. And for those with limited bending or mobility, these spoons can be stuck into raised planters or container pots at just the right height. No crouching, no fuss. Clear, simple, and sweet. It's not just about labeling plants. It's about telling a story. A spoon that once stirred Sunday dinners now rests beside a lavender bush. A quiet transformation from kitchen to garden, from utility to poetry. Because even the smallest objects, like the quietest moments, can still carry meaning. Especially when they're repurposed with love. Do you remember those old-fashioned ice cube trays? The kind that lived in the freezer long before automatic machines came along, pulled out with a clink and a twist, filling glasses with laughter on summer days. Those little trays still have stories to tell, and today they're ready for something new, holding tiny gardens in the palm of your hand. Succulents are a gentle gardener's dream, low-maintenance, forgiving, and full of personality. And believe it or not, plastic ice cube trays make the perfect little planters for them. With their evenly spaced compartments, each one becomes a mini pot, ideal for propagating new plants or showing off your tiniest treasures. Start with a flexible tray. Silicone ones are best if you can find them at the Dollar Tree, but any will do. Fill each cube about 3/4 full with a cactus or succulent soil mix, which you can often find in small bags at budget stores or garden centers. Then gently place a succulent cutting or baby into each space. No need for deep roots or heavy watering. Just a bit of mist every few days and a sunny window or outdoor shelf will do. These small compartments naturally limit moisture, which succulents love. And because they're light and flat, they're easy to move, tend, or lift without strain. Want to elevate the look? Spray paint the tray in a soft metallic tone, bronze, matte gold, or sage green, or tuck the whole thing into a shallow wooden drawer for a more finished appearance. With a little care, the setup starts to resemble something you'd see in a modern garden magazine, stylish, organized, and full of life. Each tiny plant becomes a gem in a tray of possibilities. And perhaps that's the quiet lesson here, that even the most overlooked household item, a humble ice cube tray, can find new purpose and beauty. It's not about throwing things away, it's about seeing them differently. Seeing yourself differently, too. You don't need big pots or big budgets to make something grow. Sometimes the smallest spaces hold the most charm. There's something timeless about the sound of water, a soft, steady trickle that seems to hush the noise of the world. It reminds us to breathe, to pause, to notice the way light dances on the surface. You might think a water feature is a luxury, something meant for grand estates or expensive garden catalogs. But today we'll build one with simple plastic bowls and a bit of patience. You can find a variety of plastic bowls at Dollar Tree, different sizes, patterns, even colors. Choose 3 that can stack into one another like a small, medium, and large. The idea is to let water cascade gently from top to bottom, just like a miniature waterfall tucked into a corner of your garden. Drill or poke a small hole in the bottom of the 2 upper bowls. Stack them with something sturdy in between, upside-down plant pots, or even thick cups to create height and space for the water to travel. Then place the entire structure inside a shallow container or saucer to catch overflow, or set it directly on a bed of stones. Add a small solar or plug-in fountain pump, which you can often find in seasonal sections or online for under $10. Feed the tubing up through the bottom bowl and let it recirculate the water gently. You can even decorate the edges with faux moss pebbles or flower petals for a natural look. Now step back and listen. It's not just a fountain, it's a gentle hush over your day. A reminder that peace can be created, not bought, with just a few dollars, a little curiosity, and your own 2 hands. And for accessibility, there's no digging or hauling. All parts are lightweight and everything can be assembled on a table or potting bench. Perfect for those of us who like to garden sitting down quietly and slowly. Even plastic bowls, the kind once meant for leftovers, can be transformed into something soothing and beautiful. Still useful, still needed. Do you have a drawer somewhere filled with leftover plastic utensils from picnics and takeout nights? You know, the ones light, ordinary, maybe a little scratched. Most folks would toss them out without a second thought. But here's the secret: those humble plastic spoons are about to become your garden's most charming storytellers. With just a bit of chalk paint and a gentle hand, you can turn them into vintage-style plant markers that look like they belong in a weathered cottage garden. Start by painting each spoon with a layer or two of chalk paint. Soft ivory, faded green, or gentle gray work beautifully. Once dry lightly, sand the edges to give them that time-worn, aged look. The kind of look that says, "I've been here a while and I've seen many seasons." Now, with a permanent marker or paint pen, carefully write the names of your plants on the rounded part of each spoon. Lettuce, marigold, chamomile. Keep your handwriting slow and steady. This is not a task to rush. Then simply press the spoons into your soil or planter's bowl side up so the names peek out from the leaves. They look so sweet, nestled among seedlings like little signs from another time. These markers aren't just decorative, they're practical too. No more forgetting what you planted or bending over to squint at store-bought labels. You can make the writing big and bold if your eyes prefer it that way. And since the spoons are light and smooth, there's no worry about sharp edges or heavy lifting. Best of all, over time, the paint will fade just a little, the edges may wear, and they'll become even lovelier. The kind of beauty that only comes with time. Isn't that what we all become, dear friend, weathered in the best way? Full of stories. Quietly beautiful. So don't toss those old plastic spoons. Let them live again in your garden, pointing to life that's growing, blooming, thriving just like you. Think back to the last time you rearranged your garden pots, perhaps bending and shifting, trying to give each one its own little stage. It's not always easy on the knees or back, is it? But what if I told you that a simple Dollar Tree pizza pan could lift your plants and your spirits with almost no effort at all? These shiny aluminum trays, usually meant for quick dinners or frozen pies, make the perfect lightweight risers for your garden pots. And when flipped upside down, they create instant elevation, a simple way to add visual interest to flat flower beds or patios. Just turn the pan over and place a potted plant right on top. The wide surface offers a sturdy base, and the metallic finish reflects light beautifully, giving your blooms a soft, glowing halo, especially in morning sun or golden hour. To create an even more polished look, group your planters in odd numbers, perhaps 3 or 5 each at a slightly different height thanks to the risers. It creates depth, drama, and a sense of flow, all without lifting anything heavy or doing any hard landscaping. If you like a more rustic touch, you can even spray paint the pans in matte black, bronze, or terracotta, or leave them just as they are, sleek, simple, and wonderfully reflective. And the best part, these risers aren't permanent. You can shift them around, mix and match, experiment with arrangements from the comfort of a chair or garden bench. No digging, no tools, just play. Sometimes we think beauty comes from buying big or building grand, but more often it's found in small shifts, a little height here, a pop of color there. A pizza pan that lifts a favorite plant just enough to be noticed. It's a quiet reminder that even the most ordinary items and the most ordinary days can rise into something lovely with just a gentle nudge. Do you remember the sound of wind chimes on a warm afternoon, that soft, tinkling melody carried by the breeze like a lullaby for the garden? There's something deeply comforting in it, a sound that slows the world down just for a moment. Now imagine making your own wind chime, not with glass or metal, but with simple plastic cups. The kind you might have left over from a birthday party or a picnic years ago. Bright, lightweight, cheerful, and ready for a second life in your garden. Start with several plastic cups in different colors. Use a small drill or even a heated nail to gently make a hole in the bottom of each one. Then thread clear fishing line or sturdy string through each hole, knotting underneath so the cup stays in place. You can add a few plastic beads or bells in between for extra shimmer and sound. Next, attach the strands to a lightweight base, an embroidery hoop, a wire ring, or even a repurposed kitchen strainer. Hang your creation from a tree branch, a garden hook, or the corner of your porch, somewhere the breeze can find it. And then, just listen. The sound is soft, delicate, the kind of music that doesn't demand attention but rewards it. And the colors, oh, how they catch the sunlight, spinning, flickering, dancing like little jewels in the air. This project is wonderfully accessible. No hammering, no sawing. You can sit at a table, lay out your materials, and string each piece together slowly, like threading memories into a melody. And when it's done, it's not just decoration, it's a celebration. A song made from simple things. A breeze-activated reminder that joy doesn't have to be complicated. We often forget the beauty of sound in a garden. Not just birdsong or fountains, but the quiet music we create ourselves. Let this little wind chime be a whisper of happiness, soft, colorful, and entirely your own. After all, when life gives you plastic cups, let them sing. Have you ever watched a tall bloom start to droop, a proud delphinium or towering cosmos leaning a little too far under its own beauty? It reminds me of how we all feel sometimes, upright and strong. One moment gently leaning, the next just needing a little support. That's where this next gentle idea comes in. With a handful of bamboo skewers and a spool of ribbon, both from the Dollar Tree, you can create elegant plant supports that lift your flowers with care and style. Begin by gently pressing a few bamboo skewers into the soil around the base of your leaning plant. Space them just wide enough to form a soft circle or a loose triangle. Then take your ribbon, satin, gingham, even raffia, if you like a natural look, and weave it around the skewers in a spiral, gently cradling the stems inside. No harsh wires, no stiff stakes. Just a soft embrace of color and structure, like a kind arm around a shoulder. Not only does this protect your plant from snapping in a breeze or buckling under bloom, but it also adds a touch of vertical beauty to your bed or planter. Imagine a purple ribbon winding its way up to meet the lavender blossoms above, like a quiet poem told in fabric. This technique is especially helpful for those who garden from a seated position or with limited strength. There's no need to hammer or tie knots, just push, wrap, and admire. It's a project made for gentle hands. And if your ribbon weathers or fades with time, all the better. It joins the rhythm of the garden, changing with the seasons, softening with the sun. You see, support doesn't have to be harsh or rigid. Sometimes it can be soft, beautiful, and barely seen. Just enough to help something grow tall again. Just like us, we bloom best when supported with love. Do you remember the old round cake pans we used to bake birthday treats, and the ones that filled the kitchen with warmth and sweet smells? You might not use them for baking much anymore, but in the garden they're just getting started. With a little creativity and a small bag of concrete, those pans can become whimsical stepping stones, each one a gentle invitation to wander through your garden, step by thoughtful step. Begin by greasing the inside of your cake pan lightly. Cooking spray works just fine. Then mix up a small batch of quick-set concrete. You don't need much, and many brands now sell smaller bags that are light and easy to carry. Pour the mix into the pan, smoothing the surface with an old spatula or spoon. Now comes the magic part: decoration. Press smooth river stones, glass gems, broken china pieces, or even old keys and buttons into the surface. You can create patterns: a sunburst, a swirl, a flower, or keep it simple, and let each one be a surprise. Let the stones dry in a shaded spot for a day or two until fully set, then gently pop them out of the pans. The result: perfectly round, unique stepping stones that feel like little pieces of art beneath your feet. Lay them in the soil to form a quiet garden path, or use them as accents beside a bench, bird bath, or planter. Because they're lightweight and shallow, they're easy to place and move. No digging, no heavy lifting required. And as the seasons pass, these stones begin to weather. The concrete softens in color, the decorations catch the morning dew. Each one tells a story, not of birthdays now, but of the beauty you've baked into the garden. A reminder, perhaps, that no tool is ever too old to be useful, and no hand is ever too old to create something lasting. Even a cake pan can become a path to wonder. Do you remember draining pasta in an old metal colander, steam rising, and dinner on the way? That humble kitchen tool, once filled with boiling water and bubbling meals, can now cradle something even more beautiful: a cascade of living flowers. Metal colanders, with their built-in drainage holes and rounded shape, are perfectly suited for hanging planters. And you can often find them at Dollar Tree or local thrift shops, waiting for their second act. To begin, line the inside of the colander with coconut fiber or moss. This creates a soft nest to hold the soil while still allowing water to drain. If you don't have fiber on hand, a folded burlap sack or a few layers of old cheesecloth will do nicely. Next, fill it with potting soil and choose trailing plants: petunias, ivy, or sweet potato vine. All work wonderfully. Let the vines drape over the edges like ribbons of green and color. Attach 3 equal lengths of sturdy twine or chain to the handles, and gather them together at the top in a strong knot. Hang your planter from a shepherd's hook, a tree branch, or even a porch overhang. As the flowers grow and spill downward, the colander itself begins to disappear beneath blooms, aging gently in the weather, developing a patina that adds vintage charm. And here's the quiet joy: this entire project requires no bending, no digging, and no complicated tools. Everything can be done at waist height, sitting at a table or standing with ease. Each time you water your new hanging basket, you'll know it's more than just decor. It's a moment reclaimed, a memory reborn, a kitchen tool once used to nourish, now used to beautify. There's something deeply satisfying about that, turning yesterday's usefulness into today's grace, and reminding ourselves that with a little creativity, even the most ordinary things can rise again, full of life and light. The colander was never finished. It was just waiting for this new beginning. Remember those flexible plastic placemats we used to set the table with, wiped clean after breakfast, rolled up in drawers, maybe printed with florals or checkered patterns? They may no longer see many meals, but they're about to serve your garden in a whole new way. With a little trimming and imagination, those old placemats become elegant garden edging, the kind that looks like it came straight from a professional landscaping magazine. Start by choosing placemats with a bit of structure, not too flimsy, but soft enough to bend. You can find them at Dollar Tree in a rainbow of colors and textures. If you prefer a more upscale look, go for the woven or faux metallic designs. Next, take scissors and cut gentle scallop or wave shapes along one long side of each placemat. This will become the visible edge. If you like, give them a quick coat of spray paint in bronze-aged copper or matte black tones that blend beautifully into any garden palette. Now press the uncut edge of each placemat directly into the soil along the border of your flower beds or walkways. Because they're flexible, they follow curves gracefully, giving your garden a soft, flowing frame. And since they're lightweight, this can all be done standing upright or seated, no hammering, no heavy lifting. Each section costs just $1 or so, meaning you can edge an entire garden bed for less than the price of a single bag of mulch. And if the seasons wear them down, just refresh them or swap them out. No guilt, no fuss. There's something deeply satisfying about this kind of transformation, taking something overlooked and giving it purpose. Like setting the table for nature's feast. You see, dear friend, beauty isn't about the cost, it's about care. A thoughtfully placed edge says this space is loved. And whether it's made from stone or plastic, what matters most is that it came from your hands and your heart. Even a placemat can define a garden's edge. And sometimes that's all we need: a quiet boundary, a bit of grace, and something lovely to hold it all together. Think back to early spring, that quiet excitement when you first press a tiny seed into the soil. There's such hope in that moment, but waiting for those first green shoots can be tricky without the right warmth and cover. Garden centers offer expensive seed starting kits, but today we're doing it differently with a clear storage bin and a little imagination. You've likely seen them stacked in closets or tucked under beds, clear plastic bins with snap-on lids. At the Dollar Tree or your local thrift store, you can often find them for just a few dollars. And in your garden, they're about to become the perfect miniature greenhouse. Start by drilling or poking a few drainage holes in the bottom of the bin. Then fill it with seed-starting mix, light, airy soil that gives delicate roots room to grow. Gently plant your seeds in neat little rows, just as you would in a garden bed. Next, place the lid on top, not tightly sealed, but gently propped open with a small stone or stick. This traps moisture and warmth while still letting the air move, like a little bubble of springtime right in your backyard. Set the bin somewhere sunny, a bench, a table, or even the porch railing. Check the moisture every day or two with a spray bottle, and soon you'll see tiny green sprouts reaching up toward the light. It's a joy, pure and simple. And the beauty of this method, you never have to bend or kneel. Everything is at a comfortable height. You can even sit beside your bin with a warm drink in hand, watching life begin again, quietly and gently. When your seedlings are strong enough, lift the lid for longer periods to help them adjust. Then, when the time is right, transplant them to your garden beds, knowing you started them from scratch, from seed, from hope. That clear bin doesn't just hold plants, it holds possibility. Because sometimes the simplest containers, just like the simplest people, can create miracles when given light, warmth, and a little care. We all have that spot, a messy corner in the shed, a basket overflowing with hand tools, seed packets slipping between flower pots. It happens slowly, and before we know it, the things that once brought us joy become a tangle to sort through. But what if I told you that a simple mesh laundry bag, the kind you might have used to wash delicates, could bring order and beauty back to your garden workspace? Dollar Tree often carries these bags in different sizes, usually with zippered tops or drawstring closures. And while they're made for socks and scarves, they're just as wonderful for storing gloves, twine small trowels, plant labels, and seed packets. Hang one on a nail or hook in your shed garage, or even right on your garden fence. The mesh lets air circulate, which keeps things dry and prevents mildew. You'll see your tools clearly through the fabric, so no more rummaging around to find your favorite pair of shears or that half-used bag of seeds. You can even group them by purpose, one for tools, one for bulbs, one for gloves and hats. They're lightweight, easy to rinse clean, and can be moved from indoor to outdoor spaces with ease. And if your back prefers to stay upright, you'll love how everything stays at eye level, no more crouching or lifting heavy bins. There's also something unexpectedly beautiful about it, rows of neatly hung mesh bags, each filled with purpose, each saying, "I am ready to be useful again." Because organizing isn't just about tidying up. It's about making room for joy, for spontaneity, for sitting down with your garden and knowing exactly where everything is when inspiration strikes. You may find that as you organize your tools, something inside you begins to settle too, a quiet order returning one small bag at a time. Even laundry bags, simple and soft, can help us create beauty. Not by adding more, but by helping us see and use what we already have. Have you ever looked at a hanging shoe organizer, those clear plastic pockets meant to hold sandals and slippers, and wondered if it might be good for something else? Perhaps not. But today, dear friend, you'll see it in a brand new light. One filled with soil color and the sweet scent of herbs. This clever little item, often sold at Dollar Tree or tucked away in linen closets, becomes a vertical garden with just a few easy steps. And for those of us with limited space or limited bending, it's an absolute treasure. Start with a shoe organizer that has clear or breathable fabric pockets. Hang it securely on a sunny wall wooden fence or even the side of a shed. Then use a small knife or scissors to poke a tiny drainage hole in the bottom of each pocket. Next, fill each one about 3/4 full with potting soil. Now the fun begins. Choose your plants. Herbs like basil, parsley, and thyme thrive in these pockets. So do leafy greens, marigolds, or pansies. Keep the roots small and the care light. Water slowly with a small cup or bottle, just a little at a time. And because it's vertical, you can see everything at once. No squatting, no guessing, just a lovely garden wall growing before your eyes. The clear plastic allows you to admire the roots if you like, and the whole thing feels organized, tidy, and almost artistic. It's a joy to look at, especially knowing it came not from a catalog or expensive system, but from something so ordinary and overlooked. And if one pocket doesn't do well, no worry. You can replant just that section, no need to disturb the rest. It's forgiving, adaptable, like us. This project is perfect for renters, small patios, and anyone who wants more garden without more work. Best of all, it turns a wall into a source of nourishment and color, both for the garden and for the soul. Because sometimes, dear friend, when we look up instead of out, we find we still have so much room to grow. There's a special kind of magic that arrives at twilight when the garden softens, shadows stretch, and everything takes on a golden glow. It's the time when birds settle flowers close and lights, if you've placed them well, begin to sparkle like stars caught in your backyard. Today, you'll bring that magic to life with nothing more than a pack of clear plastic forks and a few small solar lights. You'll find both at Dollar Tree solar garden lights with stakes and those simple disposable forks we've all used at picnics. And while they might seem unrelated together, they create something quite enchanting. Here's how: remove the stake from each solar light, leaving just the glowing top. Then take a plastic fork and gently tape or hot glue the light to its handle, securing it upside down so the bulb faces up. Now press the fork tines into the soil, along garden edges, among flower beds, or near your favorite potted plants. By day, the clear plastic forks seem to disappear into the garden. By night, the lights begin to glow, soft, gentle flickers that dot the landscape like fireflies come home. They don't require any cords or electricity. They recharge in the sun, and they turn on all by themselves as the evening comes. A little miracle quietly waiting for dusk. And the best part, These lights are easy to install, easy to move, and easy on your back. No digging, no climbing, just push and glow. Even if your hands aren't as strong as they once were, this project invites you in with ease. Imagine your garden path outlined in twinkling lights, or your flower pots surrounded by a soft glow. It's not just beautiful, it's comforting. A gentle reminder that even at the end of the day, light still finds us. And those forks, once used to feed the body, now used to nourish the soul. That's the beauty of reinvention for objects and for us. Because in every season, there's still room for a little wonder. There's something deeply comforting about knowing your garden is taken care of even when you step away. Maybe it's a weekend visit to the grandkids or just a few days of much-needed rest. Whatever the reason, your plants shouldn't suffer for it. And with just a few old plastic bottles, they won't. This simple drip irrigation trick is one of the gentlest, most helpful ideas you can add to your garden. No timers, no hoses, just gravity patience and recycled bottles. Start with clean, empty plastic water or soda bottles, any size works. Using a thumbtack safety pin or small nail, poke a few tiny holes in the cap, just enough to allow a slow trickle of water. Then fill the bottle with water, screw the cap back on, and turn it upside down. Now press the bottle neck first into the soil near the base of your plant. The water will begin to seep out gradually, providing consistent moisture to the roots over the next several days. No puddles, no splashing, just a quiet drink exactly where it's needed. It's ideal for container gardens, raised beds, and even flower pots. And the best part, there's no lifting, no carrying heavy watering cans across the yard. Fill the bottles once and let the garden care for itself. If you'd like to personalize it, wrap the bottles in burlap twine or soft-colored tape to blend with your garden's aesthetic. They can be tucked behind foliage, nearly invisible, yet quietly working on your behalf. This method is not only easy, it's thrifty and kind to the earth. Reusing bottles that might otherwise end up in the trash is a small act of care, not just for your plants, but for the world around them. And perhaps there's a deeper reflection in it too, that even when we step back, the things we've nurtured continue to grow. That support doesn't always have to be visible to be meaningful. A simple bottle turned upside down becomes a lifeline, and in a way, so do we, steady, quiet, reliable. Still giving, still useful, still needed. Have you ever picked up one of those free wooden paint stir sticks at the hardware store, light as a feather, smooth in the hand, often forgotten at the bottom of a drawer? Most folks don't think twice about them. But in a garden like yours, they can become something quite special. A way to remember, to label, to mark what's growing where. These paint sticks make wonderful garden markers. They're taller than plastic tags, easier to read, and soft on the eyes. And they hold just enough space for creativity. Begin by giving each stick a light sanding to smooth any splinters. Then paint the front with weather-resistant paint, white, sage green, pale blue, or any color that brings you joy. Let them dry fully before you continue. Once dry, use a permanent marker or paint pen to write the name of each plant in a clear, easy-to-read script. Tomatoes, lavender, chives. Add a little flourish if you feel like it, a leaf doodle, a swirled underline. This is your garden after all. You can press the sticks right into the soil beside your plants, or place them in decorative pots for a neater look. Over time, the paint will fade gently, and the wood will take on that weathered, story-filled patina we so often admire in old fences and barn doors. And for those of us who prefer not to bend or kneel, these tall labels can be read easily from a chair or path. No crouching, no guessing. Just simple beauty doing its job. What's lovely about this project is how personal it feels. Each label becomes a small act of intention, a name given a place, marked a connection made. They help you remember not just what you planted, but how much care you put into it. Because sometimes, dear friend, the garden forgets. Plants get moved, leaves fall. But these little signs, these quiet wooden reminders, help hold the story in place. And like us, they grow more beautiful with each passing season. Do you remember the first time you noticed a butterfly resting in your garden wings, still like stained glass held up to the sun, so light it barely seemed real? Butterflies bring something sacred to a space, a quiet grace, a whisper of transformation. And now, with just a few sponges and a shallow dish, you can invite more of that beauty into your garden, not with expensive feeders, but with gentle homemade kindness. Start by gathering a few brightly colored kitchen sponges, the kind you can often find in multi-packs at Dollar Tree. Choose bold hues like yellow, pink, or orange colors butterflies naturally love. Then soak them in a mix of sugar water, 4 parts water to 1 part white sugar stirred until dissolved. Place the soaked sponges into a shallow plastic saucer or thrifted dish. Arrange them so they fan out like petals or create a playful mosaic of color. Then set the dish somewhere sunny but protected atop an upturned flower pot, a tree stump, or a small table near your flower beds. The sugar water mimics the nectar butterflies seek, and the sponges offer a safe, soft landing spot for their delicate legs. Within days, you may notice flashes of color fluttering in monarch swallowtails, painted ladies, each drawn by the sweetness and staying for the peace. There's no need to bend or strain. This feeder can be placed right at arm's height, easy to maintain, easy to refresh, with a splash of new sugar water every few days. And as they come and go, these winged visitors remind us of something important, that small kindnesses matter. That beauty often arrives when we create space for it. That something as simple as a sponge can become a source of nourishment, joy, and connection. So the next time you see one dancing through your yard, know this: you made that moment possible. You offered a place of rest, a drink of sweetness, a whisper that said, "You're welcome here." And maybe, dear friend, that message wasn't just for the butterflies. Think of those moments when a vine starts to climb, searching for something to hold, stretching higher with each new leaf. It's a little like us, isn't it? Reaching even now for light and space and beauty. And just as we sometimes need support, so do our climbing plants. But you don't need expensive lattice or heavy lumber to give it to them. All you need is a couple of tension rods, some twine, and a touch of imagination. Start with 2 spring-loaded curtain rods, the kind that fits snugly between 2 surfaces. You can often find them at Dollar Tree or a thrift shop. Stretch them between the posts of a wooden fence, along a balcony railing, or even between porch pillars. No drilling, no hammering, just a gentle twist until they're secure. Now take your garden twine, soft jute cotton, or even colored yarn and begin weaving. Create diamond squares or simple vertical stripes by tying the twine between the rods in a repeating pattern. Don't worry about perfection. In the garden, a little imperfection adds charm. Once your trellis is in place, plant morning glories, sweet peas, or green beans at the base. As they grow, they'll wrap themselves around your creation, reaching upward with gratitude. The beauty of this trellis isn't just in how it looks, though it will look lovely, especially as the vines begin to flower. It's also in how easy it is to install, especially for those of us who prefer seated or minimal effort projects. Everything can be done at chest height without lifting or bending. And it's mobile too. When the season changes, you can move it, adjust it, or take it down entirely with no damage left behind. There's something heartening about giving your plants a gentle frame to grow into, like setting out the bones of a dream and watching it take shape leaf by leaf. This project is simple, soft, and full of symbolism that growth needs guidance. That support can be light. And that beauty doesn't come from the fanciest tools, but from the care behind the hands that build it. Do you ever wish for a quiet corner somewhere the world slows down, where you can listen to the gentle trickle of water and feel the sun on your shoulders? A little sanctuary that feels like a private retreat. You can create that peaceful space with something as humble as a plastic storage tub. You've likely seen them before, those large clear or colored bins used for packing away holiday lights or winter clothes. But in your garden, they become something else entirely, a serene, self-contained water garden. Choose a wide, shallow storage tub. Darker colors work well as they mimic the depth of natural ponds. If you like, spray paint the exterior with a stone-textured paint, or wrap it in bamboo fencing to give it an earthy, polished look. Nestle it on the ground in a quiet spot, or raise it up on overturned planters for easier access. Now fill the tub with clean water and layer the bottom with smooth stones or river rocks, just a few to anchor your scene. Add floating candles, lily pads, or even plastic water lilies if real plants are hard to find. For a touch of sound, place a small solar-powered fountain in the center. These are lightweight, affordable, and turn on when the sun hits, no wiring required. And just like that, you've made your own water feature. The kind that invites dragonflies, reflects clouds, and hushes the day's noise into soft ripples. No digging, no pumps to bury, no tools. Just patience, intention, and a few low-cost supplies. It's an ideal project for older hands. Everything can be arranged on a table, then carried one piece at a time. You can adjust the size and height to fit your comfort and change the decorations with the seasons. Surround it with a chair or two, maybe a book nearby, maybe a cup of tea. This isn't just a garden project, it's a gift to your spirit. Because sometimes the peace we seek isn't far away. It's right there in the quiet sound of water in something ordinary made extraordinary with care. And all it took was a storage tub. Do you remember lining things up as a child? Marbles, buttons, even little stones in a perfect row. There's something deeply satisfying about creating order from everyday objects. That same delight can be found in this simple idea, turning plastic cups into a charming garden border. It may sound too simple to be elegant, but wait until you see how effective and beautiful it becomes. Start with a set of plastic party cups, the kind you find in bright packs at the Dollar Tree. You can choose colors that match your garden's palette, or go with classic white or clear for a subtler touch. If you prefer a more refined finish, give the cups a quick coat of outdoor spray paint in tones like terracotta bronze or moss green. Now take each cup and gently press it into the soil upside down, lining them up, to follow the curve of your flower bed or garden path. Leave just the rim exposed to create a neat, rounded edge. It's surprisingly lovely. The uniform height gives structure to your planting spaces, while the cup tops catch light and frame your garden with a clean line. And because they're lightweight, there's no strain involved. You can work comfortably from a seated position, moving at your own pace. You might be surprised how sturdy they become once nestled into the earth, enough to hold back mulch or grass, and enough to turn heads when neighbors walk by. And if a few get bumped or cracked, replacing them costs less than $1. That's the freedom of working with recycled or dollar store materials. You're free to try free, to play free, to change your mind. It's another quiet lesson from the garden that boundaries don't have to be rigid or expensive to be meaningful. Sometimes all it takes is a row of repurposed cups to bring clarity and shape to a space that was waiting to shine. Simple, gentle, lovely. Do you remember looking out the window as a child, waiting for fireflies to appear? That soft flicker in the grass, blinking like tiny stars come to visit. There's something magical about light at night, especially when it shows up where you least expect it. That's the feeling you can recreate in your own backyard with a handful of rocks and a little glow-in-the-dark paint. Start by collecting smooth stones, small enough to handle easily, but large enough to catch the eye. You can find them in your yard at the dollar store, or even use flat river rocks for a polished look. Clean them with warm, soapy water and let them dry thoroughly. Next, brush on a few coats of glow-in-the-dark paint. These paints now come in soft, garden-friendly tones like mint green, soft blue, and warm yellow. Choose one color for a gentle theme, or mix a few for a more playful effect. Let the rocks charge in the sun during the day, and when the light fades, they'll begin to glow like scattered stardust on the soil. You can also paint the rims of your planters stepping stones or garden signs. Even a small dot of glow paint on a fence post or path edge helps guide your steps after dark quietly, safely, and beautifully. And don't worry about perfection. Glow paint looks its best when applied loosely, swirls dots and waves that mimic natural light patterns. This is about creating feeling, not lines. The best part, it's all done at table height. Sit comfortably, paint slowly, and dream a little as you work. Then when evening comes, take a walk through your glowing garden. See how the painted rocks guide your path, how they light the base of a favorite plant, how they remind you that beauty doesn't sleep when the sun goes down, it just changes form. You'll smile knowing that it wasn't expensive lights or fancy fixtures that created this magic. It was your hands, your care, your joy. Even in the dark, dear friend, you still have the power to make the world shine. There's something so satisfying about gathering herbs from your own garden. The fragrance of rosemary on your fingers, the soft rustle of drying mint, the thought of chamomile tucked away for tea on a winter evening. Drying herbs isn't just practical, it's a ritual. And with just a few embroidery hoops and some cheesecloth, you can turn that ritual into a beautiful part of your garden space. You can find wooden embroidery hoops at Dollar Tree or in thrift stores, usually lightweight, easy to handle, and full of potential. Start by separating the inner and outer rings of each hoop. Then cut a piece of cheesecloth or breathable fabric slightly larger than the hoop. Stretch the fabric across the inner ring and place the outer ring on top, tightening until snug. Trim any extra fabric around the edge. Now you have a simple drying screen. Make a few of these and hang them vertically from a garden wall porch beam or inside a shed where there's shade and airflow. Lay your freshly harvested herbs across the cloth, spaced out so air can move between them. Lavender, thyme, oregano, and lemon balm all dry beautifully this way. Each hoop becomes its own little frame of usefulness and loveliness. The herbs will gently curl and fade in color as they dry, giving off their scent with each breeze. And because the hoops are so light, you can hang and remove them with ease, no strain, no bending. They're gentle to work with, even on slower days. You can create them while seated at a table with a favorite song playing or a grandchild chatting beside you. This drying station becomes more than a tool. It becomes art, circular forms swaying lightly, filled with the gifts of your garden. And once the herbs are dried, you can bundle them, store them in jars, or share them with friends. A little taste of summer that lasts through the colder months. It's a reminder that with care and patience, the best things endure their usefulness, deepening as they age, much like us. So here we are, dear friend, at the end of our gentle journey through thrifted wonders and blooming imagination. Look around you, not just at the garden, but at what's now possible. From pizza pans turned into glowing stages, to a humble spoon reborn as a plant's name tag, to a colander hanging with cascading flowers. You didn't need expensive tools. You didn't need heavy lifting or a large budget. You only needed what you've always had: creativity, care, and the wisdom of your own hands. Isn't it something how a drawer of forgotten utensils and a basket of dollar store finds could turn into a place that sings with life and peace? How each recycled object, once discarded, once done, was simply waiting for someone like you to see its worth again. And perhaps that's the deeper message in all of this. These projects aren't just about saving money, though that's a sweet reward on its own. They're about reclaiming joy, about finding beauty where others see waste, about choosing every day to make something lovely with what's right in front of you. Because your garden, like your life, doesn't need to be grand to be beautiful. It just needs to be tended, touched, loved. You've created stepping stones that tell stories, lights that twinkle without wires, fountains that sing without plumbing, and planters that bloom without cost. You've turned the ordinary into something unforgettable, not by buying more, but by seeing more. And in doing so, you've reminded us all usefulness doesn't end with age. In fact, the longer something or someone has lived, the more stories it holds, the more beauty it's ready to share. So, which idea brought you the most joy today? I'd love to know. Let us hear from you in the comments below, and if your heart feels inspired, please subscribe and share this gentle corner of the internet with others who might be seeking peace, purpose, and a little garden magic on a budget. We share new ideas like this every week, always with the same message at heart. You don't need money or youth to create something meaningful. You just need imagination and a willingness to see potential in objects and moments in yourself. Until next time, dear friend, may your soil stay soft, your tea stay warm, and your creativity keep blooming. Happy gardening. Hello, dear friend. Come sit beside me for a little while. Let's imagine ourselves on a quiet porch shaded by an old tree and touched by the golden light of a summer morning. The kind of moment when the world feels soft. The birds are busy but not loud. The breeze carries a hint of mint or marigold, and your favorite chair waits patiently with a cushion worn just right. In your hands, maybe there's a warm cup of tea or lemon water, maybe something sweet nearby on a saucer. And before you, a patio or garden space that's ready not for money or perfection, but for a little imagination. You see, beauty in the garden doesn't ask for youth or spending. It asks for noticing. A plastic basket, a forgotten tray, an old colander, these aren't just things. They're invitations, little reminders that creativity doesn't come from having more, but from loving what you already have. Together today, we'll walk through some of the easiest, most joyful garden ideas I've gathered, each one made from something simple, something affordable, something you can find at Dollar Tree, or even tucked away in a cupboard. No heavy lifting, no complicated tools, just clever hands and a soft heart. Because I believe, and I know you do too, that every season brings new chances. Not just to grow tomatoes or daisies, but to grow joy, to decorate your days, to sit back and smile at something you've made with care. So let's begin, dear friend. Let's make something beautiful, not with money, but with memory, with purpose, and with delight. Remember those old cooling racks from baking days? The ones we used to lay out cookies fresh from the oven, letting the sweet scent drift through the house. Well, those same racks, light, simple, and made with care, can find a second life in your garden. And no oven mitts required this time. At Dollar Tree, you'll often find wire cooling racks sold in sets of 2. They're meant for kitchens, but with a little imagination, they become a charming garden shelf, the perfect perch for small flower pots, succulents, or even seed-starting cups. To begin, gather 2 or 3 wire cooling racks, a few zip ties or floral wire, and something to lean or hang them on a wooden fence, an old step ladder, or even the railing of your porch. No drilling or hammering needed. If you're using a vertical surface like a fence, simply use zip ties to secure the racks horizontally, one above the other like shallow shelves. You can space them out depending on how much height your plants need. For a freestanding version, try this. Find an old folding drying rack or step ladder. Lean it against the wall, then secure the racks across the rungs using floral wire. Each shelf becomes a gentle little display for petunias, mint, or trailing ivy. Since the racks are lightweight and airy, you don't need heavy pots. In fact, small plastic planters or recycled yogurt cups work perfectly. If you're feeling creative, spray paint the racks a soft color, pale green, creamy white, or robin's egg blue. It adds a little more cheer, especially when the sunlight hits them in the morning. The beauty of this idea is how little bending or lifting it requires. Everything stays up at waist or eye level. You can water your plants from your porch chair or simply sit nearby and admire your little display. It's a quiet joy, one that doesn't ask much from your body but gives plenty to your soul. And all from a kitchen rack meant for cookies. It's funny, isn't it? Things that once cooled sweet things from the oven can now hold life and light in the garden. Still useful, still beautiful, just like you. Do you remember walking outside at dusk, just as the fireflies began their gentle dance? There's something about soft evening light that makes everything feel peaceful. It's not the harsh glare of a porch bulb, but something gentler like the hush of twilight or a whispered story shared under the stars. With just a few simple pieces from Dollar Tree, you can bring that same feeling to your garden, and all without wires, batteries, or high bills. Here's the idea. Take Dollar Tree's small solar stake lights, the kind that charge by day and glow by night, and pair them with plastic fence post caps. They're usually found in the garden or hardware section, made to sit on top of 4x4 posts. But we're not using them for fences today. We're using them for magic. First, gently remove the stake from the bottom of your solar light. Most of them pop off easily, leaving you with a glowing globe or square lamp. Now take a plastic fence cap and flip it so the open side faces down. You'll notice a small hollow center just big enough to place your solar light right inside. You may want to secure it with a dab of hot glue or waterproof tape, especially if you live somewhere breezy. Now comes the fun part, placing them around your garden. You can perch them on top of short wooden posts, repurposed table legs, or even thrifted candle holders. For something closer to the ground, try turning a terracotta pot upside down and setting the cap on top. Spread a few along the edge of your walkway, or tuck one behind a favorite potted plant for a gentle nighttime glow. There's no bending, no cords to tangle, and no need to remember to turn anything on. As the day fades, your little garden lights come to life all on their own, like fireflies that never fly away. And the best part, each one costs just a few dollars. For the price of one fancy light at the store, you can create an entire glowing border with Dollar Tree pieces, soft, welcoming, and made with your own 2 hands. In the golden years, we don't chase brightness, we craft glow, and that, dear friend, is a different kind of light entirely. Do you remember those hanging ferns on your grandmother's porch? They danced in the summer wind like soft green chandeliers. And even now, the sight of a plant swaying gently from above can bring back memories of quiet afternoons, a rocking chair, and the slow rhythm of a simpler time. You can recreate that feeling, that light-hanging elegance, with a Dollar Tree item you've likely seen before: wire baskets. Meant for organizing odds and ends, these round open baskets have become a favorite for gardeners with a thrifty heart and a creative eye. Start with 1 or 2 wire baskets, ideally the kind with a rounded bottom and wide opening. You'll also need some coconut liner available at most garden sections or craft stores, or even moss or burlap to line the inside. Place the liner inside your basket like a nest, creating a base for your soil. Now gently add potting mix and your choice of trailing plants. Think petunias, sweet potato vine, lobelia, or ivy. These plants will spill over the edge in time, creating that beautiful cascading effect that makes hanging gardens feel so alive. To hang your basket, thread 3 pieces of sturdy twine ribbon or lightweight chain evenly around the rim, knotting each securely. Bring the ends together at the top and tie them into a loop. From there, you can hang your planter from a shepherd's hook, a porch beam, or even a tree branch that gets dappled sunlight. If you'd like a little extra flair, wrap a strand of faux pearls floral garland or a bit of lace around the rim. It's your story. Let the decorations reflect your heart. Best of all, this project is incredibly light, no lifting or hauling needed. You can prepare it right at your table, then hang it at shoulder height or lower. No climbing, no reaching, just peaceful crafting and a bloom-filled result. Hanging planters are more than decor. They're little reminders of upward growth, that even when rooted, we can still reach gently toward the light. And in using what's simple, a wire basket, a bit of liner, a flower or 2, you've created something rich, something full of life without spending more than a few dollars. You've brought beauty back to the air, just like your grandmother once did. Remember that green hose curled in the corner of the shed. Maybe it's cracked now or stiff from years of summers past. Once it watered the tomatoes, rinsed muddy shoes, and helped little hands splash on hot afternoons. But don't be too quick to toss it. Even a worn-out garden hose still has something left to give. With just a few minutes and a little imagination, that old hose can become a cheerful summer wreath, a circle of memories and blooms that greets everyone who steps onto your porch. Here's how. Take your old hose or a new one from Dollar Tree if your original has gone missing, and gently coil it into a circle about 16 to 18 inches across. Let it overlap a bit to form a full, even loop. Secure it in place with zip ties or floral wire in 3 spots, top, side, and bottom, so it keeps its shape without slipping. Next, decorate your wreath using lightweight Dollar Tree florals, ribbon, and garden-themed accents. Faux daisies, small sunflowers, or ivy strands work beautifully. You can tuck the stems under the zip ties or secure them with a dot of hot glue if you like. Some folks even add a small plastic garden spade or a child's glove for charm, anything that brings a smile. To hang it, just loop a ribbon or a sturdy piece of twine through the top. Place it on a hook by your front door or prop it gently against a plant stand or wall. It's light enough to handle easily and cheerful enough to lift your spirits every time you pass by. This wreath doesn't just welcome guests. It honors the quiet workhorses of the past, the things that served us well and now get one more chance to shine. It's not perfect, but neither are we. That's the point. With almost no money and hardly any effort, you've turned something forgotten into something joyful. That's the magic of a garden made with memory and hands that still know how to create. Even a hose curled and worn can become a circle of beauty. Remember the little drawer towers we used to keep in the laundry room? Maybe you stored sewing thread in them, or batteries, or mismatched gloves waiting for their pair. Those small plastic drawer units, usually meant for closets or desks, can find a surprisingly lovely new life outside. Not for clutter this time, but for color and for flavor. With just one of those drawer towers from Dollar Tree, the ones that stack 2 or 3 drawers high, you can create a charming vertical herb shelf. One that's right at table height, easy to tend, and just right for anyone who prefers not to bend or kneel. Start by removing the drawers and turning the frame on its back so that the drawers now slide out like little planter trays. Then line each drawer with a layer of landscape fabric, an old dish towel, or even a paper coffee filter, just something to keep soil in while allowing water to drain. Add potting soil and your favorite herbs, basil, mint, chives, or parsley. They're light, fragrant, and grow well even in partial sun. Place the frame on a small bench table or crate so the drawers are angled slightly downward. This lets rain or water gently run off without pooling. You can even label each drawer with a little chalkboard sticker or paint marker, Basil, Thyme, Love. If you'd like to dress it up, wrap the outer frame in jute twine or hot glue, a bit of lace or ribbon along the edges. For an even easier version, you can skip the soil altogether and simply use the drawers to hold store-bought herb pots. Slip the whole nursery pot inside and let the leaves spill gently over the edge. The best part: you can sit beside your herb garden while you tend it, no crouching, no lifting. Just snip a few sprigs for your tea or salad and enjoy the scent of something fresh and growing right where you are. It's a reminder, isn't it, that even things built for storage can become homes for life. That with just a gentle turn and a little care, something small can become something generous. Just like you, dear friend, still giving, still blooming. Do you remember summertime gatherings when a metal bucket sat beside the table full of ice and clinking glass bottles? Maybe it was lemonade, maybe root beer or sweet tea. But no matter what was inside, that old bucket meant company had come, and the afternoon would be long, happy, and just a little sticky from the heat. Well, that same feeling, that charming mix of casual and special, can be brought right to your garden with a Dollar Tree mop bucket. Yes, a mop bucket, but not for cleaning this time. This time it's for holding joy. Dollar Tree sells galvanized style plastic mop buckets that look just enough like the old metal ones to spark a little nostalgia. To create your summer ice cooler, simply fill one halfway with ice, then nestle in a few chilled drinks, sparkling water mason jars of infused tea, or your favorite store-bought refreshments. If you're expecting company, add some sliced lemon mint or frozen berries to the drinks for a gentle pop of color. The handle makes it easy to carry from your kitchen to your patio chair. And because it's plastic, it's light, no need to strain or lift anything too heavy. Just set it on a small stool crate or outdoor table and let it serve as your garden refreshment station. But here's the twist: when the party's over, that same bucket can become a cheerful planter. Poke a few holes in the bottom, add a layer of pebbles for drainage, then fill it with soil and bright summer blooms. Zinnias, daisies, or even tall marigolds look stunning spilling over the edge. Tie a bit of gingham ribbon or raffia around the handle, and it becomes part of the garden story. You've turned something ordinary into something generous, something that serves not just once, but again and again. Whether it holds ice or holds roots, it holds meaning. That's what repurposing is really about. Not just saving money, though, that's a quiet blessing too, but saving memory. Giving old ideas new sunlight, offering refreshment in every sense of the word. So next time you see a mop bucket at the store, don't think cleaning. Think gathering. Think blooming. Think of how even the most practical things can still surprise us with beauty. Do you remember turning laundry baskets upside down to make forts for the grandkids? They became castles, caves, or secret hideaways in the middle of the living room floor. It's funny how something so simple could hold so much imagination. And today, dear friend, that same kind of magic can live in your garden with a cracked bent or dollar store laundry basket that's ready for a second story. Here's how it works. Grab a round plastic laundry basket from Dollar Tree, the kind with open slats along the sides. If it's already cracked or missing a corner, all the better. That's character. Now take a pair of sturdy garden shears or heavy-duty scissors and carefully cut the bottom out of the basket, leaving the circular frame and vertical ribs intact. Once it's hollowed out, gently press the open frame into the soil over a young climbing plant like sweet peas, cherry tomatoes, or morning glories. The basket becomes an instant trellis supporting the plant as it grows upward. You can also secure it to the ground with a few garden stakes or repurposed chopsticks just to keep it steady during windy days. If you'd like to elevate the basket, flip it upside down and place it over a flower pot instead. It creates a mini archway that encourages vertical growth while protecting tender vines. Paint it soft green or white if you'd like it to blend in, or bright yellow if you want it to sing in the sunshine. This hack is perfect for patios and balconies where ground space is limited but vertical room is plenty. And best of all, there's no digging, hammering, or bending low. Everything happens within arm's reach, peaceful, simple, and satisfying. By reimagining a basket meant for chores, you've created something that helps things grow. Something that transforms mess into beauty and effort into ease. You've given it a new job, not collecting laundry, but lifting life. And maybe, just maybe, every time you see your flowers reaching up through those old plastic slats, you'll remember how even the most ordinary objects and people can become part of something blooming. Because growth, dear friend, is always possible, even from a laundry basket. Do you remember watching the clothesline dance in the wind? The shirts would flap like birds, the sheets billowed like sails, and the little clothespins clattered with a rhythm only summer understood. That breeze carried more than air. It carried calm. And just like those days, you can bring a bit of that soft spinning wonder back to your porch or garden. With something as simple as a bag of Dollar Tree shower curtain rings. Yes, really. Those plastic rings, often sold in sets of 12 or more, can become light-catching, joy-spinning garden ornaments with hardly any effort at all. Start by gathering a few rings and deciding on your color scheme. You can leave them as is or spray paint them in gentle pastels, metallic golds, or whatever suits your style. Next, thread the rings onto string or fishing line in groups of 3 to 5. Tie knots between them to space them out if you'd like a layered look. Each little circle will spin freely in the wind like petals in a breeze. To give them a bit of sparkle, add a bead or a small bell between each ring or wrap a bit of ribbon through a few loops. Some folks even glue on faux gems or tiny garden charms, butterflies, hearts, or flowers, all of which can be found in the Dollar Tree craft section. Now hang your spinners from a shepherd's hook, a low tree branch, or the edge of your porch roof. You'll want to place them somewhere with a little air movement where the light can catch the motion just right. When the wind stirs, the rings twirl softly, casting delicate shadows and bringing your garden a touch of whimsy. It's a wonderful little project to do while seated at your patio table. No lifting, no bending, just threading, painting, and smiling as it all comes together. And when you sit back and watch them spin, it's not just decoration, it's meditation. These tiny circles dancing quietly in the breeze remind us of something important, that joy doesn't have to be grand. It can be a flutter, a twirl, a moment. Even shower curtain rings forgotten at the bottom of a drawer can become part of the poetry of your day. Remember those metal napkin holders we used to keep on the kitchen table? Always filled with neatly folded napkins, ready for grandkids' sticky fingers or a quiet lunch for two. They were small things, really simple, helpful, ordinary. But they never let us down. And now that very same object can earn a new place of honor, not on your table this time, but in your garden. You'll find metal or plastic napkin holders at Dollar Tree, often shaped like an arch or a rectangle with just enough room in the middle for a few slim tools. Think of this as your new garden assistant, a tidy upright stand for things you want close at hand but off the ground. Here's how it works. Take your napkin holder and place it on a small patio table shelf or crate somewhere that's within easy reach. Then slide in the tools you use most often: hand trowel, pruners, seed packets, or a pair of soft garden gloves. You can even tuck in a notebook or seed journal to jot down little garden victories and bloom dates. If you're feeling creative, wrap the base with twine, add a ribbon bow or glue a silk flower on the side to make it feel more like part of your garden decor. The whole project takes just a few minutes. And you'll be surprised how satisfying it is to have a spot where everything stands neatly, no more digging around in a messy bin or dropping tools into the dirt. And if you're short on table space, here's another idea. Attach your napkin holder to the wall of a shed or fence using small command hooks or zip ties. It becomes a vertical organizer right at chest height, so you never have to bend or kneel to grab what you need. This simple setup saves time, saves space, and brings a sense of calm order, a gentle kind of elegance that doesn't cost more than a few dollars. Because sometimes it's the smallest helpers that make the biggest difference. And like us, they're still useful, still dependable, still standing. Even a napkin holder, just a little arch of metal, can cradle the tools that help things grow. Do you remember walking barefoot through the garden as a child? The warm soil beneath your feet, the tickle of grass between your toes, the cool smoothness of stepping stones guiding your path. There was a rhythm to it, gentle grounding. And even now, we can bring a little of that feeling back with something unexpected: rubber sink mats from Dollar Tree. Yes, the kind made for kitchen sinks, usually square, soft, and covered in little floral or grid-like holes. They're lightweight, flexible, and surprisingly perfect as accessible, movable stepping stones for the garden. To begin, pick up a few sink mats in colors that blend with your outdoor palette: soft gray, tan, green, or white. If you only find bright ones, don't worry. A coat of spray paint made for plastic can easily tone them down to something natural and lovely. Lay the mats flat on a work surface, and if you like, use waterproof craft paint to decorate the top with floral patterns, leaf shapes, or even handwritten garden quotes like "bloom here" or "step gently." You can also glue on small flat stones, seashells, or faux gems from the craft aisle for a bit of texture and sparkle. Once dry, simply place them along the edge of your garden bed, beside a patio planter, or near your favorite sitting spot. They create a lovely walking path without requiring digging or lifting. And because they're soft and washable, they're ideal for seniors. No sharp corners, no heavy pavers, and no worries about slipping. You can even shift them around as the seasons change or tuck them away during rain. These stepping mats aren't permanent, and that's part of their charm. They move with you. They adapt. And isn't that something we all come to value more over time? You'll be surprised how just a few of these soft little squares can turn your garden into a place that feels more welcoming, more yours. Whether you use them as a path, a decorative border, or a gentle way to keep your feet dry on dewy mornings, they'll quietly serve with beauty and ease. Even a sink mat made for kitchens and dishes can find new purpose beneath the roses. Still useful, still beautiful, still steady underfoot. Do you remember baking banana bread in your favorite old tin? The kitchen would fill with the scent of cinnamon and warm sugar, and you'd place the loaf on the windowsill to cool a quiet triumph in a humble pan. Those old bread pans may have dulled with time, but they still hold a kind of dignity. And in the garden, they can hold something just as sweet life. At Dollar Tree, you can often find metal bread pans, lightweight, affordable, and ready for repurposing. With just a bit of potting soil and a few well-chosen succulents, these simple pans can become delicate tabletop displays that feel both modern and nostalgic. To begin, take your bread pan and add a few small drainage holes using a nail and hammer, or a drill if you have help. If that's not possible, just add a thin layer of pebbles or gravel at the bottom to help water flow through the soil. Succulents don't like soggy roots, so good drainage is key. Next, fill the pan with potting mix formulated for succulents or cactus, or lighten your own mix with a bit of sand or perlite. Then gently press in a few small succulent cuttings. Jade plants, hens and chicks, or even faux succulents for those who want zero upkeep all work beautifully. Add some moss, tiny pebbles, or miniature fairy garden items to complete the look. You can place the finished display on your windowsill side table or patio tray somewhere it will get dappled light. But stay within arm's reach. If you want to get creative, line up 3 pans side by side and treat them like a mini succulent library. Each row a little story of greens, grays, and soft pinks. No heavy lifting, no bending. Just a quiet project you can complete in an afternoon, then admire for seasons to come. And the symbolism, it's as tender as it is simple. Something that once held nourishment now holds beauty. A container of comfort reborn for another kind of joy. That old bread pan doesn't have to bake to be useful. Just like us, it still holds warmth, still brings delight. It just needed a new recipe for happiness. Do you remember the way morning sunlight danced through lace curtains? The way it painted soft patterns across the floor, catching in dust motes and warming your hands as you passed by? There's something magical about light, how it filters through old glass, how it glimmers across silver, how it makes even the smallest things sparkle. That same magic can be captured outdoors gently and affordably with something you might already have in a drawer, a cooling rack. Yes, the same wire rack we once used for cookies can become a sun catcher grid that turns every sunrise into a little celebration. To start, take a standard wire cooling rack, the kind you'll find at Dollar Tree or tucked in your kitchen. Give it a gentle wipe if needed, then find a place where it can hang freely in the garden, maybe on a shepherd's hook, a nail on your fence, or under the awning of your porch. Now for the fun part, decorating it. Use fishing line yarn or floral wire to dangle little treasures from the grid. Think faux crystal beads, small pieces of colored plastic, vintage buttons, charms, or even tiny mirrors. Many of these can be found in the craft aisle at Dollar Tree or repurposed from old costume jewelry. You can tie them directly to the wire grid or thread them into garlands that sway gently in the breeze. As the sun moves across the sky, it will catch on your handmade treasures, scattering color and light in ever-changing ways. It's a soft and simple project, one that doesn't need strong hands or long hours, just a little patience, a little creativity, and a warm spot of sunshine. You can customize your sun catcher for the seasons too. In spring, add flowers or butterfly charms. In winter, maybe silver snowflakes or frosted beads. Each season brings its own light after all, and your garden can reflect that rhythm gently and beautifully. It's not about doing something grand. It's about noticing the small joys and helping them shine. Because when we let the light through, even a wire rack meant for cooling can become something that warms the soul. Still useful, still radiant, still full of little surprises. Do you remember the joy of a summer party lit by string lights? Maybe it was in the backyard after a barbecue or on the porch during a warm evening chat. Those lights, simple and glowing, made everything feel special, like magic had decided to linger just a little longer. And now, dear friend, you can bring that same gentle glow to your garden with one of the most unexpected items from the Dollar Tree, a plastic hula hoop. Yes, the kind your grandchildren might have twirled around their waists. Lightweight, wide, and full of possibility, it's the perfect frame for a floating garden chandelier. Start with a basic hula hoop, any color will do. If you'd like to soften the look, wrap the entire hoop with ribbon, jute, rope, or floral tape, whatever fits the feeling of your space. Once wrapped, it becomes the frame for something truly charming. Next, use faux floral garlands from Dollar Tree to weave around the hoop. Let the blossoms drape here and there, and maybe tuck in some silk ivy or baby's breath. Then take a string of battery-powered or solar fairy lights and wrap them around as well, making sure the wire is secure and evenly spaced. To hang your chandelier, attach 3 or 4 pieces of twine evenly around the hoop's edge and tie them together in the center, forming a loop. From there, you can hang the piece from a porch beam, shepherd's hook, or even a sturdy tree branch. Keep it low enough to enjoy eye level, not overhead, so you don't need to strain or reach. When evening comes and your little chandelier glows to life, it turns even the quietest garden corner into something dreamy. A place for evening tea, a soft backdrop for a phone call with an old friend, a reminder that light doesn't have to be loud to be beautiful. And all of this from a toy meant for play. A ring of joy now becomes a circle of peace. That's the beauty of growing older with grace. We learn that everything, even a plastic hoop, can find a new rhythm, a softer dance, a glow all its own, still turning, still giving light, still making moments magical. Do you remember those metal racks we used to hang behind the closet door? They held scarves, belts, and sometimes that one mystery key we never remembered where it went. They kept our lives just a little more organized, quietly, faithfully, always there when we needed them. Now one of those same over-the-door racks, the kind you can find at Dollar Tree, can become something entirely new, a no-fuss, no-drill tool hanger for your porch or garden. Start with a basic metal or plastic rack usually sold to hang over the back of a bathroom or bedroom door. It comes with built-in hooks, perfect little arms waiting to be helpful. But instead of hanging it over a door, you'll give it a second life by fastening it to a vertical surface outside. You can secure it to a wooden fence, a garden post, or the side of a shed using zip ties, floral wire, or even removable adhesive hooks if drilling isn't an option. Position it at chest or eye level, no bending, no reaching high. Just easy access right where your hands naturally go. Once mounted, it becomes a handy station for all the small tools you like to keep close: hand trowels, pruner's gloves, spray bottles, or seed packets in mesh bags. Some folks even hang sun hats or wine chimes from the extra hooks for a little charm. To keep things tidy and soft-looking, you can add touches of personality, wrap the hooks in twine. Paint the frame in a calming shade of green or cream, or weave a small piece of artificial ivy through the top for a cozy, lived-in feel. This setup isn't just practical, it's dignified. It says, I know where everything is. It makes gardening a little easier on your body and a little lighter on your mind. And best of all, it costs just a few dollars, proving once again that beauty and function don't need to be expensive. Even something made for closets can find its way into the sunlight. Still helpful, still strong, still holding what matters most. That rack you once used to organize your clothes now holds the tools of joy, creation, and care. And that, dear friend, is a beautiful kind of repurposing. Do you remember how much laughter came from a simple pool noodle? Kids running through sprinklers, whacking each other playfully, floating gently in the summer sun. That soft foam tube brought more joy than we ever expected. And now, dear friend, it can bring a bit of that playful spirit to your garden too. Not as a toy, but as a clever, colorful garden border. At Dollar Tree, you can find pool noodles in all sorts of cheerful colors, pink, blue, green, and even speckled varieties. They're lightweight, soft to handle, and easy to cut, making them perfect for a no-dig, no-lift garden, edging that's safe and charming all at once. Here's how to do it. Start by deciding where you'd like to place a border. maybe around a raised planter, a flower bed, or along the edge of a path. Take your pool noodle and cut it in half lengthwise with a sharp knife or bread knife. This gives you 2 curved strips from each noodle. Then press each piece gently into the soil so the flat side faces down, and the rounded side creates a soft visual border above ground. If the ground is hard or you want extra stability, slide a few wooden skewers or chopsticks into the foam and push them down into the soil like tiny anchors. This way your noodles stay upright and in place, even in the wind or light rain. To blend the look with your garden, you can paint the noodles a stone gray or terracotta color using spray paint made for plastic. Or lean into their playful charm and leave them bright, creating a cheerful edge that even your grandkids will admire. This is a project you can complete from a seated position with no back strain or heavy lifting. It's soft on the hands, safe for little ones and pets, and adds a bit of storybook whimsy to your outdoor space. And of course, it's budget-friendly. For just a few dollars, you can transform the edge of your garden into something neat, cheerful, and full of personality. Because even things made for play can be part of beauty. Even foam soft and simple can help shape the space where life grows. Still colorful, still bringing smiles, still full of summer. Do you remember protecting your pies with mesh covers when you left them on the windowsill? Just a simple dome to keep out curious flies and wandering hands, a little shield for something sweet. Out in the garden, our tender young plants sometimes need that same kind of gentle protection. And believe it or not, you can offer it with nothing more than a wire waste basket from Dollar Tree. These baskets are typically lightweight open grid cylinders meant for holding paper, but their size and shape make them perfect for guarding seedlings, delicate herbs, or young flowers from nibbling critters, overzealous paws, or strong winds. Here's how to turn one into a plant cloche. Simply flip the wire basket upside down and place it gently over the plant you want to protect. That's it. No glue, no cutting, no tools. The basket becomes an airy cage, allowing in sunlight and rain while keeping out squirrels, birds, or bouncing balls. If you'd like to anchor it more firmly, you can use a couple of wooden skewers or garden stakes through the bottom rim and into the soil. Or, for a decorative touch, tie a ribbon or twine bow at the top and glue on a faux butterfly or silk flower to match your garden's personality. You can also spray paint the basket if the original color feels too stark. Soft white sage green or matte bronze are beautiful choices that help the cloche blend right into the garden landscape. And because it's lightweight and easy to move, you can reuse it all season long. When the plant outgrows its need for protection, simply lift the cloche and move it to another seedling. No bending or heavy lifting needed. This idea is especially helpful for raised beds or container gardens on porches and patios where space is limited and protection is still needed. It's accessible, affordable, and most importantly, it works. There's something lovely about a wastebasket becoming a shelter, about something made to hold trash, now holding space for growth. Because, dear friend, with the right perspective, anything can become a guardian of beauty. Even wire, even what others overlook. Still standing, still useful, still quietly protecting what matters most. Do you remember the sound of ice cubes clinking in a glass on a hot day? That small, refreshing moment, a simple comfort on a summer afternoon. And like many ordinary things, ice cube trays hold more than just frozen water. With just a gentle shift in purpose, they can help you start life right from a windowsill or tabletop, no garden plot required. At Dollar Tree, plastic ice cube trays are easy to find, and they're the perfect size for starting seeds, especially if you want to grow herbs or flowers without bending or digging in the soil. Lightweight, washable, and easy to handle, they make gardening accessible from a chair table or sunny window ledge. To begin, fill each cube compartment with a bit of pre-moistened seed starting mix. This mix is lighter than regular potting soil and gives your tiny seeds a gentler start. Drop 1 or 2 seeds into each cell. Herbs like basil, parsley, and dill work beautifully. So do marigolds, zinnias, or even lettuce. Once planted, cover the tray loosely with a clear plastic bag or wrap to create a little greenhouse. Set it in a warm, sunny spot like a windowsill or a patio table and wait for the quiet magic to begin. Within days, you'll see tiny green shoots reaching upward. If you want to keep track of what you've planted, use a permanent marker to label each row along the side of the tray. Or tape a handwritten note nearby, a soft touch that adds charm to your little indoor garden. When the seedlings are a few inches tall and strong enough to move, gently scoop them out with a spoon and transfer them to larger pots or outdoor beds. Or, if you prefer, let them continue to grow right where they are as microgreens, delicious in salads or tea. There's no mess, no bending, no fuss. Just the satisfaction of watching something sprout, something you began with your own hands, and all from a tray that once served frozen cubes. Still holding coolness, yes, but now holding hope too. Because beginnings don't have to be grand. Sometimes they come one tiny green sprout at a time. Do you remember writing little notes and taping them to the fridge for loved ones? Maybe it was a reminder, a kind word, or simply a dinner's in the oven. A quiet gesture made by hand left in plain sight. These small signs of care made a house feel like home. And now, with a little creativity and a plastic cutting board from Dollar Tree, you can create a garden version of that same warmth, a welcome sign that greets every visitor with gentleness. Start with a plastic or bamboo-style cutting board, the kind with a handle usually used in the kitchen. Wipe it clean and dry, then cover the surface with a coat of chalk paint, spray paint, or acrylic paint in your favorite outdoor safe color. Soft sage, warm white, dusty blue. Any shade that suits the feel of your garden will do. Once dry, decorate it however your heart leads. You might write "Welcome Bloom" where you're planted, or even your family's name in careful flowing script. If you prefer something more playful, add little flower doodles, garden puns, or a sun and cloud, drawn with paint pens or markers. Use stencils if your hands feel shaky, no perfection needed, just heart. To finish, you can glue a small silk flower in one corner or tie a ribbon through the handle. A bit of twine lace or even dried lavender wrapped around the top edge adds a beautiful rustic touch. Now it's time to display it. If you have a plant stand or a bench, lean your new sign gently against a pot or wall, or tie it to a garden gate or shepherd's hook for a floating effect. It's light, durable, and completely portable. No nails, no hammer, no heavy lifting. And every time you walk past it, that little sign will remind you and everyone else that this space is tended with care. That it belongs to someone who notices small things, who values beauty not just in blossoms, but in the words we leave behind. A kitchen tool now offering more than meals, now offering messages. Still welcoming, still full of love, still finding its place just like us in the light of each new day. Do you remember carrying a cake across town, cradled in both hands inside one of those tall plastic carriers? It was more than just dessert. It was a gift, an offering. Carefully prepared, lovingly transported, and joyfully shared. That round-handled cake carrier meant something sweet was on its way. And though you may no longer use it for baking, that same container can still serve now, not for people, but for the birds that visit your garden each morning. Start with the top half of a Dollar Tree plastic cake carrier, the domed lid with a handle. Set aside the base for another project or save it for organizing. For this feeder, we'll use the lid upside down with the open part facing the ground and the handle on top like a hanging umbrella. Begin by carefully drilling or poking 3 to 4 small holes near the edge of the lid for drainage. Then turn the dome upside down and glue a shallow plastic dish or tray, also from Dollar Tree, inside the center facing up. This dish will hold the bird seed. Next, tie 3 pieces of sturdy twine evenly spaced around the edge, passing each through the drainage holes and tying them underneath in knots. Gather the loose ends above the dome and knot them together to create a loop for hanging. If you'd like to hang it lower, you can use a plant hook, shepherd's hook, or even tie it from a tree branch. Place a handful of birdseed in the shallow tray inside. As birds come to feed, the dome offers shade from the sun and light protection from summer rain, while also creating the look of a whimsical floating canopy. If you wish, decorate the top with a ribbon bow or a few silk flowers to blend with the rest of your garden. There's something touching about turning an old cake cover into a feeding station. It says there's still more to give. It welcomes birds to rest and refresh and gives you a front row seat to one of nature's gentlest joys. Not every cake needs baking. Sometimes the sweetest offering is a quiet place shared with the sky. Still sheltering, still serving, still bringing smiles one feathered guest at a time. Do you remember how even the oddest tools had a place in the home? Tucked under sinks behind doors, a plunger wasn't glamorous, but it was there when you needed it. Quiet, sturdy, ready to help. And wouldn't you know it, that same humble tool often overlooked can now be turned into something surprisingly elegant, a dainty plant stand fit for even the loveliest patio corner. All you need is a Dollar Tree plunger, a lightweight plastic tray or serving plate also from the store, and a touch of creativity. Start by removing the rubber base of the plunger. Many simply twist off. You'll be left with a smooth wooden or plastic stick attached to a small flat base. Clean it thoroughly, then paint the pole and base in your color of choice, soft cream, pale green, or even faux metallic for a touch of glam. Once dry, glue the tray or plate firmly to the top of the handle using strong adhesive or hot glue. And there it is, a perfectly sized pedestal for a potted plant, a candle lantern, or even your morning cup of tea. Lightweight enough to move wherever the sun goes, yet stable enough to hold something sweet and blooming. If you'd like, wrap the base with twine lace or faux ivy for extra charm, or glue pebbles around the bottom for a garden stone look. Some even add a solar light to the tray for a nighttime glow. This little stand is the perfect height for seniors, no bending, no reaching, and easy to build while seated at a table. It works beautifully on small porches, balconies, or tucked between flower pots as a vertical accent. And the joy of it. It cost just a few dollars, took only minutes, and transformed something made for utility into something made for joy. Because that's what we do, dear friend. We see what others overlook. We find new life in forgotten shapes. We turn practicality into poetry. The plunger once hidden now lifts up beauty for all to see. Still strong, still holding steady, still proving that everything in the right hands can become something lovely. Do you remember using milk crates to carry books, tools, or even picnic lunches? They were the workhorses of the house, light, stackable, and always ready to lend a hand. And even now, those plastic crates sold for just a few dollars can bring that same sturdy usefulness to your garden, not hidden away this time, but proudly on display. This idea is especially simple and satisfying. Turn a Dollar Tree plastic crate upside down and use it as a pedestal for your flower pots. That's it. No tools, no fuss. Just flip and decorate. Start by selecting 1 or 2 crates, either square or rectangular. Wipe them clean, then paint them if you'd like a softer, garden-friendly look. A coat of matte white sage green or even robin's egg blue transforms the crate from storage bin to shabby chic plant stand. You can even leave them unpainted for a more playful or rustic feel. Once dry, turn the crate upside down and place it where you'd like, a little height beside your front steps, under a shady tree, or in a garden corner that needs a lift. Then set a lightweight pot of flowers on top. Petunias, geraniums, or trailing ivy work beautifully. If you want extra stability, use a bit of mounting putty or double-sided tape to keep the pot in place, just enough to hold steady in a breeze. For even more charm, try stacking 2 crates on top of each other, securing them together with zip ties. It creates a taller column that makes your blooms feel like a centerpiece without the need for expensive stands or heavy lifting. Add a silk ribbon, a small garden sign, or wrap twine around the bottom for texture. What makes this idea so special isn't just the ease. It's the reminder that elevation doesn't have to be elaborate. That even a plastic crate, when used with care, can offer a little dignity to your flowers and to your space. No strain, no spending, just a gentle way to let beauty rise. Because sometimes things that used to carry weight are now meant to carry color. Still helpful, still humble, still lifting what matters. Do you remember pulling a pizza from the oven on a quiet Friday night? Maybe it was homemade, maybe store-bought, but always shared, maybe with laughter or maybe with quiet company. That round metal tray didn't just hold dinner, it held memories. And today, that same humble shape can hold something new, a hanging shelf for your garden, crafted gently and affordably right from the heart. Start with 1 or 2 Dollar Tree pizza pans, lightweight silver, and just the right size for a small display. Wipe them clean, then give them a coat of spray paint or acrylic paint if you'd like soft sage chalk white, or even a faux copper tone for a vintage look. Once dry, you're ready to transform. To create a hanging shelf, you'll need 3 pieces of twine ribbon or rope cut to equal lengths, about 18 to 24 inches each. Use a small drill or a hammer and nail to carefully poke 3 evenly spaced holes around the edge of the pizza pan. Thread the twine through each hole and tie a secure knot underneath. Bring the 3 loose ends together above the pan and knot them to form a loop. That's your hanger, simple, balanced, and ready for display. Hang it from a sturdy branch, a plant hook, or the edge of your porch roof. Then place a lightweight item in the center of the tray, a potted succulent, a decorative lantern, or even a painted rock with a quote you love. The pan is shallow, so you won't want to overload it, but with the right touch, it becomes a floating stage for quiet beauty. If you're feeling playful, you can even create a 2-tiered version by connecting a second pizza pan below the first with ribbon or chain. It's like a garden chandelier, soft, charming, and all your own. This project is easy to do while seated with no bending or tools beyond the lightest kind. And it only takes a few dollars to make something that feels thoughtful and bright. Because in our golden years, it's not about building bigger. It's about noticing more, elevating the small things, giving them a place to shine. Even a pizza pan once covered in crumbs can now carry color. Still round, still serving, still full of goodness. Do you remember the glow of candlelight on a summer night? Maybe it was a backyard dinner or simply sitting on the porch after the sun had dipped low. The kind of light that didn't shout, it whispered. Soft, flickering, and golden. And today, with just a few simple pieces from Dollar Tree, you can bring that gentle glow to your garden in the form of an ice bucket lantern. Yes, an ice bucket. The kind meant for chilling sodas or sparkling water. But in your hands, dear friend, it becomes a lantern of warmth and wonder. Start with a clear or frosted plastic ice bucket from Dollar Tree. They often have a lovely round shape and sturdy base. Clean and dry it well, then decide whether you'd like to leave it transparent for a clean glow, or lightly frost it with spray paint or decorative window film for a softer effect. Next, choose your light source. A battery-powered LED candle or solar puck light fits beautifully at the bottom. No flame, no fuss, just safe flickering light. You can also wrap a short string of fairy lights inside, letting the wire coil gently in the bottom like a nest of stars. To decorate, consider tying a piece of ribbon twine or lace around the rim. Glue on a silk flower, a button, or a vintage brooch from a thrift store for that personal, soulful touch. Some even line the inside with dried lavender or flower petals to cast delicate shadows as the light shines through. Now place your lantern where it can bring peace beside your favorite garden chair on a patio step, or clustered in a group of 3 near a flower bed. At night, as it begins to glow, it becomes not just a decoration, but a feeling. It says, here is stillness, here is beauty, here is care. And all from something so simple, a plastic ice bucket transformed not with money or tools, but with tenderness and creativity. Because even things made to hold cold can carry warmth. Even containers meant for one use can become keepers of light, still glowing, still giving, still lighting the way softly, gently, just like you. Do you remember sorting papers into metal trays on your desk? Bills, letters, recipes clipped from magazines, all carefully stacked in those wire shelves. They were practical, purposeful, and patient, just like the hands that used them. And now, dear friend, those same trays can climb into the garden as a beautiful vertical plant ladder holding not papers this time, but petals. Start with 2 or 3 wire paper trays from Dollar Tree, the kind meant for office organization. You'll also need a tall stick broom handle or wooden dowel as the support beam and a few zip ties or floral wires to attach everything together. Begin by placing the trays at a slight diagonal against the pole, spacing them evenly from bottom to top. Secure each one tightly with zip ties wrapped around both the tray edge and the pole. As you move upward, the trays begin to resemble the rungs of a ladder, each one ready to hold a small pot, a handful of herbs, or even decorative stones. You can paint the trays beforehand if you'd like them to blend in or stand out, sage green for calm, black for contrast, or cream for a soft, shabby chic look. Once painted and dried, they take on the charm of vintage garden shelves. To install your ladder, place the base of the pole into a weighted flower pot or bucket filled with stones or soil to keep it upright. No digging, no mounting, it stands on its own with quiet elegance. Now it's time to decorate. In each tray, nestle a small planter with your favorite herb succulents or trailing flowers. Add a few pebbles or moss for softness. You can even leave one tray empty and place a folded cloth or teacup in it, just for the memory of rest. This setup is perfect for patios and porches, especially if you're working with limited space. It lifts beauty upward, keeps everything within reach, and creates layers of vertical bouquet of your making. And just like that, something built for work becomes something that brings wonder. Still structured, still strong, but now blooming. Because even trays meant for busy days can slow down. Even organizers can become ornaments. Still holding, still helpful, still full of life. Do you remember straining spaghetti in a bright plastic colander while the kids set the table? There was always steam rising, the smell of garlic in the air, and the sound of chatter nearby. That cheerful bowl with its many holes, it was a small hero in the kitchen. And now, dear friend, it can serve once more. This time in the garden, gently cradling flowers instead of noodles. You can find lightweight plastic colanders at Dollar Tree in lovely shades, white, teal, lemon, yellow, sometimes even speckled. They already have built-in drainage holes, which makes them perfect as hanging planters. Start by lining the inside with a bit of coconut liner burlap, or even paper coffee filters if you want to keep it simple. Then add a scoop of potting mix and choose trailing plants, or herbs. Petunias, thyme, or nasturtiums work beautifully. These spill over the edges and turn your colander into a bouquet suspended in mid-air. To hang it, use the side handles of the colander to tie 3 lengths of twine or ribbon. Bring them together at the top, knot them into a loop, and hang from a porch hook, tree limb, or shepherd's pole. The balance is easy to adjust, and the entire project is light enough to do while seated. If you'd like, decorate the outside with painted polka dots, a soft bow, or a tag that reads "Bloom." Add a plastic butterfly, a charm, or even glue on a few buttons to give it character, because after all, this is a joyful project. You can make several colander baskets and group them at different heights to create a floating garden wall, or hang just one near your favorite chair as a quiet companion. What was once used to prepare meals now holds something equally nourishing, not for the stomach, but for the soul. Because beauty doesn't always need to come from new things. Sometimes it pours through old holes and lifts its face to the light. Still useful, still charming, still ready to serve, this time with color and kindness. Do you remember stacking papers neatly into those old office trays? Back when days were busier and every tray held something important. Recipes, letters, receipts, reminders scribbled on the back of grocery lists. They kept our lives in order, one layer at a time. And now, dear friend, those very trays can find new purpose in the stillness of the garden, not for sorting paper, but for lifting up little pockets of life. Start with 2 or 3 wire mesh paper trays, the kind you can often find at Dollar Tree or tucked away in an old drawer. You'll also need a vertical support. A broomstick, curtain rod, or garden stake works beautifully. Something tall, slim, and sturdy. Begin by attaching the trays diagonally along the support pole. Angle them like the steps of a staircase, spacing them out so each tray has its own sunlight. Use zip ties or floral wire to secure them tightly. 2 ties per tray are usually enough to keep them snug. The result is a tiered shelf, light and charming, perfect for plants that grow small and close like succulents, herbs, pansies, or moss. Place the pole inside a heavy planter or bucket filled with sand or stones to weigh it down. That way your little ladder won't tip or wobble. If bending is difficult, set the whole thing on a table or stand so you can reach every tray without strain. Now fill each tray with joy. You can place lightweight potted plants directly inside, or line the trays with moss or cocoa liner and plant straight into them. Add little decorations if you like, a small gnome, a painted stone, or even a note that says, "This is a good day." This gentle garden ladder is perfect for small patios, balconies, or corners that just need a touch of upward bloom. It doesn't take much space, money, or energy, just an afternoon, a soft breeze, and your thoughtful touch. What once held to-do lists now holds thyme and violets. Still layered, still useful, still supporting life. Because even the tools of our busyness can be transformed into quiet beauty. And even now, in this gentler season, you are still the one who knows how to lift things up with care, with grace, with a gardener's heart. So here we are, dear friend, at the end of a quiet walk through 27 gentle ideas, each one built not from wealth or perfection, but from imagination, memory, and care. You didn't need a credit card or a tool belt. You didn't need to be young or strong. You just needed to believe, as I do, that beauty never leaves us. It simply asks us to see it differently. A pizza pan became a chandelier. A plunger lifted up a plant. A bread pan once holding banana loaves now holds succulents soft and sweet. In each of these projects, there's something much deeper than just DIY. There's a reclaiming of usefulness, a celebration of things and people that still have so much to give. You've turned cast-offs into centerpieces. You've given forgotten objects a second chance. And in doing so, you've done something more. You've honored yourself, your story, your creativity. Because, dear friend, your hands still make beautiful things, even if they move slower now. Even if they've weathered years of work and worry, they still know how to bring life light and joy. They still know how to comfort and create. So, whether you try one idea or all 27, I hope you carry this with you. You are not past your prime. You are in a season of gentle brilliance. You are resourceful, wise, and still blooming. If you found comfort in today's visit, if even one idea made you smile or sparked a memory, I'd be honored if you'd subscribe for more moments like this. I share these soft stories and garden inspirations each week, always with you in mind. And if one of these ideas found its way into your heart or even your home, let me know in the comments. Which one will you try? Which one reminded you of something sweet? Until next time, may your mornings be quiet, your afternoons full of sunlight, and may your garden, no matter how small, always feel like a place of peace. Happy gardening, dear friend. Hello, dear friend. Come sit beside me for a while. Let's imagine ourselves on a quiet summer morning, a soft breeze dancing through the leaves, a cup of tea warming our hands, and sunlight spilling across a little garden we've shaped with love. You don't need a big yard, a big budget, or even big strength to create beauty. All you need is care, and maybe a few treasures from the Dollar Tree. In this little corner of the world, we've learned something that only time can teach, that the most delightful things often come from humble beginnings. A mason jar turned lantern, a child's forgotten toy becoming a succulent garden. These are more than crafts. They are reminders that your hands still create, that your days still bloom, that even with less you can make more. Today, I'll walk you through 30 garden ideas that are gentle on the wallet but rich in charm. They're simple enough to do without kneeling or lifting anything too heavy. Most use items you can find at the Dollar Tree or even tucked away in a drawer you haven't opened in years. A spool of twine, a chipped bowl, a few old spoons, they're waiting to be turned into something new. So let's begin this journey together. You don't need youth or money to make magic, just a little imagination and the belief that even the smallest space can bloom again. Welcome back to your garden, dear friend. Let's make something beautiful. Remember when we used to save every can, every button, every ribbon just in case? Back then it wasn't called recycling. It was simply the way we lived. Practical, thoughtful. And today, that same spirit lives on in this tiny project. That's as beautiful as it is purposeful, a handmade bee hotel crafted from a soup can and a few napkin rings. Start by rinsing out an empty tin can. Any size will do, though one from soup or vegetables tends to work perfectly. You'll want it clean and dry with the label removed. Now head to the Dollar Tree and pick up a few bamboo napkin rings. Their round, hollow shapes mimic the tiny tubular spaces that solitary bees love to nest in. Stack the napkin rings snugly inside the can, packing them tight so they won't shift or fall out. If the fit isn't perfect, a touch of hot glue or a bit of twine can help secure them. Wrap the outside of the can with jute twine, again found at the dollar store, using dabs of hot glue to hold it in place. This gives your bee hotel a warm, rustic look, like something you'd find in a nature preserve. To hang it, attach a loop of sturdy wire or a ribbon to the back. Then find a calm, sheltered spot in your garden that gets morning sun and afternoon shade, maybe under the eaves of your porch or along a wooden fence. Bees will be drawn to it naturally, especially in spring and early summer when they're searching for safe places to lay their eggs. This isn't just decoration. It's a gift to the quiet workers of your garden, the pollinators that help your flowers bloom and your vegetables grow. And it's a gentle reminder that even an old can once tossed aside still has a place, still has a purpose, just like us. There's something sweet about the toys our children once played with: chipped wheels, sun-faded colors, the quiet story of years gone by. Maybe it's a little dump truck left forgotten in the garage, or a toy from the thrift store shelf that still has a spark of life. With a touch of care and a few Dollar Tree finds, even that old truck can become a delightful garden showpiece. Start with a plastic or metal toy truck. One with a working or open bed is ideal. Give it a good cleaning inside and out. If it's going to live outdoors, drill a few small holes in the bottom of the truck bed for drainage. If drilling isn't an option, just place a few small pebbles or broken bits of pottery in the bottom before adding soil. This helps prevent water from collecting at the bottom. Next, fill the bed with potting soil and tuck in a few small succulents. Dollar Tree often carries artificial succulents if you prefer no maintenance. But if you're using real ones, choose varieties that don't mind shallow soil, like hens and chicks echeveria or small sedums. Arrange them snugly, adding little stones or moss for texture and charm. To bring even more personality, add a tiny garden gnome or fairy figurine from the Dollar Tree. You can even wrap a ribbon or some twine around the front bumper. Place your truck on a garden path porch step or beside a flower bed where it'll surprise and delight anyone who passes by. There's something quietly joyful about turning a child's toy into something beautiful and new. It's like the truck gets to play again, but this time in the garden. And maybe that's what we're doing too. Giving new purpose to the pieces of life we once thought were finished. Finding joy again in small and unexpected places. Do you ever find yourself searching for your garden gloves, one on the porch rail, the other tucked behind a pot, or drying on a fence post? It happens to all of us. But with a dash of creativity and a few simple supplies from the Dollar Tree, even this small nuisance can turn into a clever little joy. To make a magnetic glove holder, start with an old metal cookie sheet. You might already have one with a few scratches or stains. Perfect. Give it a good clean and dry it well. If you want to add a splash of color, paint the cookie sheet with outdoor acrylic paint in a cheerful tone, perhaps sage green, soft lavender, or sunflower yellow. Let it dry completely. Now take your gardening gloves, preferably ones with a fabric cuff, and attach a small, strong magnet to the back of each glove using a hot glue gun. Dollar Tree often sells packs of small round magnets, perfect for this. Just a dab of glue on the back cuff of the glove is enough to hold the magnet securely. Be sure it's firmly attached, but not so stiff that it damages the glove's flexibility. Once your gloves are magnet ready, mount your cookie sheet horizontally on a garden fence wall, or even the side of a shed. Use sturdy nail screws or wall hooks. Then simply press your gloves against the board. They'll stick right in place. Easy to grab, easy to dry, and always where you left them. This little DIY isn't just about organization. It's about making space in your day for ease. No more bending to search behind planters, no more forgetting where you left them. Just a neat, cheerful solution that makes your garden routine smoother and calmer. Because the little things like where your gloves go are often what make the biggest difference in how a day unfolds. And organizing those little things with heart, that's a kind of care that goes far beyond tidiness. That's the kind of care that makes a house and a garden feel like home. Have you ever spotted a ladybug resting on a leaf and felt for just a moment like the world had paused in its kindness? Ladybugs carry a quiet magic with them, symbols of good luck, gentle protectors of the garden. And with a few smooth stones, a little paint, and a steady hand, you can invite that same feeling into your garden all year round. Start by gathering smooth round rocks, one small enough to hold in your palm. You can find them in your yard or pick up a bag from the Dollar Tree. Wash them thoroughly and let them dry completely before painting. Choose a bright red outdoor acrylic paint as your base color and cover each rock evenly. A second coat may be needed to make the color really shine. Once the red paint is dry, take black paint and draw a line down the center. This will become the wings. Add little black dots on either side, just like the spots on a real ladybug. Don't worry about perfection. Nature isn't perfect, and that's part of the charm. At one end, paint a small black semicircle for the head, and then using white paint or a paint marker, add 2 tiny eyes. When everything has dried fully, consider sealing the rocks with a clear outdoor sealant spray. This helps protect the paint from weather and lets your ladybugs last through the seasons. Now comes the fun part, placing them. Tuck them near flower pots, nestle them at the base of rose bushes, or line them along the edge of a garden bed. They peek out like little surprises, bringing joy to anyone who notices. Children love them. So do birds, butterflies, and old souls who still believe in simple wonders. Creating something like this isn't just about decorating. It's about storytelling. Each ladybug you paint becomes a reminder that even the smallest hand-painted moment can brighten a space. That color and play don't have an age limit. That charm doesn't cost much at all. And as those little red dots gather in your garden, they'll remind you that joy, like ladybugs, tends to show up when we slow down enough to see it. There's something timeless about an herb on the windowsill, a pot of mint for your iced tea, basil for summer salads, or rosemary for that favorite roast. And when those herbs sit in containers you've crafted yourself, there's a deeper joy in every leaf you pick. With just a few Dollar Tree items and a little time, you can wrap even the plainest plastic pot in warmth and rustic charm. Begin by choosing a few small plastic pots from Dollar Tree. Any size will do, but it helps to pick ones that aren't too tapered. The straighter the sides, the easier the wrapping. You'll also need a roll of nautical rope, which Dollar Tree often stocks in their craft or floral section, along with a hot glue gun and a handful of glue sticks. Start at the very bottom of the pot, placing a dab of hot glue along the edge. Press the end of the rope firmly into it, holding for a moment as it sets. Then continue wrapping the rope tightly around the pot, gluing every few inches to ensure it stays snug and even. You can cover the pot entirely for a uniform look, or stop halfway up for a two-tone finish, a lovely balance between rustic and modern. Once wrapped, it's time to personalize. Pick up a few mini chalkboard tags or wooden plant labels from the craft section. Write the name of each herb: thyme, parsley, lavender with chalk or a chalk marker. You can tie the tag around the pot with twine or glue it directly on. Now fill your finished pots with potting soil and your chosen herbs. These rope-wrapped containers are ideal for sunny kitchen windows, cozy patios, or even indoor plant stands. They're light enough to move easily and charming enough to double as decor. But what makes this project truly special isn't just how it looks. It's what it reminds you of: the beauty of tending to something each day. The comfort of using your hands to shape, grow, and nourish. The fact that with less than $5 you can create something that feels rich in both flavor and feeling. These aren't just herb pots. They're little reminders that life, like a garden, is made better by the simple things we wrap in care. Some evenings call for quiet, for sitting on the porch with a gentle breeze and a little light glowing beside your chair. The kind of light that doesn't shout but whispers. That kind of light can come from something as humble as a mason jar, a solar light, and a few sparkling gems, all found at the Dollar Tree. To make your own glowing lanterns, pick up a mason jar, a small bag of glass gems, and a solar garden light. The solar lights at Dollar Tree often come with a plastic stake. For this project, we'll only need the top part with a solar panel and light bulb. Begin by removing the stake, then fill the jar about 3/4 full with glass gems. These little clear or colored stones catch and reflect light beautifully, like dewdrops frozen in time. Nestle the solar light top into the mouth of the jar. Most fit snugly right into the rim. If yours is a bit loose, you can wrap the base of the light with twine or tape until it rests securely. Now for the finishing touch, wrap a length of jute twine around the jar's neck. You can go around a few times and tie it off in a small bow, or just knot it simply for that cozy handmade feel. If your fingers allow, try adding a tiny wooden bead or charm, just a little something personal. Place your finished lanterns along garden paths, on patio tables, or nestled among flower beds. During the day, the solar panel will soak in sunlight, and by evening, your lantern will come to life, glowing gently through the gems, casting soft patterns across the ground, like fireflies made of glass. These lights aren't bright in the electric sense, but they offer something far more beautiful: mood, memory, and meaning. They remind us that light doesn't have to be loud to be lovely. That something made by hand, even for just a few dollars, can hold more peace than any store-bought gadget. And as the sun dips below the trees and your jar begins to glow, you'll see it clearly: a bit of light, a touch of twine, and a whole lot of heart. That's what makes a garden shine. Sometimes all it takes is water light and a few scattered petals to bring a sense of calm to your day. You don't need a fountain or a fancy setup. Just a bowl, a few blooms, and a soft glow dancing across the surface. This floating candle project is as simple as it is beautiful, and like so many things we love, it begins at the Dollar Tree. Start with a shallow glass bowl, clear is best, so the light can shine through. You can often find glass serving dishes or centerpiece bowls in the kitchen aisle at Dollar Tree. Clean the bowl well, then fill it with water, leaving about an inch of space from the rim. Now for the petals. If you have roses or marigolds in your garden, you can gently pluck a few fresh petals and scatter them across the surface of the water. If not faux silk, flower heads from Dollar Tree work just as beautifully and can be reused all season long. Choose soft pinks for calm sunny yellows for joy, or deep purples for richness, whatever feels right to you. Next, add Dollar Tree's floating LED candles. These are battery-powered, flameless, and safe, perfect for windy patios or late-night dinners under the stars. Gently place the candles in the bowl among the petals, letting them float freely. When turned on, they flicker gently, casting soft light over the water and creating tiny, glowing reflections that ripple with every breeze. Place your bowl on a patio table, porch rail, or even inside by a windowsill. It brings instant serenity to wherever it rests, like a miniature pond, quiet and glowing. You can even use it as a dinner centerpiece surrounded by fresh herbs or seashells. What makes this project so special isn't just how it looks, though. It's truly lovely. It's the feeling it gives, like a deep breath, like warm light on cool water, like something made not for practicality but for peace. And when you sit beside it, you may find your thoughts soften, your shoulders lower, your smile return. That's the kind of beauty you can't buy in a store. But you can build it, dear friend, gently, creatively, and with great love. One candle, one petal, one quiet moment at a time. There's something deeply comforting about owls, wise, watchful, quietly perched in the trees like guardians of the garden. And with just a few simple pieces from the Dollar Tree and a touch of creativity, you can invite one of your own into your space, not with feathers or flight, but with a painted plate and a warm handmade smile. To start, choose a plain plastic or melamine plate from the Dollar Tree. White or tan works beautifully, but any color can become a canvas. Clean and dry it thoroughly. This plate will form the owl's round, charming body. Now gather your owl's face, 2 bottle caps for eyes, metal or plastic, 2 buttons for pupils, and a small triangle-shaped piece of felt or paper for the beak. Dollar Tree often carries small packs of buttons and felt in their craft section. Use a strong adhesive or hot glue to attach the bottle caps near the top center of the plate. Then place the buttons inside each cap to complete the eyes. Glue your beak right between and just below them. To make wings, you can use real or faux leaves, cut shapes from fabric scraps, or even fashion soft curves from construction paper or twine. Arrange one wing on each side of the plate and glue them down gently, giving your owl a bit of personality. For texture and flair, add little feathers, scraps of lace, or tiny flowers around the edge, whatever your heart calls for. To hang your owl, glue or tape a loop of sturdy ribbon or jute to the back. Find a cozy garden spot, the trunk of an old tree, a wooden fence, or even your back door, and let your owl perch there, watching over your blooms and birds below. This project may seem whimsical, but there's a quiet story tucked inside it. The owl is a symbol of seeing clearly, of listening quietly, of aging gracefully with presence and peace. And when you make one with your own hands, it becomes more than just decor. It becomes a reflection of your creativity, your patience, your joy in giving new life to simple things. So let this little owl remind you, you are still wise, you are still watching, and your hands still know how to bring beauty into the world. Some days it just takes one elegant touch to lift a space from ordinary to extraordinary. And you don't need to buy designer planters to get that high-end look. With a plastic pot, a strip of Dollar Tree backsplash tile, and a bit of care, you can turn something simple into a shining statement of creativity and grace. Begin by choosing one or more basic plastic planters from Dollar Tree, the kind that often come in neutral tones, lightweight, and easy to carry. Clean them thoroughly so the adhesive will stick well. Then head to the home aisle for a pack of self-adhesive backsplash tiles. These often come in metallic finishes, mosaic glass styles, or faux stone textures that add shimmer and sophistication. First, measure the height and circumference of your pot to determine how much tile you'll need. Most Dollar Tree tiles are flexible enough to bend slightly around curved surfaces, but flat-sided containers work especially well. Carefully cut the tile sheets to size with regular scissors, no fancy tools required. Peel the backing off the tile and slowly press it onto the side of your planter, smoothing as you go to avoid bubbles or uneven edges. You can cover the entire surface for a bold, modern look, or create a decorative band around the middle for a subtle, classy finish. Take your time. This step is soothing, almost like piecing together a gentle puzzle. Once complete, fill your planter with soil and your favorite blooms. Petunias, geraniums, trailing ivy, or even a compact rosemary bush will all look lovely housed in this new home. As the sun moves across your patio or balcony, the backsplash surface will catch the light shimmering softly, adding brightness to even the quietest corner. This DIY is especially good for those who rent or frequently rearrange their garden space. The planter is lightweight, removable, and refreshable. Change the tile design seasonally or create matching sets as gifts for friends. But beyond all that, there's a quiet joy in taking something plain and giving it dignity. In letting your own style shine even on a budget. In saying, I still have taste, I still have vision. I can still make something beautiful. Because your creativity doesn't fade with age. In fact, it deepens just like light on tile, more luminous, more meaningful, and always ready to shine again. Sometimes the most beautiful gardens don't grow outward. They grow up. When space is tight, or you simply want to add a burst of color to a bare wall or fence, a vertical garden made from recycled soda bottles and a few Dollar Tree touches can become a vibrant showpiece without costing more than a few dollars. Begin by gathering several empty soda bottles. The 1-liter or 2-liter sizes work best. Rinse them thoroughly and remove any labels. Then, using a pair of sturdy scissors or a utility knife, carefully cut a rectangular opening along the side of each bottle. This will be the planting space. Leave enough plastic on the sides to keep the structure firm and be sure to poke a few drainage holes in the bottom. Now grab some colorful Dollar Tree gems or decorative stones and glue them to the outer surface of each bottle. You can create swirls, stripes, or random bursts of sparkle, whatever suits your mood. These embellishments catch the light and add a playful, cheerful feel to your planters. Once decorated and dry, fill each bottle with potting soil. Choose small, shallow-rooted plants like herb succulents or trailing ivy. Faux plants from Dollar Tree also work well if you prefer a no-maintenance version. To mount your garden, find a sturdy wooden board fence panel or pallet, and secure it vertically in your desired location, maybe along a balcony, on a sunny porch wall, or tucked beside the tool shed. Use zip ties, screws, or heavy-duty glue to attach each bottle horizontally to the surface, spacing them evenly for airflow and light. As you step back, you'll begin to see the transformation, a wall once bare, now blooming with texture, life, and color. It's like painting with plants. But more than that, this DIY reflects something important: your ability to see beauty where others see trash. To build upward even when space or time or energy feels limited. To keep growing, always. And when you water those little green bursts or run your fingers across the gems sparkling in the morning light, you'll know this isn't just a garden. It's your imagination made visible. And it's blooming. Have you ever passed by a porch at dusk where flowers gently sway and a soft golden light glows among the petals? It feels like magic, and with just a few budget-friendly items from Dollar Tree, you can bring that kind of quiet wonder to your own outdoor space. To begin, pick up a small wire hanging basket, a coconut fiber liner, and a solar garden light. At the garden aisle, look for a trailing flower, something soft and graceful like petunias vinca or faux ivy if you'd prefer maintenance-free beauty. Start by removing the stake from the solar light. You'll only need the top portion that holds the panel and bulb. Then line your wire basket with the coconut liner. These liners give structure to the soil and add a lovely natural texture. Trim it to fit snugly if needed. Fill the basket with potting soil, gently pressing it into the liner. Arrange your plants so they drape slightly over the sides, creating a cascading effect. Nestle the roots firmly into the soil and give them a little drink of water to settle them in. Now it's time to add the glow. Using a zip tie or a bit of floral wire, attach the solar light to the hanging chain or the side of the basket. Be sure it's positioned upright and exposed to plenty of sunlight. This ensures it charges fully during the day. As evening comes, the light will shine softly over the flowers, illuminating them like a garden lantern. You can hang this glowing basket from a shepherd's hook, a porch ceiling, or even from a low tree branch. Wherever you place it, it will catch the eye, not because it's loud or flashy, but because it's warm, thoughtful, and inviting. This kind of project is especially meaningful because it blends two things we cherish, nature and light. The living beauty of plants and the gentle assurance of a lamp at night. Together they say someone lives here with care. Someone tends this space with heart, and that someone, dear friend, is you. Whether you make 1 or 5, these hanging solar baskets become little beacons, shining reminders that your hands still bring light to the world. Do you ever forget where you planted your basil? Or wonder if that tiny sprout is cilantro or parsley? It happens to all of us, especially when the garden begins to flourish and every leaf looks delightfully green. But here's a sweet and simple solution. Handmade chalkboard garden markers that are as charming as they are useful. You'll only need 3 things from Dollar Tree mini chalkboards, wooden craft sticks or small garden stakes, and a hot glue gun. If you'd like to dress them up, you can also grab some twine or decorative washi tape, but even plain, these markers are wonderfully practical. Start by heating up your glue gun. While it warms, take a chalkboard and a craft stick, and decide on the best placement, usually centered with the chalkboard resting horizontally on top of the stick like a signpost. Add a line of hot glue to the back of the chalkboard and press it firmly against the top of the stick. Hold it in place for a few seconds until it sets. Now for the fun part, labeling. Using a piece of chalk or a chalk marker, write the name of your herb or vegetable. Keep it simple: tomatoes, mint, chives. You can even draw a little leaf or doodle to make it your own. If you make a mistake or want to rotate crops next season, just wipe the board clean and start again. Once labeled, press the stick gently into the soil next to each plant. These markers work beautifully in pots, raised beds, window boxes, or even inside near a sunny kitchen window. Not only do they help you keep track of what's growing, they also add a rustic personal touch to your space, like handwritten notes tucked into your garden beds. They're easy to read, easy to replace, and make your growing space feel cared for and organized. And there's something quietly satisfying in seeing your garden labeled with your own hand, a sign that this patch of earth is yours, shaped by your time and your choices. Because growing things like life is a bit easier when we know where things are rooted. These little markers say, "I see you, basil. I remember you, thyme." And they remind us too that in the small acts of tending, labeling, and noticing, we're tending to ourselves. Sometimes a garden needs a little whimsy, something unexpected that makes you smile every time you pass by. And nothing brings charm quite like a silly green frog made from old CDs in a plastic bowl. He won't croak, won't hop, but he'll sit proudly among your flowers with a quiet sparkle, a joyful reminder that playfulness has no age. To begin, you'll need a plastic bowl in green, if you can find it, a couple of old CDs, a bit of paint, hot glue, and some googly eyes. All items you can find at Dollar Tree or reuse from around the house. Flip the bowl upside down. This becomes the frog's body. Now take 2 CDs and cut each one in half. You'll end up with 4 curved pieces. These will be the frog's legs. Be careful when cutting. CDs can be brittle, so wear gloves and use sturdy scissors. Using hot glue, attach the curved CD pieces to the underside of the bowl, spacing them like little legs sticking out in 4 directions. The shiny surface of the CDs will reflect light in a fun, unexpected way, perfect for catching the eye of guests and garden visitors alike. Now it's time for a coat of paint. Cover the bowl and CD legs in a cheerful green outdoor paint. Let it dry fully before moving on. Once dry, glue on 2 googly eyes at the top center of the bowl, or make your own eyes with buttons, marbles, or even bottle caps. And just like that, your garden frog is ready for his new home. Tuck him near a flower bed, perch him at the edge of a porch step, or place him next to a bird bath. Wherever he goes, he'll bring a little bit of joy and a lot of personality. This DIY is lighthearted and a bit silly, yes, but it's also healing. It reminds us to play again, to make things not for utility, but for delight, to laugh at ourselves and create simply because it brings a smile. There's a childlike freedom in crafting something so delightfully useless and so utterly wonderful. So go ahead, make a frog with shiny CD legs. Give him a name. Say hello every morning. Because gardens like life are better when we leave space for a little mischief, a little sparkle, and a few unexpected friends. There's something peaceful about a plant gently swaying in the breeze, especially when it's cradled in something you've made with your own hands. Macrame may sound fancy, but with just a bit of twine and a few simple knots, you can create a beautiful hanging garden accent that adds both charm and space-saving practicality to your patio or porch. All you'll need for this project is some yarn or twine from the Dollar Tree, a small plastic planter or bowl, and a pair of scissors. That's it. No special tools, no strain, just a little quiet time and a few gentle motions. Start by cutting 4 equal lengths of twine, each about 3 to 4 feet long, depending on how high you'd like your hanger to hang. Hold all 4 pieces together and tie a large knot near one end, leaving a small loop above the knot for hanging. This will be the top of your hanger. Next, lay the twine strands flat and separate them into 4 pairs. About 6 to 8 inches down from the top knot, tie a simple knot in each pair. Don't pull too tight, you want a little flexibility and flow in the final shape. Now take one strand from one pair and one from the pair beside it and tie another knot 2 to 3 inches below the first round. Repeat this step around the circle, which helps form a cradle for the pot to rest in. You'll now have a small net-like structure. Gather all the loose ends together and tie them in another secure knot. This becomes the base that holds your planter. Trim any uneven tails and your macrame hanger is ready to use. Place a lightweight Dollar Tree pot or faux plant inside the cradle. If you'd like to grow something real, go for a compact succulent or herb in a plastic liner pot. It keeps weight low and care easy. Then hang your creation from a ceiling hook porch beam or a shepherd's hook in the garden. There's such grace in this little project. It doesn't take much, just twine and time. And yet it gives your plants a lift quite literally and fills unused space with softness and life. Best of all, it reminds you that your hands are still capable of making beautiful things. Of tying, holding, balancing not just plants, but your thoughts, your peace, your sense of self. So let it swing gently in the summer air. Let it catch the sunlight. And let it whisper what you already know deep down. You're still growing. And you're still capable of lifting lovely things. You've likely held many spoons in your life, stirring tea, serving holiday dishes, feeding little ones. And now even the old ones hiding in the back of a drawer can begin a new chapter. Not in the kitchen, but in your garden. This sweet and simple DIY turns worn-out spoons into colorful, character-filled plant tags that will bring both order and charm to your growing space. Start by collecting a few old metal spoons. If you don't have any to spare, check your local thrift store or Dollar Tree. They often have mismatched cutlery perfect for projects like this. Give them a good wash and dry, then spread them out on a protective surface for painting. Using acrylic outdoor paint coat, the scoop of each spoon in a bright color, think cheerful yellows, cool blues, or soft greens. 2 coats will help the color stay vibrant. Once dry, take a fine-tip permanent marker or a paint pen and neatly write the name of the plant. Each spoon will label lavender, tomatoes, mint. Add little swirls, vines, or dots if you'd like a touch of playfulness. For extra durability, especially if you're placing them outdoors, consider sealing your painted spoons with a clear acrylic spray. It'll help the paint and lettering last through sun and rain. To finish the look, gently press the handle of each spoon into the soil beside its corresponding plant. The spoon head acts as a tiny upright sign, catching the light and helping you identify your herbs or flowers at a glance. You can even take this project a step further. If you'd like to store the tags when not in use, or keep them tidy on a garden wall, glue small magnets to the back of each spoon and hang them on a metal tray or recycled cookie sheet. This not only makes a cute display, but also helps you rotate and reuse the tags easily. These spoon markers are more than labels. They're little tributes to resourcefulness, to memory, to the quiet art of turning yesterday's tools into today's beauty. And every time you see one glinting in the morning sun, or standing proudly in a pot of basil, you'll remember, nothing is too small to repurpose. No object is too ordinary to shine again, and neither are you. Your garden knows this, your hands know this, and these spoons, now full of purpose, once more know it too. There's something special about watching birds flutter around your garden, the gentle flit of wings, the soft chirping in the early morning light. A painted birdhouse does more than give them shelter. It turns your garden into a home for life, for movement, for little songs that brighten your day. And the beauty of it is you can build one that's both colorful and kind using nothing more than Dollar Tree supplies and your own 2 hands. Start by picking up an unfinished wooden birdhouse from Dollar Tree. They often have charming shapes, little peaked roofs, and rounded door holes just waiting to be brought to life. You'll also want waterproof outdoor paint, a few brushes, and any decorative extras you like: beads, gems, buttons, or even small wooden shapes. Begin by painting your birdhouse in a color that makes you smile. Soft pastels feel peaceful, while bold primaries give cheerful energy. You might choose natural wood tones to blend with the trees, or go whimsical with teal blues, sunflower yellows, or lavender. There's no right or wrong, just what feels good to you. Once your base color is dry, the fun begins. Add decorative touches: a ring of beads around the entry hole, a painted heart on the roof, or little faux flowers on the side. Use hot glue to attach anything securely, especially if your birdhouse will live outdoors. You can also personalize each one. Write your grandchild's name, a favorite phrase like "welcome home," or a simple heart. These details turn a simple project into something deeply meaningful both to you and the birds who may call it home. When everything is dry, loop a sturdy piece of twine or ribbon through the top of the birdhouse and hang it from a tree branch, a shepherd's hook, or your porch rail. Place it somewhere with a bit of shade and shelter. Birds appreciate privacy just like we do. And then, wait. You may see a curious sparrow inspecting the new real estate, or a pair of finches peeking in. Maybe they'll nest, maybe not. But the act of hanging the birdhouse, of offering that space, is a gift in itself. Because every garden is better with life. Every porch is sweeter with song. And every heart grows softer when we build something not just for ourselves, but for others, no matter how small. And maybe, just maybe, as the birds sing above your handmade roof, you'll remember that you too are still creating shelter. Still offering beauty. Still painting joy into the corners of the world. Sometimes a garden needs just a hint of mystery. Something that catches the breeze, sparkles in the sun, and softly sways as you pass through. A beaded curtain does exactly that. With a few simple supplies from Dollar Tree, you can create a playful divider that turns any space, porch, arbor, or garden nook into something magical, breezy, and alive with color. Start by gathering a variety of beads from the craft aisle at Dollar Tree. Look for different shapes, sizes, and colors. Clear, translucent, or even metallic ones will catch the sunlight beautifully. You'll also need sturdy string fishing line or thin twine, and a wooden dowel or recycled curtain rod to anchor your curtain. Begin by cutting several lengths of your chosen string, each one about 3 to 4 feet long, depending on how high you want the curtain to hang. Thread the beads onto each string in whatever pattern feels good, alternating shapes, keeping to one color per strand, or creating a rainbow. Leave a few inches of string at each end for tying. To keep the beads from sliding down, tie a secure knot after each one or every few inches. You can space them out for a lighter look, or group them tightly for a denser shimmer. There's no wrong way to do it. This project is all about flow and freedom. Once you've beaded all your strands, tie the top of each one evenly across your dowel or rod, spacing them just far enough apart so they move gently without tangling. Double knot each strand to keep it secure. Now find the perfect spot between 2 porch posts, across a trellis hanging from a low tree branch, or as a backdrop for your favorite garden bench. Use rope or hooks to suspend your beaded curtain in place. As the wind moves through, the beads will dance, catching sunlight, swaying softly, and even clinking gently like a wind chime. It adds motion, joy, and a sense of softness to any outdoor space. It separates areas without walls. It invites you to walk slowly and feel something different. But more than anything, it turns ordinary moments into something special, like walking through a curtain of color, like entering a space you've made sacred, like saying, "Here in this place, I've added something playful, something light, something that wasn't here before but now belongs." Because even the simplest string of beads can become a doorway to joy, and every strand you tie is a gentle reminder. Your garden doesn't need to be big to feel enchanting. It only needs your touch. Picture this: an early summer evening, the sky turning lavender, your garden quiet and still. And in the center of your table, a softly glowing piece of art made from the simplest of things. A glass vase, a candle holder, and your hands. That's all it takes to create a frosted glass garden centerpiece that turns any meal or moment into something special. To begin, gather a few glass or clear plastic items from Dollar Tree. A vase, a small plate, and a candle holder work beautifully. The idea is to stack them from largest to smallest, creating a tiered effect that feels both classic and elegant. Make sure the surfaces are clean and dry. Next, you'll need E6000 glue or another strong adhesive. This ensures a sturdy hold that can handle a breeze or gentle bump. Apply a generous ring of glue to the bottom of your middle piece, let's say the candle holder, and center it on the plate. Then glue the vase on top. Use painter's tape to hold everything in place while it dries and let it cure fully according to the instructions, usually 24-72 hours for a permanent bond. Now for the Magic Touch Frosted Glass Spray Paint. Available at most craft stores, it gives any clear surface a soft, misty finish that diffuses light and adds a dreamy, ethereal quality. Spray the entire stacked piece evenly, following the can's instructions and spraying in a well-ventilated area. Let it dry thoroughly. Once finished, place your centerpiece on a garden table or outdoor shelf. Add a battery-operated tea light or LED candle inside for a gentle evening glow. You could even tuck in fresh flowers, faux succulents, or seasonal decorations like pine cones or seashells, depending on the time of year. This simple project does more than add beauty to your garden. It reminds you that even ordinary things, a vase, a bit of glue, a few quiet minutes, can become something extraordinary when treated with care. And perhaps that's what makes this centerpiece so meaningful. It's not flashy, it's not expensive, but it's yours, built gently, thoughtfully, layer by layer. Just like you've built a life, a home, a garden. So as the candle flickers inside its frosted shell and the sky darkens into stars, let yourself rest in that soft light. Let it glow not just on the table, but in your heart. You are still creating beauty, and that beauty still shines. Do you remember those little wooden crates we used to see at fruit markets or craft fairs? Weathered, simple, and full of possibilities. Well tucked inside every tiny Dollar Tree wooden crate is the potential for something meaningful, like a miniature garden sign with a quote that warms your heart every time you pass it. To begin, pick up a few small wooden crates from Dollar Tree. Using a flathead screwdriver or small pry bar, gently take them apart. The goal is to remove the slats without splitting the wood. Go slow and enjoy the process. Each piece has its own grain, its own story. Once disassembled, choose 3 or 4 similar-sized slats and lay them side by side horizontally. This forms the face of your mini sign. Then take 2 smaller slats and glue or staple them vertically across the back to hold the main pieces together, just like a miniature wooden pallet. Now comes the creative part. Paint the front of the sign with a soft coat of chalkboard paint or a pastel acrylic color. White sage green or dusty blue work beautifully outdoors. Once dry, use chalk paint pens or a fine tip marker to write your favorite garden phrases. Here are some you might love: bloom where you're planted, herbs and happiness. Take it slow, grow with love. Even just the word welcome feels like a blessing when written by hand. If you like, add small details: a twine bow, dried flowers, a tiny painted bee or ladybug. These small touches give your sign personality, like a quiet signature. Now decide how to display it. You can lean it against a planter, prop it on a shelf, or hang it with twine from a shepherd's hook or porch rail. Some folks even glue their signs to wooden stakes and place them among garden beds like little sentinels. What makes these signs so lovely isn't just the wood or the words, it's the way they speak for you when you're not there. A sign that says "grow slow" tells the world this garden isn't rushed. Neither is this gardener. In every garden there are stories, and sometimes a little wooden sign is how we tell them. So go ahead, make a few, change them with the seasons, gift one to a neighbor, and let these tiny palettes whisper what your heart already knows. That even the quietest corner of a garden deserves a voice. And yours still has so many beautiful things to say. Have you ever wanted to give your garden a fresh look for the season without buying new pots or lifting heavy planters? Here's a trick that's as stylish as it is simple: fabric napkin wraps. With just a few Dollar Tree napkins and a roll of Velcro tape, you can give your containers a completely new personality. No paint, no mess, no heavy lifting. Start by choosing fabric napkins from Dollar Tree. They often come in packs of 2 or 4, and you'll find a variety of colors and patterns from classic florals to bold checks to soft pastels. Select a few that fit your mood or the season. You'll also need adhesive Velcro tape, both the hook and loop sides, which is often stocked in their sewing or craft aisle. Lay your napkin flat and measure it around the circumference of your planter. If it's too long, simply fold or trim the edges. Then attach one side of the Velcro to one end of the napkin and the matching side to the opposite end. This creates a reusable band that will wrap around your pot snugly. Gently wrap the napkin around your planter at its widest section, whether that's the middle or just under the rim, and fasten the Velcro ends together. That's it. You've just given your old pot a brand new outfit. Want to switch things up? No problem. Just peel off the napkin band and pop on a different one. Think pale florals for spring, deep reds or oranges for fall, icy blues for winter, and sunflower yellow for summer. All with the same pot, never having to dig or repot anything. This project is perfect for those who prefer no-fuss, no-lift solutions. You don't have to bend or carry anything, just change the wrapper and step back to admire your handiwork. But more than that, these napkin bands do something sweet. They let your garden reflect your moods, your memories, your seasons of life. They're like scarves for your pots, cozy, changeable, expressive. Because as we grow older, we start to appreciate the beauty of small adjustments. We don't need to overhaul everything to feel refreshed. Sometimes all it takes is a new pattern, a softer tone, a fresh layer of color. And with each napkin you tie in place, you're reminded change can be gentle, beauty can be simple, and creativity is still yours, one fold at a time. Do you remember the stories you used to tell, the ones about tiny fairies, hidden doors in tree trunks, and magical creatures tending to gardens while we slept? There's something so comforting about that gentle sense of wonder. And with just a few Dollar Tree treasures, you can bring that storybook magic to life in a single flower pot. To begin, choose a medium-sized planter, one that's easy to reach without bending or lifting too much. Fill it halfway with potting soil, making a smooth, level surface. Then head to the Dollar Tree's seasonal aisle, where you'll often find miniature fairy garden figurines, tiny gnomes, mushrooms, animals, or even a little bridge or cottage. These are the stars of your scene. Start by placing your tallest figures near the back of the pot. This helps create depth. Then arrange the smaller elements toward the front, tucking them gently into the soil so they stay upright. Now take a handful of soft green moss available in bags at most craft or floral aisles and spread it across the soil like a lush miniature lawn. You can nestle it around the figurines, press it along the edges, or build tiny mounds to add shape. Add finishing touches with small river rocks, bits of bark, or even a pathway made from pebbles or crushed shells. Some people like to tuck in a tiny LED fairy light strand for evening sparkle. Just be sure it's battery operated and safe for use around moisture. Place your fairy pot on a patio table, windowsill, or garden shelf where it can be admired up close. It doesn't take much space, just a square foot of soil and a little imagination. But what it brings is something deeper. It reminds you to play again, to build a world that doesn't need to be big to feel magical, to create a space that's just for joy, no function, no fuss, just delight. And it reminds others too. Neighbors, grandchildren, visitors, they'll lean in, smile, maybe even make up their own story about the gnome who lives there. It's a moment shared, a gentle bridge between generations and imaginations. So let your fairy garden grow, dear friend. Let it whisper its quiet tales among your herbs and flowers. Let it say, not loudly, but with soft conviction, that wonder still lives here. Right here, in your garden, in your hands, and always in your heart. There are some things we just can't throw away. A child's little rain boot, scuffed at the toes, maybe with faded dinosaurs or flowers printed on the side. It may no longer fit small feet, but it still holds something precious, memories of puddles play and growing up. And now, with a little soil and care, it can hold something new, life, color, and a playful charm for your garden. To make your own boot planter, begin with a single child's boot. If you don't have one tucked away, thrift shops and garage sales often have them for $1 or less. Rubber or plastic styles work best, especially ones that can stand upright on their own. First, give the boot a good cleaning inside and out. Then, using a small hand drill or a nail and hammer, poke 3 or 4 small holes into the sole to allow water to drain. This keeps your plants healthy and prevents soggy roots. Next, add a thin layer of small stones or gravel to the bottom. This helps further with drainage. Then fill the boot about 3/4 full with potting soil. Now for the fun part, planting. You can go with something simple and low maintenance like marigolds, pansies, or small succulents. Or if you're planting with kids or grandkids, choose something fun and fast-growing like sweet alyssum or trailing lobelia. Once planted, gently pat the soil around the roots and water lightly. Add some personality with a ribbon tied around the top, a chalkboard label, or a little tag that says, "Bloom" or "Welcome." You can even wrap a bit of twine or jute around the ankle for a rustic finish. Place your boot in a spot where it will get sun, perhaps at the base of a tree beside a porch step or nestled in a corner of a flower bed. It's small enough to move easily and special enough to make anyone smile. And as the flowers spill from the top like curly hair, or as the leaves trail down like little legs, you'll see it for what it is, not just a planter, but a memory in bloom. Because in this old boot lives a second life, a second purpose, a second season of usefulness and joy. Just like so many things, and just like so many of us, still full of beauty, still ready to grow. There's something irresistible about bees, their tiny, buzzing bodies bouncing from bloom to bloom, never in a rush, always with purpose. They bring life to every garden they touch, and they remind us that even the smallest workers can create sweet, lasting things. With just a few smooth stones and some paint, you can invite a bit of that joyful energy into your garden, no stings involved. To begin, gather a handful of smooth, flat rocks. You can find them in your own yard, at a nearby trail, or grab a small bag of river stones from Dollar Tree. Clean them thoroughly and let them dry completely before painting. Using a bright yellow acrylic or outdoor paint, coat the entire top surface of the rock. Let it dry, then apply a second coat if needed for full coverage. Once your yellow base is ready, use black paint to create the bee's iconic stripes. 2 or 3 horizontal lines across the body are enough. Paint a small black circle at one end for the head, and using a white paint pen or the tip of a small brush, add 2 little dots for eyes. If you'd like to go a step further, paint on simple white wings, a pair of teardrop shapes on either side of the body, or leave the wings to imagination and focus on the cheerful color contrast. Let everything dry completely, then seal the design with a clear outdoor sealant to protect against weather. Now it's time to place your bees. Nestle them at the base of flower pots, scatter them along garden pathways, or gather a group beneath a leafy plant like a little buzzing family. Wherever they go, they'll bring smiles, a pop of color and personality among the greens and browns of soil and stem. You can also use these bee rocks as gifts. Place one on a neighbor's porch, tuck one into a friend's garden bed, or let the grandchildren paint a few of their own. It's a project that doesn't just decorate, it connects. It invites others into your joy. Because bees, after all, are not solitary. They are part of something larger. They build together, they bloom together. And so do we. So let these painted bees remind you of your role in this gentle garden life. A maker, a nourisher, a bringer of quiet beauty. Still buzzing with purpose, still sweet with creativity. Even now, especially now, if you've ever opened a can of soup and thought, maybe I shouldn't throw this away just yet, you're not alone. There's something about the humble tin can, its simplicity, its shape, its sturdiness that invites a second life. And when stacked, painted, and filled with cheerful greens, they become a vibrant vertical garden tower that's as thrifty as it is delightful. To begin, collect several clean, empty food cans of similar size, 3 to 5, is a good start. Remove any paper labels and glue residue, then wash and dry them thoroughly. Check for any sharp edges and gently sand them down or cover with a bit of masking tape for safety. Now for the fun part, painting. Choose a few of your favorite bright shades. Think coral pinks, sunflower yellows, grassy greens, and coat each can in a cheerful color using acrylic or spray paint. This part is especially fun to do outside on a sunny afternoon. Let the cans dry fully between coats. Once your cans are dry, it's time to assemble the tower. Using a strong adhesive like E6000, available at Dollar Tree or most craft stores, glue the cans on top of each other one at a time, placing the largest at the bottom and working upward. Be sure to stagger the angles slightly so the tower has visual interest and feels more whimsical. Before planting, poke a small hole or two in the bottom of each can for drainage. Then fill each one with a bit of potting soil and choose your greenery. Faux succulents from Dollar Tree are a beautiful maintenance-free option, but if you prefer living plants, opt for herbs or small annuals like sweet alyssum, creeping jenny, or baby basil. Nestle your tower onto a sturdy surface, a patio table, a front porch step, or tucked into a garden corner. As the plants grow and spill over the edges, your tower will soften into a waterfall of color and life. This little project brings big impact, especially for small spaces. It's vertical, portable, and full of personality. But it also tells a deeper story. That beauty doesn't require new things. That even yesterday's leftovers can rise again tall, proud, and blooming. That with a bit of glue and imagination, we can stack small joys into something extraordinary. So, go ahead and build up. Reach for the sky one can at a time. And let your garden remind you, as it always does, you're never too old, too simple, or too used to be part of something lovely. There's a peace that comes with the sound of trickling water, soft, rhythmic, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. You don't need a grand stone fountain or expensive landscaping to enjoy that sound. With a few Dollar Tree bowls, a tiny pump, and a little love, you can create your own tabletop water fountain, a gentle centerpiece for your porch, patio, or sunny window nook. Start by selecting 3 plastic bowls from Dollar Tree in varying sizes, large, medium, and small. Choose a style or color you enjoy, or paint them later to suit your taste. You'll also need a small battery-operated or solar water pump. These are easy to find online or at garden centers and cost just a few dollars. The key is choosing one small enough to fit inside the bottom bowl. Begin by stacking your bowls into a tiered shape, largest on the bottom, smallest on top. You can nestle them at slight angles to allow water to cascade from one to the next, or place them directly atop each other for a more classic straight-line design. Use waterproof adhesive or hot glue to secure them, especially around the edges where the bowls meet, so they stay steady and aligned. Next, insert the pump into the bottom bowl, feeding the pump's small plastic tube upward through the center of the stacked bowls. Most pumps come with a flexible tube that can be trimmed to size. Once in place, fill the bottom bowl with water. Turn on the pump and watch as water is drawn up and spills down from tier to tier. To decorate your fountain, add smooth river rocks, faux water lilies, or even a strand of LED fairy lights around the base. If you love a natural look, tuck in some moss or trailing greenery. If you prefer whimsy, drop in a few colored gems or floating faux flowers. Place your fountain in a cozy corner of the garden near a rocking chair or reading bench, or anywhere you pause to breathe. The soft sound of water brings calm coolness and a sense of presence. But more than that, this project is a reminder. That peace isn't loud. That stillness doesn't require grandeur. That a few stacked bowls and a steady hand can make something profoundly soothing. And as you sit nearby, tea in hand, sunlight warming your shoulders, you'll hear it, the fountain's whisper. A gentle, "You've done well." A quiet, "You are home." Because the water flows not just for beauty, but to remind you that you too are flowing. Still creating, still softening, still alive with quiet purpose. There's something magical about butterflies, how they appear silently, then suddenly flutter into view, weightless and full of color. They've always symbolized change, renewal, and delicate beauty. And now, with a few supplies from Dollar Tree and some gentle bending of wire, you can bring these winged wonders into your garden to stay. Start with a few metal wire hangers, the kind you may already have in your closet or can find at thrift stores. Using strong scissors or wire cutters, carefully unwind each hanger and straighten it out as best you can. Don't worry if it's not perfect. Gentle curves and irregularities add to the charm. Next, begin shaping the butterfly's wings. Use your hands to form 2 upper loops and 2 smaller lower loops, mimicking a butterfly's wing pattern. Then twist the ends together in the center to form the body. If this feels tricky, imagine you're drawing a butterfly in the air. It doesn't have to be perfect, just full of character. Now take Dollar Tree's mesh ribbon or colorful tulle fabric and wrap it around the wire wings. Choose bright yellows, soft blues, or shimmery pinks. Anything that brings joy to your heart. Use hot glue or floral wire to secure the fabric trimming any extra. The material will give the wings texture color and that airy, floaty look we love about real butterflies. For the body, you can wrap the center with twine or ribbon or even paint it for contrast. Add googly eyes, pipe cleaner antennae, or a few sparkly beads if you'd like. There's no limit to the whimsy here. To display your creation, attach the finished butterfly to a garden stake using wire or hot glue. You can also twist the body securely onto a branch shepherd's hook or fence post. Let them peek out from the edge of flower beds or perch near a bird bath where real butterflies often gather. These wire butterflies won't fly away. They'll stay through every season, catching sunlight and dancing with the wind, gentle companions to your blooms. But more than just decor, they're symbols of transformation, of lightness after heaviness, of quiet beauty that doesn't demand attention but receives it anyway. And every time you pass one, it may remind you that you too have wings, that you too are allowed to change shape, that it's never too late to bring more color into your life. So go ahead, make a few. Let them settle into your garden and into your spirit, because sometimes the simplest wings can lift the heaviest hearts. If you have a feline friend, you know they don't need much to be happy. A patch of sunlight, a soft blanket, and a spot where they can watch the world go by. So why not treat them to their very own garden retreat? With a simple laundry basket and a few cozy touches from Dollar Tree, you can create a peaceful outdoor lounge your cat will love. Start with a plastic laundry basket, the kind with sturdy sides and open handles. Dollar Tree often carries these in different colors and sizes. Choose one wide enough for your kitty to stretch out, but low enough for them to step into comfortably. Line the inside generously with soft blankets or towels. You can use old ones from home or pick up a couple of fleece throws from the Dollar Tree. Fold and tuck them around the bottom and sides of the basket to create a plush, nest-like bed. If you'd like to go a step further, sew or glue the edges into place to keep things tidy and secure. Next, think about shade. You can drape a lightweight scarf or a cotton dish towel over one end of the basket to give your kitty a little roof from the sun. For a more permanent option, attach a small piece of fabric to the top edges using clothespins or Velcro strips, easy to remove and clean but perfect for hot days. Place your chill basket in a cool shaded corner of your porch or garden. Under a patio umbrella works well, or beneath a leafy tree. Just make sure it's somewhere your cat can feel safe, not too close to high-foot traffic or other curious animals. To make the space even more appealing, sprinkle a bit of catnip inside, or add a favorite toy. If you really want to spoil your kitty, tuck in a folded towel you've worn or handled. The familiar scent will comfort them like a gentle hug. And just like that, you've created a haven. Not just a bed, but a spot made with care. A soft corner of the world where your cat can rest, observe, and dream among the breeze and birdsong. But this project isn't just for your cat, it's for you too. Because when you sit beside them, tea in hand, watching them doze with their paws curled and their whiskers twitching in the breeze, something quiet happens inside. A kind of stillness, a reminder that comfort doesn't need to be complicated. That home is often just a soft place to rest. And that offering care even to a furry little soul is a beautiful way to spend the day. Every seasoned gardener has faced it, the moment when you reach for your trowel and realize it's not where you left it, or your gloves have disappeared again beneath a pot or behind a bag of soil. This sweet little Dollar Tree DIY is the answer to those gentle frustrations, a chalk sign garden tool holder that keeps everything tidy, visible, and beautifully within reach. Start by picking up a wooden chalkboard sign from Dollar Tree. You know, the kind with a smooth surface ready for your own words and a little rustic charm built right in. Choose one large enough to comfortably fit a few hooks across the bottom, but light enough to hang easily. Next, gather a few adhesive hooks or small metal cup hooks, which you can also often find at the Dollar Tree or any hardware aisle. Space them evenly along the bottom edge of your sign, then attach them securely using glue screws or by simply twisting them into place if your wood is soft enough. Now it's time to personalize. Use chalk or a paint marker to write something cheerful across the top of your sign, perhaps garden tools grandma's shed, or even something playful like dig in. If you're feeling fancy, add little drawings, a flower sprout, a watering can, or a sunshine in the corner. Once dry, hang your tool holder in a spot that's shaded and sheltered, a fence near your potting bench, a garage wall, or even the inside of a garden shed door. Use nail-strong adhesive hooks or zip ties to keep it steady. Then simply hang your most used items: gloves, hand trowel, pruning shears, or a small hand rake. With everything in view, it becomes easier to start your day in the garden and easier to tidy up when you're done. And if the tools are wet or dirty, they'll have a chance to air dry. No more damp gloves stuffed into a corner. But this little tool holder does more than organize. It creates a ritual, a pause, a place where you begin and end your time in the garden, where your tools rest like loyal companions waiting for you to return. It says, this is your space, this is your rhythm, this is your joy. And maybe on a quiet morning, as you reach for your gloves, you'll notice the gentle handwriting you once scrawled across the top, and smile knowing it was made with your hands, just like everything beautiful growing around it. Because even the way we hang up our tools can speak of care. Some garden days begin with a gentle breeze and a warm cup of tea, while others begin with the search for that one missing glove. It's always the left one, isn't it? Rather than spend your energy hunting through pots and pockets, why not give your gloves a home of their own? One that's tidy, easy to reach, and even a little bit charming. This simple Dollar Tree project uses recycled materials and a touch of cleverness to create a magnetic glove holder, a neat little solution for those everyday garden tools that tend to wander. Begin with a metal cookie sheet or serving tray. Dollar Tree often carries these in silver or enamel finishes, but any lightweight metal will do. Clean it well and dry it thoroughly. If you like, give it a coat of paint to match your garden palette. Sage green warm cream or sky blue work beautifully. Let it dry fully before the next step. Next, grab a pair of your gardening gloves, the ones you use most often, and a few small, strong magnets. Dollar Tree sells packs of round magnets perfect for crafting. With a hot glue gun, attach one magnet to the back of each glove cuff. Press firmly and allow the glue to set. Now mount the cookie sheet to a convenient wall or fence near your gardening space. You can hang it using nails, command strips, or even strong zip ties through small holes at the corners. Once secure, simply press the gloves onto the tray. The magnets will hold them neatly in place. You can also use the tray to hold other magnetic items: seed packets with magnetic clips, notes to yourself, or a mini chalkboard square for reminders. It becomes more than just a place to store gloves. It becomes a little command center, a curated spot for your gardening rhythm. And best of all, no more digging under flower pots or retracing your steps with muddy boots. Your gloves are right where you left them, clean, dry, and waiting to help you start again. But this project is about more than organization. It's a symbol, a small act of kindness to yourself. Because as we age, simplicity becomes a gift. Not because we do less, but because we do things with more care. Creating a space for your tools, for your gloves, is creating a space for your intentions. It says, this is mine. This matters. I'm still growing, and I'm doing it with grace. So give your gloves a home. Let them hang proudly beside your garden. And know that even the smallest bit of order can bloom into something beautiful. Isn't it lovely when we can refresh a space without starting over? Like putting on a new scarf or changing a tablecloth, small changes that lift the spirit without much effort. That's exactly what this final project does. Transforms tired old pots into something fresh and seasonal using nothing more than fabric napkins and a roll of Velcro. Begin with your favorite planter, plastic, ceramic, or even a repurposed container. You won't need to move it or repot anything. In fact, this entire project happens without lifting a thing, which makes it perfect for those of us who prefer our DIYs to be easy on the back and kind on the hands. Now head to the Dollar Tree and pick out a few fabric napkins. Choose ones that make you smile, perhaps soft pastels for spring, bright florals for summer, burnt orange for fall, or rich plaids for winter. These napkins will become seasonal wraps for your planters. Measure the height and circumference of your pot, then fold or trim your napkin to fit like a wide band around it. Attach one side of a Velcro strip to one edge of the napkin and the matching piece to the opposite side, forming a simple reusable band. If your pot is slightly tapered, just pull the fabric snug and fasten. The Velcro will hold it in place gently. Wrap the napkin around the pot and fasten it. Voila, instant transformation. No soil spilled, no heavy lifting, just a brand new look that brings a spark of color to your porch or kitchen window. Want to get fancy? Add a bow of twine, a small charm, or a sprig of faux greenery tucked into the wrap. For the holidays, you can even hot glue a few little bells or pine cones onto the napkin wrap, festive touches that can be swapped out with ease. What makes this project special is not just its elegance or simplicity. It's the idea that beauty doesn't have to be permanent to matter. Like the seasons, it can change. It should change. And you're allowed to keep refreshing your space, your spirit, and your surroundings without starting from scratch. These planter wraps are gentle reminders that everything, including you, can bloom again with just a touch of care and a hint of creativity. Because reinvention isn't just for pots, it's for us too. And if a dollar napkin and a strip of Velcro can make something old feel new again, imagine what your hands and your heart are still capable of. And there you have it, dear friend. 30 garden ideas, all brought to life with just a few dollars, a little time, and the quiet creativity you've carried with you all these years. Isn't it beautiful what we can do when we slow down, look around, and trust our hands to make something lovely from what others might call nothing? You didn't need youth. You didn't need riches. You didn't even need a big backyard. What you needed and what you have is vision. A heart that sees potential in old boots and tin cans. A soul that knows the worth of stillness, of growing things, of giving second chances. And isn't that what this garden really is? A patchwork of second chances. A child's toy becomes a planter. A cookie sheet becomes a home for gloves. A soda bottle painted bright becomes a home for basil and thyme. These aren't just decorations. They're stories. Little proofs that nothing is too small to be repurposed. And no one is too old to create joy. With every project you complete, you say something quietly powerful. I'm still here. I still make beauty. I still grow. And that, dear friend, is the truest form of gardening. Not just planting seeds, but planting yourself with intention, with love, and with the belief that even in this season of life, you're still blooming. So, which idea will you try first? The ladybug rocks. The hanging basket with solar glow. Or maybe that adorable boot planter that reminds you of muddy mornings and giggling feet. I'd love to know. Tell me in the comments what brought you the most joy today, and if you'd like to keep creating alongside me, don't forget to subscribe. There's always more beauty to share, more gentle magic to uncover, more quiet corners to turn into something wonderful. And until next time, remember this: your hands still create beauty, your heart still holds wonder, and your garden, however big or small, still has room to grow something new. Take a deep breath, smile at the space you've tended with care, and know that you've done something good. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. Hello there, dear friend. Come sit with me for a while. Can you feel it? That soft warmth on your shoulder. The early summer sun slipping through the leaves, dappling the patio floor like patchwork lace. Maybe there's a glass of iced tea beside you. Maybe the breeze is carrying the faint scent of rosemary or mint from the garden pots nearby. This is a morning made for gentle beginnings, for imagination, for the simple joy of making something beautiful with your own hands. And the truth is, you don't need a big budget or brand new supplies to create a little magic outdoors. Not at all. In fact, some of the most charming garden pieces come from the humblest places: a forgotten tin can, an old mason jar, a Dollar Tree shelf you passed by last week. With a little love and a pinch of creativity, they can be transformed into lanterns, flower crates, bird feeders, and fairy gardens. Because a beautiful space isn't measured by how much you spend. It's measured by how much heart you put into it. Whether you're working with a sunny porch, a balcony barely big enough for a chair, or a backyard full of buzzing life, these summer DIYs are here to bring you ideas that are easy, elegant, and completely affordable. So take a breath. You're in good company. Let's wander through some gentle inspiration where old things are made new and joy grows right alongside the flowers. Let's begin. Do you remember those summer evenings from long ago when porch lights would flicker on just as the fireflies began to dance and the whole yard would glow with a kind of quiet magic? Back then, it wasn't about fancy lighting or expensive fixtures. It was about warmth, about comfort, and about the way soft light could turn an ordinary evening into something peaceful and memorable. That's exactly the feeling you can recreate with this simple and lovely project, hanging lantern planters made with a few Dollar Tree finds and some gentle upcycling. You'll start with a Dollar Tree wire hanging basket, the kind meant for fruits or ferns, and a bit of sturdy jute rope. Then reach into your recycling bin or kitchen cupboard and pull out a mason jar or even a clean old tin can. These will become the glowing heart of your lantern. First, take your chosen container, the jar or can, and add a few small holes in the bottom if you plan to plant something real in it. This ensures drainage and keeps your greenery healthy. If planting isn't your goal, you can skip this step and treat it purely as a lantern. Next, wrap your tin or jar with jute rope. This is where the rustic charm begins. A dab of hot glue here and there will keep it all snug. You don't have to be perfect. In fact, those little uneven spots give it character. Like laugh lines on a face, they tell a story. Now it's time to add light. Pick up a Dollar Tree. Solar light, remove the base so only the light top remains and glue it to the top inside of your container. When the sun goes down, it will catch the last of the daylight and softly glow all evening. Hang your creation from a porch hook, garden trellis, or shepherd's hook using more jute rope or even a sturdy old chain. Want to take it further? Add some trailing faux ivy or tuck in a few silk flowers to give your lantern planter an extra romantic feel. Or better yet, plant a small succulent or herb-like thyme so you get the scent of summer every time you pass by. The beauty of this project isn't just in how it looks, it's in how approachable it is. There's no heavy lifting, no tricky tools, and no rush. Just you, a quiet afternoon, and a few simple supplies. And the best part, the whole thing costs less than a cup of coffee, but the feeling it brings, that's priceless. A gentle glowing light made by your hands, lighting up your little corner of the world. Still useful, still beautiful, just like you. There's something about an old wooden crate that brings back memories, isn't there? Maybe it reminds you of berry picking in the summer or of your father's tools neatly stored in the garage. Simple, sturdy, and endlessly useful, a crate was never just a crate. It held stories. And now, with a bit of imagination and a few Dollar Tree touches, we can bring that old-fashioned charm into your garden, transforming a humble crate into a vintage-inspired flower planter that looks like it wandered straight out of a country boutique. Start with a small wooden crate from Dollar Tree. They usually come plain raw and ready for a makeover. If you have old wooden blinds tucked away in storage, you're in luck. Those thin slats are the perfect material to give your crate a textured, slatted look. Simply cut them to size and glue them across the front or sides of the crate. It creates a pattern that feels both rustic and refined. Now comes the fun part, the handles. Faux leather ribbon or even an old belt can be cut into small strips and attached with thumbtacks or small screws on each end of the crate. Suddenly, your planter has character. It doesn't just hold flowers, it presents them like a vintage suitcase of blooms. Before planting, line the inside with a plastic bag or landscaping fabric to help hold soil and moisture. Then fill it with potting mix and your favorite flowers. Petunias, trailing lobelia, marigolds, or even kitchen herbs would be lovely. And if planting feels too heavy for today, faux flowers can bring just as much charm, no watering needed. To finish the look, consider brushing the crate with a bit of watered-down brown or gray acrylic paint for a weathered antique finish. Or if you're feeling bold, go with a soft pastel blue or sage green for that French cottage flair. It doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, little imperfections add warmth, like a faded photo or a well-worn quilt. Place your new planter on your porch step by the front door or on an old side table in the garden. You'll be amazed at how such a small creation can change the whole feeling of a space. It whispers welcome without saying a word. And best of all, this elegant transformation costs less than $10 using what many would call scraps. But you saw something more, and that's the gift of your hands and heart. Because when we give old things a second life, we're really honoring our own second chances too. Do you ever pause to watch the birds in your yard? Maybe a bright red cardinal perched on a fence post, or a tiny wren flitting through the rosemary. They come without asking for much, a little seed, a quiet corner, and in return, they bring music, color, and life to our days. That's what makes this next idea so special. It's not just about decorating your garden. It's about making a place where nature feels invited. With a few Dollar Tree treasures and bits of recycled charm, you can create a bird feeder station that feels both whimsical and welcoming, like a tea party set for sparrows and finches. Let's begin with the tiered feeder. You'll need a couple of plastic or melamine plates from Dollar Tree, a few candlesticks, and a bit of glue. Begin by gluing the candlesticks between the plates to create a multi-level tray. You can spray paint the whole piece in soft white or antique bronze for that lovely rustic patina. Add recycled glass bowls to the top tier for seeds and tuck little bits of moss or stones around the base for charm. Now for something even more enchanting, bird feeders made from teacups and saucers. Dollar Tree often carries dainty teacups, but if you have a mismatched set collecting dust in the back of your cupboard, this is their moment to shine. Simply glue the cup to the saucer at a gentle angle so birds can perch on the edge and dip their beaks in. For an extra whimsical touch, mount them on garden stakes or even old wooden posts. Want to go a little further? Use recycled spoons as brackets, bending them into holders and screwing them into a fence. The result is a shabby chic setup that feels like a storybook illustration, soft, inviting, and filled with purpose. And here's the heart of it. This little bird buffet isn't just pretty. It's purposeful. By offering food and shelter, you're supporting pollinators and small wildlife, helping the balance of your garden thrive. The flutter of wings, the rustle in the leaves. It all brings a sense of peace, like you're part of something much bigger, much older, and gently sacred. So whether you're sitting by the window or tending the garden path, your upcycled bird feeder becomes more than a DIY project. It becomes a gesture of kindness, one that says, "There's room here. You're welcome." And to think it all began with a few forgotten dishes and a little glue. That's the magic of creativity. It feeds more than just birds. When was the last time you truly played with your imagination? Not for anyone else, just for you. When you let your mind wander to miniature worlds, secret pathways, and twinkling lights hidden beneath leaves. That childlike sense of wonder doesn't disappear as we age. It just waits for an invitation to return. This next project is just that, an invitation. A fairy garden terrarium made from Dollar Tree finds and tiny scraps of forgotten things brought together to create a magical little scene that whispers, "Come closer." Start with a clear glass bowl or a mason jar. Dollar Tree often carries both in all sorts of charming sizes. These will become your garden's container, its looking glass into another world. If you're using a mason jar, think vertically, a little forest in a jar. If you prefer a bowl, your layout will feel more like a miniature meadow. Now gather your ingredients. A bit of preserved moss, also available at Dollar Tree. Some pebbles or gravel for the base, and maybe a few artificial mushrooms, tiny figurines or plastic animals. You don't need anything fancy. Even old buttons, beads, or bits of broken jewelry can become magical pieces when placed just right. A bottle cap becomes a pond. A broken chain becomes a stepping path. Layer your bowl. Start with a sprinkle of pebbles or crushed gravel for drainage, followed by moss for texture. Then begin placing your pieces. A tiny gnome peeking from behind a pebble. A mini house made from a cork and a button roof. Let your hands play like they did long ago. Want to add some enchantment for the evening hours? Nestle, a small Dollar Tree LED tea light into the moss. As the sun goes down, your fairy garden will softly glow like a scene from a bedtime story. If you're feeling extra creative, you can even build a second version, an enchanted jar lantern. Start with a mason jar, fill the bottom with moss, and tuck in a tea light. Then decorate the outside with beads, twine, or bits of lace. Maybe even glue a few old charms or earrings to the glass pieces that once meant something to you. They'll shine again here. Place your fairy garden on a garden shelf, your front porch, or even by a sunny kitchen window. And when you walk past it, pause. Let it remind you that you are still someone who believes in beauty, in small joys, in quiet, playful magic. Because the truth is, no matter our age, we all still carry that child within us. The one who used to build houses for ants or pretend the flowers whispered secrets. This little terrarium gives that child a place to come home to, and it only takes a few dollars. And your beautiful imagination. There's a quiet pleasure in knowing what's growing. A row of neat little herbs, basil, oregano, mint, each with its own rhythm and scent. But as the leaves begin to fill out and the tags from the garden center fade or get lost in the soil, it's easy to forget what's what. That's where a charming little DIY comes in: plant label stake signs made from recycled bits and Dollar Tree gems. Not only are they practical, they're full of personality, the kind of touch that says this garden is loved. Let's begin with something light and fun: popsicle stick markers. These are a favorite for good reason. You can find packs of craft sticks and chalkboard labels at Dollar Tree. Simply stick the label onto the top of the popsicle stick, write the plant name with a white paint pen or chalk marker, and push it gently into the soil. If you'd like to weatherproof your labels, a dab of Mod Podge or clear tape does the trick. Now for a more rustic and unique twist: wine cork labels. Start by cutting a small slit across the top of a cork. A bread knife will do if you're careful. Slide a popsicle stick or a sturdy Dollar Tree bamboo skewer into the slit. Write the plant name directly on the cork with a marker or insert a tiny chalkboard sign for a classier look. These are perfect for potted herbs or indoor garden setups. But if you want something truly one of a kind, try spoon markers. Yes, real spoons. Hunt through your silverware drawer or ask friends for old ones they're no longer using. Flatten the spoon gently with a hammer. A dish towel placed over the spoon helps muffle the sound and protect the surface. Then use Dollar Tree metallic markers or paint pens to write the plant names across the metal. You can also etch the names using a simple letter stamp kit if you enjoy a bit more crafting. Once done, push the spoon into the soil bowl side up so it stands like a miniature signpost. It feels delightfully old-fashioned, like something out of a grandmother's garden. Place these little markers in your raised beds, potted containers, or even along your kitchen windowsill if you're growing herbs inside. Not only will they help you keep track of your garden, but they'll also bring a sense of order, intention, and charm. Because in the end, gardening isn't just about the harvest. It's about caring for things, remembering what you planted, and delighting in their growth. Even the smallest sign is a declaration of hope that something is taking root, that something will bloom. And just like us, these tiny tags may be made from humble beginnings, but they carry great purpose. Close your eyes for a moment. Can you hear it? That gentle clink, the kind that drifts on a breeze and seems to hum with memory. Wind chimes don't just decorate a garden, they sing to it. They bring sound to stillness. And in this next project, we'll craft our own soft symphony from soda cans, forgotten silverware, and a few lovely little finds from Dollar Tree. You don't need much. In fact, it's likely you already have most of it hiding in your home: a few empty soda cans, some old keys or teaspoons, maybe a bell or two left over from last holiday's decor. All of these can come together in the most enchanting way when strung up with a little patience and creativity. Start with your soda cans. Rinse and dry them well, then carefully cut them into strips or shapes: hearts, leaves, stars, or simple rectangles. If sharp edges worry you, a quick fold and flatten with a butter knife can soften them. Use a hole punch or nail to create a spot to string them. Then take some Dollar Tree twine or jute string and thread each piece, knotting it securely. Next, gather some beads. Wooden ones work beautifully for a rustic look, or even use old buttons for a more eclectic charm. Add these between your metal shapes to create space and visual rhythm. And don't forget your chimes. Old spoons, keys, or small bolts will create that satisfying clink as they sway in the breeze. Attach them with fishing line or strong string to keep the pieces dancing freely. Now for your base, you can use a stick, an old piece of driftwood, or even a sturdy wire hoop. Hang your chimes in tiers or rows, spacing them so they won't tangle too much on windy days. A final touch: faux florals from Dollar Tree tucked around the top for a soft, romantic flourish. Or if you're drawn to something a bit more natural, skip the soda cans and build your chime using just old silverware and keys. Hang them from a natural tree branch with clear fishing line and let the breeze do the rest. The sounds will be deeper, gentler, like a lullaby for your garden. Whether hung on a porch beam, fence post, or even a shepherd's hook, This wind chime wall art is more than decoration. It's a moment, a mood, a music box that never needs winding. And the best part? It costs next to nothing. But it brings a priceless peace, a soft reminder that beauty can be built from the things we nearly threw away. Even the quietest corners of our lives deserve to sing. Have you ever felt like your garden space is just too small? Maybe your patio only fits one chair, or your balcony barely gets enough sun for a potted herb. But here's the secret. Every thrifty gardener learns when you can't spread out, you grow up. Vertical gardening is not just practical, it's also downright elegant when done with a touch of creativity. And the best part, with a few recycled items and some Dollar Tree staples, you can build a lush layered oasis right on your wall or fence. Let's begin with a surprising hero, the over-the-door shoe organizer. Dollar Tree often carries these with clear pockets that are perfect for holding, well, just about anything. In this case, you'll turn each pocket into a miniature planter. To prep the organizer, use a sharp tool or scissors to poke a few small holes in the bottom of each pocket for drainage. Then cut recycled plastic soda bottles into small curved panels and place one inside each pocket. This helps shape the space and keeps the soil contained. Fill each pocket with potting mix and tuck in herbs like basil or parsley, leafy greens like lettuce, or cheerful flowers like marigolds and pansies. Hang the entire organizer on a sunny fence balcony rail or even a garden gate using zip ties or sturdy hooks. Instantly, your wall becomes a garden, fresh, useful, and oh so clever. Prefer something a bit more rustic? Let's shift to the wooden pallet variation. A discarded pallet can often be found behind stores or at yard sales. Lay it flat and staple strips of landscape fabric from Dollar Tree across the back and bottom of each board section to create deep horizontal pockets. Fill each with soil, then plant trailing herbs, cascading flowers, or even succulents for a low-maintenance display. The look is charmingly rugged, like something out of a countryside greenhouse, and it adds instant life to even the dullest wall. What's lovely about these vertical gardens is that they don't require you to bend, kneel, or dig. Everything is right at eye level, making watering and trimming easy on the back and knees. That makes it ideal for older gardeners or anyone with mobility concerns. So, whether you live in a condo, a townhome, or just have a patch of fence you've been wanting to brighten, this is your sign. Nature doesn't ask for space, it only asks for love. And when you give it a vertical welcome, it grows upward with gratitude. Even in small places, big beauty can bloom. There's an old kind of wisdom in the way herbs are dried. Hung gently upside down, their leaves, crinkling slowly as the scent deepens, becoming more concentrated, more soulful. It's like time itself softens as they cure. And this next DIY captures that timeless ritual in a way that's both charming and practical, all using thrifted or Dollar Tree finds. Let's start with the mini wooden ladder. Dollar Tree often stocks them in their seasonal decor section, and they're just the right size to become a compact drying rack for herbs. Lightweight, easy to hang, and full of country cottage character. Lay the ladder flat and give it a light sanding if needed. If you like a little color, try a wash of watered-down paint, or stain something earthy like sage green or weathered gray. This helps the piece feel like it's been part of the garden for years, even if you only just made it. Now take some jute twine and tie it horizontally between each rung, creating rows of string across the ladder. These will be your hanging lines. Clip small bundles of herbs like rosemary, thyme, or lavender using clothespins, also available at Dollar Tree, or tie them directly with a short piece of twine. To hang your ladder rack, attach it to the wall with hooks or suspend it from a pergola or porch ceiling with extra rope. The result is a rustic little herb station that looks like it belongs in a farmhouse kitchen and smells like one too. But maybe you don't have a ladder handy. That's perfectly fine. An old metal rake head makes a beautiful alternative. Unscrew the head from the handle mounted on a fence or garden wall and use the curved tines as hanging hooks. Add a few Dollar Tree S-hooks or twist wire into loops, then suspend your herbs in bunches. It's a little industrial, a little vintage, and completely satisfying. This kind of project isn't about rushing. It's about honoring the slow process of drying, storing, and later using what you've grown. Maybe you'll tie up some mint for tea, or save basil for winter stews. Every clipped bundle carries the memory of your garden, the sun. It felt the water, it drank the hands that planted it. And somehow this small rack made from twine clothespins and a bit of reclaimed wood becomes a little altar of gratitude. Gratitude for nature's generosity and for your own careful tending. Because when you create a place for herbs to rest and preserve their goodness, you're really making space for your own wisdom to rest too. Do you ever flip through a home and garden magazine and spot those elegant plant displays, the kind that look like they belong in a boutique hotel or a designer estate? Smooth tiers of greenery, soft lighting, maybe a little sparkle. It's beautiful, yes, but it often comes with a hefty price tag. But what if I told you that you could bring that same upscale beauty to your own patio or porch for under $10? With just a few common finds from Dollar Tree and a dash of creativity, you can create a luxury plant stand that looks high-end, but whispers handmade. Let's start with the base structure. Grab a few Dollar Tree candle holders, the tall, sturdy kind that can support weight. You'll also want a charger plate or two, those large decorative plates meant for table settings. Using strong glue, attach a candle holder to the center of a charger, then repeat for multiple levels if you want a tiered stand. For extra glamour, you can glue small mirror tiles, also from Dollar Tree, around the edge of each charger. These add a reflective shimmer that dances in the sunlight, a subtle nod to garden chandeliers, if you will. And don't worry if the tiles don't align perfectly. A little imperfection adds soul. Now for a different look. Let's build a layered bucket stand. Take a few of those small metal buckets from Dollar Tree and paint them in a soft matte finish, ivory dusty rose, or a gentle sage. Use old salad bowls, the ones hiding in your bottom cupboard, to act as the plates between buckets. Attach wooden dowels vertically through the center to give it height and structure. Stack bucket, dowel, bowl, repeat. Once assembled, you'll have a vertical plant tower that's sturdy enough to hold your favorite potted flowers or trailing vines. You can even add faux succulents or Dollar Tree florals for a zero-maintenance version. Where to place it? Try it beside your outdoor seating area in the corner of a porch or as a centerpiece on a patio table. The mirrors reflect light during the day, and by evening a few small LED candles placed among the leaves can turn it into a softly glowing sculpture. What makes this project so special is not just how it looks, though it does look stunning, but how it reminds us that elegance doesn't require expense. That beauty is not bought, it's built, layer by thoughtful layer. And when someone compliments your designer plant stand, you can smile quietly to yourself. Because you know the secret, it was made from love leftovers and a few little treasures from the dollar aisle. True luxury, after all, is when something ordinary is transformed into something extraordinary with your own two hands. As the sun sinks low and the sky turns that soft shade of lavender, there's a moment in the garden that feels almost sacred. It's the pause before evening fully arrives, when the breeze quiets, the birds settle, and a soft light begins to feel more magical than bright. This is the perfect time for your next DIY tall garden lounge lanterns that bring warmth, elegance, and a flicker of handmade charm to your outdoor retreat. Whether you're hosting a small gathering or simply enjoying a quiet glass of tea on the porch, these lanterns create a cozy glow that's equal parts peaceful and sophisticated. Let's begin with a tall cylinder vase, the kind you can often find at Dollar Tree in their floral section. Its shape is perfect for creating that clean upscale silhouette. Wrap the bottom half of the vase with thick jute rope using hot glue to secure as you go. You can wrap it tightly for a neat finish or leave small gaps for a slightly rustic texture, whatever suits your style best. Drop a battery-powered LED candle inside the vase, also from Dollar Tree. These little flameless lights are safer for outdoor use and give off a soft, steady glow just right for dusk and evening hours. For extra ambiance, you can even sprinkle a few small pebbles or dried lavender buds around the base of the candle inside the vase. Now for the stand, and this is where the upcycling comes in. Instead of buying a fancy pedestal, reuse an old lamp base. You'd be surprised how many are sitting unused in closets or thrift stores. If you don't have one, a large inverted flower pot or even a stack of books wrapped in burlap can give you that lift and drama. Simply glue or rest the vase atop the base, securing if necessary with a strong adhesive. Place the finished piece in a corner of your patio, along a walkway, or beside a bench for a lounge-like garden effect. Looking for something smaller but just as charming? Recycle old tin cans by punching decorative holes in their sides, using a nail and hammer stars, swirls, initials, anything your hands enjoy creating. Spray the can with matte black or bronze paint for a classy, moody finish. Drop in an LED tea light and line them along your backyard path or flower bed edge for soft, shimmering light. The beauty of these lanterns isn't just in their glow. It's in the way they turn scraps and dollar store finds into something that feels intentional, even luxurious. Each one whispers of evenings spent outdoors, laughter shared under string lights, and the quiet pride that comes from crafting your own atmosphere. Because in the golden years of life, what we're really creating isn't just decoration. It's memory, mood, magic. And it starts with something as simple as light in a jar made by you. Have you ever stepped into a garden and felt like it stretched out farther than it truly did? Sometimes it's not the size of a space that matters. It's how it feels. And with just a few simple materials, you can create an illusion of openness and light, even in the smallest corner of your patio or backyard. This next project is pure garden magic, a rustic mirror wall that reflects sunlight, greenery, and the gentle movement of flowers in the breeze. Made from Dollar Tree mirror tiles and bits of recycled charm, it turns any outdoor space into a dreamy, airy retreat. Begin with an old window frame. If you have one, the more character, the better. Peeling paint-worn edges, even a missing pane or two, just adds to its charm. If a window frame isn't handy, you can create a similar effect with wooden slats, or a large picture frame reinforced with popsicle sticks for structure. Clean your frame, and if you like, give it a light sanding and a coat of chalk paint in soft cream gray, or even moss green. Something that blends with your garden's palette. Then take Dollar Tree mirror tiles, square or rectangular, and glue one into each pane or section. If your frame is divided into 6 or 8 openings, the repetition of reflection will feel enchanting. It's like your garden is suddenly twice as lush. For extra softness, wrap the edges of the frame in faux ivy or floral garlands. You can wind them around the outer edge, or let them trail loosely down from one side like vines climbing a garden wall. The greenery softens the glass and helps the piece blend into its surroundings. But what if you don't have a large frame? That's where your old compact mirrors come in. Those little handheld makeup mirrors, the ones that crack or break and usually get tossed, they're about to become art. Gather a few and carefully remove the mirror glass from their casings. Glue them mosaic style onto a Dollar Tree foam board, a painted palette, or even a piece of scrap plywood. Add trim with popsicle sticks or thrifted picture frame pieces, then hang with twine or jute rope. The scattered reflections from the broken mirrors will catch the light like glitter, creating a twinkling effect that's both whimsical and elegant. Just be sure to seal any sharp edges or cover them with framing pieces to keep it safe. Hang your new garden mirror on a fence behind a planter bench or under a pergola beam. It brings light to shady corners and opens up even the coziest patios. And isn't that a lovely lesson that with just a little reflection, even the smallest space can feel infinite? Even the most modest materials frames left behind mirrors cracked or forgotten can find a new purpose, a new way to shine, just like us. There's something deeply satisfying about a well-organized garden space, a spot where every tool has its place, where gloves hang to dry in the sun and clippers rest within easy reach. It's not about perfection. It's about rhythm. The rhythm of tending, resting, returning. And this next project brings that rhythm to life with a tool holder that's both functional and full of rustic charm. All it takes is a few Dollar Tree basics and a touch of repurposing, and you've got yourself a garden tool station that looks like it belongs in a farmhouse magazine without spending more than the cost of lunch. Let's begin with a Dollar Tree wooden crate. Flip it on its side so the open face points forward like a shelf. Now screw or glue the crate onto a piece of reclaimed wood, maybe an old cutting board pallet slat, or even a cabinet door that's seen better days. The goal is to create a sturdy, flat backdrop for your storage piece. Once attached, line the top of the crate with small curtain clips, which you can also find at Dollar Tree. These make perfect holders for gloves, seed packets, or even bunches of dried herbs. Below, screw in a few S-hooks or adhesive hooks for your garden shears, spray bottles, or hand trowels. Prefer something a bit more aged and character-filled? Let's talk rake heads. That old rusty rake you thought was ready for the trash. It's about to be the star of your patio wall. Unscrew the rake head from its handle, clean it off, and mount it upside down on your fence or shed wall. The metal tines naturally curve outward, making perfect little hooks for tools and hanging items. Add twine old key rings or tags if you like labeling things basil scissors here, twine cutter there. Every hook becomes a little home. The beauty of this setup is that it's not just efficient, it's beautiful in a quiet, lived-in way. The rake whispers of seasons past. The crate holds your tools like an open invitation. And the entire display tells a story, not just of gardening, but of thoughtful reuse, of honoring what you have, and of making space literal and emotional for your craft. So, whether you're just keeping a few tools tidy or building out a full potting corner, this project reminds you that your work is worthy of order and care, that the hands that prune and plant deserve ease and elegance. Because when our spaces reflect our love of the earth, even the smallest nook becomes a sanctuary. And just like the tools it holds, this creation proves that usefulness never goes out of style. Every garden has its rhythm, and sometimes so do we. One morning we feel like tending the herbs on the porch, the next we want to sit near the roses by the fence. That's why a rolling garden cart isn't just a charming idea, it's a clever one. A little plant companion that moves with you, carrying your blooms, your tools, or even your morning tea. And you can make it yourself, yes, you using Dollar Tree trays, a few recycled pieces, and a bit of playful imagination. Let's begin with the classic tiered version. Start by gathering 3 plastic serving trays from Dollar Tree, matching or mix and match your choice. Then collect 3 empty coffee cans, cleaned and stripped of their labels. These will become the supports between your tiers. Paint the cans in a soft vintage white sage green, or even a faded lavender for that sweet rustic charm. A coat of chalk paint or acrylic slightly sanded once dry will make them look like heirlooms. Glue or screw the trays and cans together in this order: tray, can, tray, stacking them like a wedding cake of plants. Add wheels from an old rolling chair to the base if you want mobility, optional but fun. And just like that, you have a portable vertical garden cart ready for your patio. It's ideal for potted herb succulents or small floral displays. Add a few labeled jars for tools or seed packets, and it becomes a mobile potting station. Add a candle and a book. It's a garden tea tray. Now for something a bit more unexpected, let's talk about that old hard-shell suitcase you've been meaning to get rid of. Dust it off and open it up. Give it a bright coat of paint or Mod Podge it with floral napkins for a truly personal touch. Then insert a few Dollar Tree plastic drawer bins inside, adding drainage holes at the bottom. Fill each bin with soil and herbs like mint chives or cilantro. What you've just created is a rolling herb bar, part garden, part conversation piece. Leave it open on your porch or courtyard table, or close the lid slightly to create a layered look. Add handles made of rope or leather scraps, and it looks like something from a quaint European cafe. Both versions, the tray tower and the suitcase garden, offer more than just utility. They offer a story, one of clever reuse, of joyful surprises, of turning the unexpected into something graceful and good. Because gardening isn't just about planting, it's about playing too. And this rolling beauty says, why stay in one place when you can bring the garden with you? Every garden is a kind of conversation, with the sun, the soil, the seasons. And sometimes it speaks for us in color and fragrance, or in words. This next idea gives your garden a voice of its own. With simple, heartfelt signboard art made from Dollar Tree finds and recycled pieces, you can add humor, hope, or poetry to any fence nook or path. It's not just decor, it's your garden's personality printed for all to see. Start with Dollar Tree chalkboards or small blackboard signs. These come in all shapes: squares, ovals, even little cutting board styles. If you'd like a rustic backdrop, take a piece of pallet wood or an old drawer front and give it a light sanding. Paint or stain the wood if you want, or let the natural grain and weathering tell its own story. Next, glue or screw the chalkboards onto the wood base. Add faux flowers from Dollar Tree. A little corner of daisies, lavender, or eucalyptus makes the sign feel like it's part of the garden. You can hot glue them directly or tuck them behind a jute twine bow tied across one corner. Now comes the message. What will your garden say? You could keep it simple with words like bloom grow or welcome, or add a longer quote. Plant dreams, pull weeds, and grow a happy life. Write with chalk markers or paint pens. Both can be found at Dollar Tree. And if you'd like the writing to last outdoors, seal it with a clear spray sealant or Mod Podge. Want a more industrial, quirky version? Gather a few old license plates, maybe from your travels or family collections, and spell out a word by combining letters cut from each one. Mount the pieces onto a plank of reclaimed wood and add a Dollar Tree stencil underneath to write the rest. For example, an old B from one plate, L from another, and so on. Spelling bloom across a sign that reads, "Let yourself bloom," in paint below. The result? A colorful, character-filled signboard that feels both modern and vintage. Hang your sign on a fence, lean it against a garden bench, or place it near your entry path to greet visitors with a smile. And remember, it doesn't need to be perfect. In fact, the little smudges, faded paint, and hand-lettered quirks make it all the more personal. This project is a reminder your space reflects your spirit. And even a few scraps and dollar finds can say something beautiful when shaped by your hands. So go ahead, give your garden a voice. Let it say what your heart already knows. There's something about candlelight that transforms a space. It softens the evening, quiets the world, and makes everything feel just a little more tender. Whether you're hosting a simple meal outdoors or enjoying a peaceful moment alone with the breeze, a glowing centerpiece can turn an ordinary garden table into something unforgettable. And the best part, you can create one that looks like it came straight from a boutique home store using nothing more than a Dollar Tree tray, a few thrifted or natural pieces, and your own gentle touch. Start with a glass tray or shallow bowl from Dollar Tree. Look for one with an interesting shape, oval, round, or even a faux silver finish for extra elegance. Fill the base with a layer of small pebbles or decorative stones, also found at Dollar Tree. These not only anchor the candles, but add texture and a natural foundation. Nestle in a few LED tea lights or battery-powered votives. The gentle flicker will bounce off the stones and glass, casting a glow that feels both luxurious and cozy. If you prefer a more botanical touch, tuck in faux succulents around the candles. They'll add color and charm without needing care. Now let's build a second version, a bit more rustic, a bit more soulful. Find an old log, not too large, something you might have collected on a walk or from the edge of your yard. Drill a few holes across the top, just wide enough for a tea light or small mason jar to fit in. Smooth the edges with sandpaper if needed. Insert small jars or Dollar Tree votives into the holes. Around the base, wrap a strand of twine, a strip of burlap, or weave in some faux greenery. This version feels like something from a woodland retreat, earthy, grounded, and warm. You can also place the log across the center of a picnic table, a small bistro set, or even a windowsill to create a seasonal touch point. Try lavender and spring pine cones in fall. Changing just a few accents keeps the centerpiece fresh and personal. The beauty of these projects lies not just in their look, but in the feeling they create. They invite you to slow down, to savor, to be present. To see your garden not just as a place to grow things, but as a place to gather, to rest, to light a candle for no reason other than joy. Because in a world that moves so fast, there's quiet power in creating stillness. And with just a few humble materials and your thoughtful hands, you've brought light, soft, steady, and soulful into your space. Look up. Sometimes that's all it takes to discover a whole new space waiting to be filled with beauty. When your porch railings are full and your patio corners already blooming, there's still one direction left to grow upward. That's the quiet genius behind this next project. A hanging ceiling basket garden that floats above your space like a little green chandelier. It's light, lush, and perfect for creating a tropical canopy, filling all with Dollar Tree finds and a bit of gentle upcycling. Start with a few sturdy plastic bowls from Dollar Tree. Look for the deep ones with smooth sides, the kind meant for serving snacks or holding fruit. With a drill or heated nail, carefully poke 3 evenly spaced holes around the rim of each bowl. Now grab some thick rope or cord. If you've ever taken down old window blinds, you might have spare cords just waiting for a second life. Cut 3 equal lengths and knot them through the holes, then bring them together at the top in one large knot. That's your hanging structure. To soften the look, line the bowl with coconut fiber, also available at many garden shops, or sometimes at Dollar Tree. No coconut liner. Try layering old coffee filters, burlap scraps, or even moss. This creates a nest-like bed for your soil and plants. Fill each hanging bowl with a handful of potting soil and plant small trailing greenery. Think ivy, spider plants, pothos, or even strawberries if you're feeling adventurous. You can also use faux plants if you want a maintenance-free version that still gives that full draping effect. Now suspend your new basket from a porch beam, pergola, or ceiling hook. If you're indoors, try it in a sunroom or hanging by a window, anywhere the light can touch it. Want to switch up the style? Flip the concept and use a Dollar Tree hanging fruit basket instead. Line each tier with coconut liner or old fabric and plant cascading flowers like petunias or trailing herbs like thyme and oregano. If you're short on chains, you can even use recycled metal hangers shaped into hooks, practical and completely charming. What makes this project so delightful is how it brings the garden into the air. It turns empty space into vertical wonder. And because everything is light and simple to assemble, there's no strain, no heavy lifting, just quiet crafting at your own pace. As the baskets sway gently in the breeze, there's something about them that feels freeing, as if they remind us that beauty doesn't always have to be rooted to the ground. Sometimes it floats, and just like the things we hang with care, a family photo, a wind chime, a memory, these living baskets become more than decoration. They become joy, suspended. There's a certain kind of magic that lives in the corners of a garden, the places where sunlight peeks through leaves, where mushrooms might pop up after a rain, where something secret might be happening if only you were small enough to see it. That's what makes this next idea so delightful. A garden gnome village built from Dollar Tree supplies and odds and ends you already have brings storytelling and imagination right into your flower beds. It's whimsical, playful, and most importantly, pure fun for the soul. Begin with a few of Dollar Tree's mini wooden crates. These little boxes, usually found in the craft section, are the perfect size for tiny homes. Give each crate a fresh coat of paint, maybe one in robin's egg blue, another in buttery yellow, and one in classic white with a red roof. The point is not perfection, it's charm. Let the brush strokes show. Let the colors pop. For windows and doors, use buttons, beads, or draw them on with Dollar Tree paint pens. Add bottle caps as chimneys, glue on a cork for a roof vent, or use popsicle sticks to create tiny porch overhangs. A dab of moss here and there makes everything feel tucked into nature, as if it's been growing there all along. Stack the crates in creative ways, some side by side, others one on top of another, to create multi-story homes. You can place the entire setup at the base of a tree, along the edge of a raised bed, or even in a shaded patio corner that could use a little personality. Want to expand the neighborhood? Flip small terracotta pots upside down and paint on windows, doors, and ivy trails. Top them with moss or a bottle cap hat, and suddenly you've got gnome homes that look like they sprouted from the soil. Tuck small figurines around the village. Dollar Tree often has seasonal fairy garden accessories that work beautifully. Or use pebbles to create a path, acorns as mailboxes, and twigs for fences. The more you play, the more alive it becomes. The joy of this project isn't just in how it looks, it's in how it makes you feel. Because building a gnome village isn't about being practical, it's about remembering. Remembering what it felt like to believe in magic, to imagine a whole world beneath the flower petals. It brings out the child in us, the wonder, the silliness, the delight of making something just for the joy of it. And in a garden filled with life and purpose, this little village adds a touch of story, a reminder that even grown-ups need a place where tiny dreams can grow. So build your village, let it spread, let it charm your neighbors and make children smile. Because in a world that sometimes forgets how to play, your garden just remembered. Some mornings when the world is still and the dew clings to every leaf, a little visitor might flutter in. A sparrow, a finch, a butterfly dancing at the edge of your planter. These tiny guests remind us that a garden isn't just for us, it's part of a much bigger living world. That's why this next idea is one of the sweetest joys to add to your outdoor space, a pedestal bird bath spa. It's a gift to the creatures who bring your garden to life, and a project so easy and elegant you'll wonder why you didn't try it sooner. Let's begin with the base. Dollar Tree often carries sturdy plastic candle stands, the kind meant for tabletop centerpieces. Paint one in matte white stone gray or a soft mint using acrylic paint. For a little luxury, give it a light rub of gold or silver along the edges. Next, take a wide plastic bowl, also from Dollar Tree, and glue it firmly on top. This is your bath basin. You can leave it simple or add detail by gluing broken ceramic tiles or thrifted china pieces along the outer rim of the bowl. This mosaic edge gives the piece a garden boutique look, like something you'd find in an upscale nursery. Fill the bowl with clean water and place the bird bath among your flower beds or near a sunny patio corner where birds love to perch. You'll be surprised how quickly they find it fluttering down for a drink, a splash, or just to preen in the morning light. Now for an alternative twist. Repurpose a few old flower pots by stacking them upside down to form a pedestal. Top the stack with a shallow baking pan or tray. Just be sure it's not too deep. Paint the whole setup in your favorite shade or leave the terracotta exposed for that warm, earthy feel. Spray paint works beautifully if you want to unify the color. Add some faux vines or Dollar Tree greenery wrapped around the base for a little softness. You can even glue small pebbles or shells along the base to give it character. This bird bath doesn't just serve the wildlife, it adds a sculptural beauty to your garden. It anchors the space, invites movement, creates a focal point where life happens. And every time you glance out and see a bird dipping its wings or a bee pausing on the edge for a drink, you'll know you've made something deeply meaningful. Because in caring for even the smallest lives, we create a ripple of kindness that echoes throughout the garden. And all it took was a bowl, a base, and your beautiful intention. Some afternoons, you just want to sit, to pause in the quiet warmth of the sun, to sip something cool and listen to the bees moving from bloom to bloom. A little bench tucked beneath a tree or along the patio wall becomes more than just a place to rest. It becomes a destination, a favorite corner. And with a few Dollar Tree crates and some simple upcycled pieces, you can create your very own garden bench. One that looks stylish, feels cozy, and costs less than a meal out. Let's begin with the classic crate build. Start with 2 or 3 wooden crates from Dollar Tree. These can be stacked side by side to create the base of your bench. Lay them flat with the open side facing out. Not only does this give structure, it also creates little cubbies for storing gardening gloves, small tools, or even potted plants. You can leave the wood raw for that rustic look or paint the crates in a warm, earthy tone. Perhaps dusty rose olive green or pale sky blue. A gentle coat of whitewash gives a breezy cottage feel. Let the paint dry fully before assembly. To secure the crates together, use wood glue or small screws along the touching sides. If you want the bench to be a bit more elevated, you can attach small blocks of wood or old books beneath as legs. Just make sure it's stable. Now let's talk cushions. You don't need to buy anything fancy. Repurpose some old foam from a mattress pad or seat cushion. Cut it to size so it fits the top of your bench comfortably, then wrap it in scrap fabric. An old curtain panel or tablecloth makes a lovely textured cover. Simply fold and pin or use safety pins or a quick bit of hand stitching to secure. To add a little pattern or flair, Dollar Tree peel and stick wallpaper can be applied to the sides or back of the crates. This small detail can completely transform the piece. Think florals, faux wood grain, or even vintage script. Looking for an alternative build? Try using an old short bookshelf that's no longer needed indoors. Turn it on its side, paint it, and follow the same cushion method. You've just given it a second life as a patio bench, practical, beautiful, and unexpected. Set your finished bench under a shaded spot, maybe near your herb garden or beside your potted roses. Add a throw pillow or small tray for tea, and it becomes not just a bench, but a little sanctuary. A place that invites you to pause, to breathe. Because in the end, gardening is as much about rest as it is about work, about knowing when to sow and when to sit. And this bench built with your hands, your care, and a few humble materials will always be waiting for you. There's something deeply satisfying about turning a blank wall into something green and alive. Maybe it's the way vines reach upward or how herbs spill gently from their pockets. Vertical gardening gives even the smallest outdoor spaces a sense of abundance, and this final idea brings it all together with a fresh, smart twist, a hanging bottle planter wall. It's inventive, elegant, and beautifully affordable, using Dollar Tree finds and recycled bottles to create a statement piece that's as useful as it is eye-catching. Let's begin with something unexpected: spray bottles. Yes, those basic plastic ones from Dollar Tree. Unscrew the tops and cut each bottle in half, keeping the bottom half as your planter base. If you want a more refined shape, trim the top edge into a soft curve. Punch 2 small holes near the top of each half for hanging. Next, grab a wire trellis or wire grid rack, also available at Dollar Tree, or easily made from an old refrigerator shelf cooling rack, or even a leftover piece of fencing. Using zip ties or garden twine, attach your cut bottle halves to the rack. Space them evenly or stagger them for a layered garden wall look. Add small rocks at the bottom of each planter for drainage. Then fill with potting soil and tuck in herbs like basil, parsley, or mint. You could also plant trailing flowers or succulents for a decorative look. The result: a vertical oasis light, fresh and perfect for a balcony or fence. Want something with a little more rustic romance? Let's switch to wine bottles. Take clean, empty glass wine bottles and cut off the bottoms using a glass cutter or bottle cutting tool. Take safety precautions or ask for help if needed. Tilt each bottle downward at a slight angle so water can drain. About a 30-45 degree angle is ideal. Then mount them onto a wire rack using metal clamps or sturdy zip ties, creating a hydroponic-style wall garden. Insert rooted cuttings, herbs, or vining plants like pothos or ivy, and add just enough water to keep the roots hydrated. This method works especially well for decorative planting and gives a sleek, vineyard-inspired charm to your garden wall. Hang your completed rack on a fence side wall or balcony rail. As the plants grow, the entire display becomes a living art piece, layered, colorful, and full of life. This is more than a planter. It's a vision, a symbol of creativity, sustainability, and care. A reminder that even the simplest materials, a few bottles, a zip tie, a handful of soil, can become something extraordinary when guided by loving hands. And when someone asks you where you bought such a unique garden wall, you can smile gently and say, "Oh, this, I made it." Because in your garden, nothing is wasted. Not bottles, not space, not even the smallest spark of inspiration. So here we are, dear friend, 20 soul-filled ideas later. Each one made not from expensive tools or store-bought perfection, but from simple things. Leftovers, dollar finds, forgotten items tucked away in drawers and sheds, now reborn into something beautiful. What do they all have in common? Your imagination, your care, your willingness to look at what the world might call trash and see potential instead. Because that's what real gardeners do. We don't just grow flowers or herbs. We grow meaning, memory, magic. Maybe you only try one of these ideas. Maybe you try 10. Or maybe today was just about listening, dreaming, picturing something lovely for the season ahead. That's okay too. There's no rush here, no pressure, just gentle encouragement like sunlight warming the edge of a garden bed. And perhaps along the way you were reminded of something important. You don't need youth, wealth, or a picture-perfect space to create beauty. You already have everything you need: your hands, your heart, and a little patch of sunlight. That small crate you painted, it's more than a planter. It's proof that your creativity is alive and well. The teacup bird feeder. A reminder that joy still visits. The herb ladder. A sign that growth is always possible, even in small, quiet places. So take pride not just in what you've made, but in who you are. Someone who still believes in second chances, someone who chooses to create, not consume, someone who finds beauty in scraps and sings with the wind chimes they've strung themselves. Your hands still make beauty. Your home still holds joy. And your garden, whether it's a single pot or a full backyard, is a reflection of your spirit, strong, creative, and full of light. If one of these ideas brought a smile to your face or planted a little spark of inspiration, I'd love to know. Leave a comment below. Which one will you try first? And if you'd like more gentle ideas like these, don't forget to subscribe for more peaceful, practical joy just for you. Until next time, may your days be restful, your hands stay busy, and your garden always bloom with love. Happy gardening, dear friend. Hello, dear friend. What a blessing it is to sit here with you in this quiet moment. Imagine us together on a soft summer morning, the kind where the breeze rustles the leaves just enough to keep you company. Maybe you're on your porch with a warm mug of chamomile, or perhaps by the back window watching birds dip between blooms. The world outside is gently humming, and in this stillness there's something stirring inside you, a little whisper that says, "Let's make something beautiful today." And the best part, you don't need a big wallet or a young body to make it happen. All you need is a bit of curiosity, a few things from the Dollar Tree, and a little imagination, which, as you and I both know, only grows stronger with age. Some folks think elegance requires money, but I know and I believe you know too that real beauty comes from care, from loving what's already around us, from picking up what others might throw away and saying, "You still have purpose." Today, I want to share with you some wonderful, soul-satisfying summer ideas. Garden treasures made from everyday things, a spoon, a soda bottle, a crate, even a handful of old CDs. Things we once tucked away in drawers or thought were bound for the bin. But now they're waiting for a second life. These are garden projects that won't make your backache or your budget weep. They're simple enough to do on a quiet afternoon and lovely enough to make your neighbors smile when they pass by. So whether you're working with a patio, a small front porch, or just a sunny windowsill, you can turn your space into something magical. Let's begin this journey together. Let's turn thrift into charm and simplicity into elegance. And remember, dear one, your hands still create beauty. Your care still grows things. And your garden, just like you, is full of second chances. Now let's begin with our very first idea, shimmering CD wind spinner. Do you remember how much fun it was to build things as a kid? Maybe it was Lincoln logs, a cardboard dollhouse, or a soda can spaceship. There's a joy in assembling something from scraps and giving shape to a little world that never existed before. That same spirit is what makes this next garden idea so special, tin can robot sculptures. They're playful, creative, and full of charm. And best of all, they're made almost entirely from items you might already have: tin cans, wire hangers, old nuts and bolts, and a bit of imagination. Start by gathering a variety of clean, empty tin cans. You'll want a few sizes, maybe a soup can for the body, a smaller tomato paste can for the head, and even larger ones for legs or feet. Lay them out and start imagining your robot's personality. Will it be tall and proud, short and quirky? Next, collect some Dollar Tree hardware bits, nuts, bolts, washers, and anything else that catches your eye. These become the buttons, eyes, and little details that bring your robot to life. You'll also want some sturdy wire. Old hangers work great, and a hot glue gun or strong adhesive. Begin by gluing the cans together, one for the body, one for the head, maybe two short ones as legs. Use wire hangers bent into shape for arms, or let bolts dangle like playful elbows. Washers make wonderful eyes, and nuts stacked together become the cutest little antennae or hats. This project is low effort but high reward, the kind of thing you can build over an afternoon with your hands and your heart. There's no need for precision. In fact, the more uneven or unexpected your robot turns out, the more personality it has. Once assembled, you can leave your creation as is, silver and industrial, or give it a quick coat of metallic spray paint in copper or bronze. If you're feeling extra whimsical, add a bit of color to the cheeks or eyes with acrylic paint. Now choose a home for your new garden companion. Maybe it sits beside a flower pot on the porch. Maybe it peeks out from between your daisies. Wherever it goes, it brings a touch of humor and a lot of heart. Visitors will smile. Children will ask questions. You'll find yourself pausing to give it a little nod as you water the plants. Because this robot isn't just a decoration. It's a reminder that you're still creative, still playful, still able to bring joy out of what others might overlook. And like many of us, it's made of things that once had another purpose. Things that might have been forgotten but were instead brought back together piece by piece into something new. Something that stands, something that smiles, something that reminds us it's never too late to build something wonderful. Next, we'll shift toward function and calm with a hanging mesh tool organizer. A clever way to keep your gardening tools within reach, using items so light and affordable they'll feel like magic. Remember when we used to make mobiles out of old greeting cards or holiday ornaments? There was something so comforting about watching them sway little bits of joy, twirling gently in the breeze. Today's project brings that same feeling back, but with a shimmer that dances in the summer sun. Let's start with something you might already have tucked away: old CDs or DVDs. You know, the ones that once held music or memories now scratched or forgotten in a drawer. They may not play anymore, but oh, do they shine. To make this spinner, gather up a few of those old discs or grab a pack from Dollar Tree if you're out. You'll also want a plastic clothes hanger, the kind you might have once used in your hallway closet, and a hot glue gun. Now, here's the fun part. Carefully cut the CDs into small geometric shapes: triangles, squares, strips, whatever feels right. The pieces don't need to match. In fact, the more variety, the more it catches the light like stained glass. If your hands aren't steady, or you'd rather skip the cutting, simply leave the discs whole. They'll still sparkle. Next, glue your pieces onto the hanger, spacing them out like a gentle cascade. Vary the lengths with thread or fishing line, letting each one dangle freely. As the wind passes, they'll twist and spin, throwing tiny rainbows across your garden wall or patio chair. You can hang it by the door under a shaded pergola, or even from the branch of a tree where sunlight filters through the leaves. It doesn't need to be perfect. The charm is in its shimmer, not its symmetry. This project is ideal if you're looking for something light on the body. You can sit comfortably at the table to craft it, and once it's done, simply hang and enjoy. There's something soothing about watching light reflect and shift like the stories of our own lives. A little cracked, a little bent, but still catching the light in the most unexpected ways. So when someone asks where you got such a lovely garden spinner, you can smile softly and say, "Oh, that's just some old things I had lying around." Still useful, just like us. Next up, Sunburst Spoon Spinner, a burst of color made from the humblest of kitchen cast-offs. Do you remember the days of setting the table for Sunday dinner? The clink of spoons against porcelain, the sound of laughter rising above mashed potatoes and sweet tea. Those little utensils we once used to serve others can still serve us now, not at the table, but in the garden. This next idea brings a bold burst of color and a dash of childhood playfulness: the Sunburst Spoon Spinner. Start by gathering plastic spoons from Dollar Tree. Any color will do, but white gives you a blank canvas. Then take an old plastic soda bottle from the recycling bin and a can of vibrant spray paint: sunshine yellow, ruby red, or even a cheerful turquoise. Choose something that brings a smile just by looking at it. First, snip off the spoon heads from their handles. This is easier than it sounds and can be done sitting down with a good pair of craft scissors or garden shears. Next, grab your soda bottle and make sure it's clean and dry. Now, using a hot glue gun, begin to attach the spoon heads around the bottle in layered circles, one ring after another, like the petals of a sunflower. Each layer will overlap slightly, radiating outward in a soft burst. You don't have to be exact. Think of it like nature, beautiful in its irregularity. Once all the spoons are in place and the glue is dry, give the whole sculpture a good coat of spray paint. That's when the magic happens. Suddenly, your simple plastic pieces transform into a bold, artistic flower that seems to bloom right off the bottle. When you hang this spinner perhaps on your porch railing or from a shepherd's hook in your flower bed, it will catch the light sway in the breeze and add a burst of energy to your space. And just like the CD spinner, this project is easy on the body. No lifting, no digging. You can build it from a comfy chair with your feet up and then simply enjoy the reward. What's so lovely about this spoon sunburst isn't just the color or shape, it's the story behind it. A recycled soda bottle, leftover spoons, a $5 transformation. It reminds me of how we age, not fading away, but growing bolder, more unique, more radiant with each season. Because sometimes what the world calls trash still knows how to shine. Next, we'll slow things down with something earthy and textured: the twine-wrapped basket planter, rustic, elegant, and oh so easy to make. Do you remember those big old picnic baskets we used to lug around to the park, full of potato salad, a blanket, maybe a transistor radio? There's something about woven texture that makes us feel grounded, connected to the past, to nature, to simpler days. This next idea brings that feeling home again. It starts with something surprisingly humble: a plastic laundry basket from Dollar Tree. The kind you might have once used for folded towels, now given a second chance. Add to that a roll of jute twine, also from Dollar Tree, and a few flexible strips cut from a clean recycled milk jug. This project is as gentle and rhythmic as it is beautiful, perfect for an afternoon spent on the porch or by a sunny window. Begin by turning the basket upside down and anchoring the end of your twine with a dab of hot glue at the very base. Then slowly start coiling the twine around the basket, working your way up in steady spirals. Each loop adds softness and texture, turning plastic into something that looks handmade and rustic. Every so often, weave in a plastic strip from your milk jug, gently threading it through a few rows of twine before continuing. These little accents give it a subtle dimension and even a touch of strength. If your hands aren't nimble, don't worry. You can simply glue the strips between layers instead. It'll look just as lovely. Keep going until the entire basket is covered, leaving the inside untouched so it can still hold a planter or flower pot easily. You might line it with a bit of landscape fabric or even a grocery bag to keep soil contained, but even as a decorative outer shell, it already feels special. Now comes the joy choosing what to plant. This kind of container is perfect for trailing plants like ivy or petunias, or even a fragrant little herb garden. Place it on a patio step by your front door or in a courtyard nook where it can greet the sun and your guests with grace. What's beautiful here isn't just the end result. It's the process. Wrapping twine slowly, patiently, weaving your story into every circle. It's meditative, almost like stitching a memory into something new. And what do we learn in doing this? That texture and character don't come from being new. They come from layers, from time, from being touched and reshaped, just like us. So if you've got an old basket, some string, and a little bit of afternoon light, you've got everything you need to make something beautiful. Next, we'll turn to a more modern touch, the concrete look plaster planter, adding quiet elegance to any garden corner with just plaster, a dollar store bin, and a little creative flair. There's a quiet kind of beauty in things that look like stone. Something timeless. Something that feels grounded, steady, and serene, much like the wisdom that comes with age. You don't have to lift real concrete to bring that feeling into your garden. In fact, with this next project, you can create the look of an elegant stone planter using just a few simple, lightweight items. Let's begin with a plastic wastebasket from Dollar Tree. Any shape will do, though one with clean, simple lines works especially well for this. You'll also need a bag of Dollar Tree's plaster of Paris and a bit of old newspaper, the kind that once lined drawers or caught drips beneath paint cans. Start by preparing your workspace. This project can get a little messy, but in a good, creative way. Lay down your newspaper, put on a pair of gloves if you like, and mix the plaster according to the instructions on the bag. The consistency should be smooth, but not runny like thick cream. Now comes the transformation. Using a wide paintbrush, spoon, or even just your hands, begin applying a thin, uneven coat of plaster over the outside of the basket. You're not aiming for perfection here. Let it be a little rough in places. Let the texture show. These imperfections are what give it the stone-like effect. As it dries, the plaster hardens into a subtle weathered surface that looks and even feels like concrete. And yet it's still lightweight, easy to move, and gentle on the body. There's no hauling heavy pots around the garden. Once fully dry, you can leave it as is or give it a gentle whitewash with watered-down acrylic paint to soften the tone. If you'd like a bit more flair, a dry brush touch of bronze or charcoal can add depth without taking away that minimalist charm. Set this planter on your front porch near a walkway or beside a bench where you like to sit. Fill it with ornamental grasses, a tidy mound of succulents, or a soft fern that brushes in the breeze. The effect is subtle, elegant, the kind of beauty that doesn't shout but whispers. And maybe that's what speaks to us most at this stage in life. We don't need things that sparkle to feel alive. We need spaces that reflect who we are, now calm, quietly strong, deeply rooted. This planter reminds us that it's not about what something was made of, but how it was made. With care, with intention, with the quiet hope that something simple can become something meaningful. So the next time you walk past a plain bin at the store or see a bag of plaster sitting on a dusty shelf, think of the garden it might become a part of, the story it might carry, the hands yours that will shape it into something lovely. Next, let's bring in a bit of organization with heart. We'll craft stamped spoon garden markers, giving every herb and bloom a name and every plant a touch of personality. Isn't there something sweet about giving names to the things we grow? It's like forming a friendship. "That's Rosemary," we say. Or, "Oh, that one's my lavender. She's a little shy this year." Naming plants gives them presence like members of the household. And today, we'll make something simple and lovely to help honor those green companions stamped spoon garden markers. This project begins with something that might be hiding in the back of your silverware drawer, a few old metal spoons. If you don't have extras at home, Dollar Tree sells affordable sets. And don't worry, these spoons don't have to match. In fact, the more character, the better. You'll also need a small hammer, a towel, and either metal letter stamps or a sharp nail. For the stand, we'll use a wooden dowel or even a smooth stick from the yard. To start, fold a towel on a firm surface and lay your spoon bowl down on top. Gently tap it with the hammer until the bowl flattens. It won't take much force, just a steady hand and a bit of patience. This can be done seated at a table with a quiet rhythm like shelling peas or folding laundry. Once flat, you can either press in your plant names using letter stamps, one tap per letter, or carefully etch them with a nail or metal awl. You might write basil, mint, tomatoes, or even something whimsical like bee balm or joy. The choice is yours. Now, attach each spoon to a wooden stick with glue or wire, creating a gentle, upright marker. These are perfect for placing in raised beds, container pots, or even small kitchen gardens. You could stop there, or if the mood strikes, paint the spoons in cheerful pastel shades, or wrap the handles in twine for a bit of rustic charm. What makes this project so comforting is its blend of the old and the new. A spoon that once stirred coffee now whispers the name of your marigolds. A branch that once held leaves now holds space for thyme and sage. And if your handwriting wobbles a bit, or your letters come out crooked, that's perfectly fine. These aren't meant to be perfect. They're meant to be real. Like laugh lines, like well-worn hands, like gardens themselves, always a little wild and always full of life. As you press each letter into the metal, you may find yourself thinking not just of plants, but of people. Names that meant something, meals shared, lives tended. Because the truth is, we don't just plant things in soil, we plant memories too. And these little markers, they're just our way of saying, you matter. I see you. You're growing. Next, we'll continue with more personality and charm-making wine cork washer tags for potted plants, a clever way to label herbs while upcycling in style. Let's stay with the spirit of labeling and honoring our garden friends, but this time with a softer, cozier touch. If the last idea was elegant and vintage, this next one leans rustic and warm. Wine cork washer tags. Now I know some of us have a little basket somewhere filled with wine corks, perhaps from dinners shared, anniversaries marked, or simply quiet evenings when we toasted to the day. There's something sentimental about them, isn't there? Each one holding a story. And now they can hold another purpose too. To begin, gather a few corks. Real cork works best, but the synthetic kind will do in a pinch. From Dollar Tree, you'll want to pick up a few small metal washers and a reliable permanent marker. If you don't have those on hand, any small metal disc or even buttons could work. First, carefully slice the corks into discs about a 1/4 inch thick. Take your time with this, a kitchen knife will do, and you can always rest your hand a moment between cuts. This is a project best done unrushed with a bit of soft music or birdsong in the background. Once you've made your discs, write the names of your plants on each one using your marker. You might label basil, parsley, thyme, or even use fun titles like Sun Lovers or Needs Water Today. Don't be afraid to add little hearts, doodles, or dates. Now attach a small washer to the top of each disc using a dab of hot glue. This adds both weight and a charming metallic contrast. The washer also makes it easy to thread string or twine through if you'd like to hang your tags from pots or small stakes. These tags work beautifully in herb gardens, especially in balcony pots or kitchen windowsill planters. You can tie them gently to a bamboo skewer, hang them from a plant hook, or simply place them at the base of the soil like a decorative label. And what do they remind us of? That something small can be meaningful. That something saved a cork, a washer, a little time can be transformed into something thoughtful and useful. Just like us, they have more to give. You might even find joy in making these with a grandchild or a neighbor. Imagine gifting a small potted herb complete with a cork tag that reads, "From my garden to yours." It's not just a plant. It's a piece of yourself offered with kindness. These tags are gentle, low effort, and require no bending, no digging. Just a few soft moments at the table, turning forgotten bits into something full of life and personality. Because in this season of life, we learn over and over that the simplest things often bring the most joy. Next, we'll light up the evening with soft glows and garden magic, starting with glass gem solar lanterns that sparkle long after the sun goes down. Have you ever sat out in the garden just after dusk when the sky turns that deep, peaceful blue? There's a hush that falls, a soft pause before the stars appear. It's in those moments that the garden seems to hold its breath, and lighting it gently brings it back to life, like poetry written in glow. Today, we'll make something that feels like catching a bit of that twilight magic in a jar: glass gem solar lanterns. Start with a simple glass jar from Dollar Tree. It can be round or square, big or small, anything with a lid. You'll also need a solar pathway light, also available at Dollar Tree, and a couple bags of those beautiful flat glass gems. You've probably seen them before. They look like drops of water caught in time. Now remove the solar top from its stake. That's the part that collects the sun's energy during the day. You won't need the rest of the fixture, just the solar cap. Next, take your glass jar and begin gluing the glass gems all around the outside. Use a hot glue gun or strong craft adhesive, whatever your hands feel most comfortable with. You can do this while seated at the table, sipping tea, or listening to soft music. There's no rush. Place each gem like a little note in a song. As you go, you'll see the jar begin to change. It catches the light differently. Even before it's lit, it sparkles. And once the jar is fully covered and the glue is dry, nestle the solar cap into the lid space. If it fits snugly, perfect. If not, a little glue around the edge will hold it secure. Now comes the joy. Find the perfect spot for your new lantern. Maybe along the garden path, beside a flower pot, or scattered across the patio table like glowing fireflies. During the day, the sunlight charges the lantern quietly. At night, it begins to glow soft and steady. Not too bright, just enough to say, "I'm still here." You can make several of these and group them together for a cozy effect. Or tuck one into a quiet garden corner as a gentle beacon, a little guiding light through the stillness. It's a project that asks so little from us, just a jar, some gems, a little patience, and gives back something truly magical. And perhaps that's a lesson in itself. We often think that the biggest joys come from grand gestures or expensive things. But here, a $2 lantern glows with all the beauty of a star. And you made it. With your own hands. With care. Because no matter the season of life, we still carry light. We still create warmth. And in the evening garden, when everything else rests, these little lanterns are your quiet, shimmering hello. Next, we'll keep that nighttime magic going with a charming DIY perforated tin can lanterns, starry light patterns made from the simplest of recycled pieces. Do you remember camping trips, or maybe backyard evenings with nothing but the moonlight and a firefly or two for company? There's something deeply calming about flickering light on a summer night. It slows the world down, invites reflection, makes you feel young and old all at once. With this next idea, we're bringing that same gentle glow into your garden with perforated tin can lanterns. They're rustic, they're poetic, and best of all, they're made from what others might throw away. Start by saving a few tin cans from your pantry: soup cans, veggie cans, even coffee tins if you like a larger size. Clean them well and remove the labels. Then here's a little trick that makes everything easier. Fill each can with water and place them in the freezer overnight. Why? Because when the water freezes solid, it gives the can structure so you can gently hammer without denting it. It's one of those smart little tips passed down from the clever hands of homemakers before us. Once frozen, wrap a towel around the can and place it on a sturdy surface. Then, using a hammer and a thick nail, carefully tap holes into the metal. You can make swirling patterns, stars, hearts, or even write short words like hope or bloom. Let your creativity guide you. You don't need perfect symmetry. The charm lies in the handmade nature of each tiny star-shaped beam. After you've finished your design, let the ice melt and dry the cans thoroughly. Then drop in a Dollar Tree battery-operated LED tea light, or if you prefer a steady warm flicker, choose a flameless candle with a timer. When you place these lanterns on your patio steps, along a walkway, or nestled among flower pots, they cast the most magical patterned shadows. It's like watching a little galaxy settle softly over your garden. And the process is therapeutic. There's a rhythm to it. Tap, pause, tap, like embroidery with light. And all the while, you're not just making a lantern. You're making a memory. A calm, mindful afternoon spent with purpose. Physically, it's senior-friendly too. The work is gentle-seated and can be done with breaks and comfort. You're not lifting, bending, or rushing, just creating quietly and beautifully. These lanterns remind us that with just a bit of care and intention, even something as plain as a soup can be turned into something timeless. Isn't that the very heart of what we do when we garden? We take the ordinary dirt seed water and turn it into something breathtaking. And so with these little lanterns, you're not just adding light to your garden, you're adding soul. A reminder that even in darkness, even with humble beginnings, something beautiful can still shine. Next, we'll brighten things up with bold, modern flair bottle cap geo wall art, turning discarded lids into colorful garden sculptures you'll be proud to display. Do you ever open a soda bottle and think that little cap's too nice to throw away? You're not alone. There's something satisfying about the feel of it. The color, the click, the clean shape. Small, yes, but full of possibility. And today, we're turning those overlooked bottle caps into a bold piece of art for your outdoor space. This project is called Bottle Cap Geo Wall Art, and it's as cheerful and striking as a summer quilt fluttering on a line. Except here the fabric is color, the thread is glue, and the canvas just a simple Dollar Tree foam board. First, gather a good number of plastic bottle caps in assorted colors. If you don't drink sodas often, you can collect them from friends or grab a mixed bag from Dollar Tree. Bright reds, greens, yellows, blues. The more variety, the better. You'll also need one foam board, a can of black spray paint, and a hot glue gun. Start by laying your foam board flat and giving it a quick, even coat of black spray paint. Why black? Because it makes the colors pop. It creates depth and drama like a gallery wall in the garden. Let it dry fully while you sip a bit of lemonade or enjoy the sunshine. Once dry, it's time to play. Arrange your bottle caps in geometric patterns, squares, diamond stripes, or even an abstract burst like a sunbeam. You can follow a plan or simply go with what feels right. Some might prefer a soft rainbow arc, others a playful scatter. Then glue each cap into place with care. No need to rush, this part is wonderfully relaxing and easy to do seated. You'll feel a little like a mosaic artist, placing each bright piece with intention. When finished, you can mount the artwork to a courtyard wall, a fence panel, or even lean it against a garden shed. It's weather-resistant enough for a covered porch and light enough to move or swap out whenever inspiration strikes. The result is joyful, a splash of color where you least expect it. And perhaps most delightful of all, it turns the tiniest bit of plastic into something meaningful. Just like us, these caps have done their first job. They sealed, they served. And now in a new life, they shine again, not by being perfect, but by being seen. This kind of art reminds us that creativity isn't about what you buy, it's about what you notice, what you choose to love again. So, if you've got a bag of colorful lids and a quiet afternoon, you also have a garden masterpiece waiting to happen. Next, we'll stay with reflective wonder, creating a mirrored CD shard mosaic frame that turns light into decoration and old CDs into moments of sparkling grace. There's something enchanting about how light dances across water through leaves or reflected off a tiny mirror. It flutters, glimmers, and catches your eye in the most unexpected ways. And today's project is all about capturing that soft, magical sparkle with a touch of elegance and a whole lot of reuse. We're making a mirrored CD shard mosaic frame, a piece that looks like garden art from a boutique, but costs just a few dollars and a little care. Start by finding an old picture frame from Dollar Tree, preferably one with a wide border. Then gather a few CDs or DVDs you no longer use. The shinier, the better. Their rainbow sheen is what brings the magic. Now, before we begin, a little note on safety. We'll be breaking the CDs into shards, so it's best to wear gloves and eye protection. Wrap a CD in a dish towel and gently snap it with your hands, or a firm press, no hammer needed. It will break into small, irregular pieces with that signature shimmer. Once you have a good collection of CD pieces, lay out your frame on a flat surface. Remove the glass and backing if you'd like to replace them with something weather-resistant or leave them in for indoor or covered porch display. Now start placing the CD shards along the frame border like building a stained glass window. Each piece catches the light differently, some with purples, others with greens, and many with that soft silver-blue glow that feels like moonlight. Use a hot glue gun or strong craft adhesive to secure each shard. There's no right or wrong pattern here. Let your hands decide where each piece belongs. You'll find a rhythm in it, and perhaps a bit of reflection too. Once finished, let it dry completely. If you like, you can place a piece of mirrored cardstock inside the frame, or a simple nature photo, or leave it open to catch light through the gaps, letting the glass shimmer on its own. Hang your finished mosaic on a porch wall, garden fence, or under a covered pergola. Watch how it catches the morning sun or twinkles softly at twilight. And maybe, just maybe, someone will ask where you bought such a beautiful piece. And you'll smile, remembering the CDs tucked away in a drawer. Remembering how your hands, steady and wise, gave them a new life. There's something deeply symbolic in this piece. CDs once filled with songs or family videos, now broken, reshaped, and transformed. Not lost, just different. They shine in fragments, and maybe we do too. At this stage in life, we've gathered our own reflections. Some smooth, some sharp, some filled with color. All of them part of the whole. So hang this frame as a reminder: broken doesn't mean finished. It means sparkling in a different way. Next, we'll invite a few fluttering guests into the garden with a teacup bird feeder that's as charming and graceful as a handwritten note from an old friend. Have you ever watched a bird land softly on a branch, tilt its little head, and begin to sing as if the garden were a stage made just for it? There's a kind of grace in that, unplanned, unasked for, yet freely given. And today's project invites that grace right into your yard: a teacup bird feeder made from a humble Dollar Tree find and a touch of charm. To start, you'll need a ceramic teacup and saucer. Dollar Tree often has the prettiest little ones, floral or simple white, just waiting to be loved. You'll also need a strong craft adhesive. E6000 works well, and a chain or sturdy wire for hanging, perhaps rescued from an old hanging planter or an unused necklace. Begin by gently gluing the teacup to the center of the saucer, tilted slightly forward as if it's ready to pour. This angle will allow birds to perch comfortably while pecking at the seeds inside. Let the glue dry completely. Take your time. Maybe enjoy a real cup of tea while it sets with a bit of music or a window breeze. Once dry, attach your chain or wire securely to the saucer. You can loop it through small holes if your saucer has them, or use a strong adhesive to bond the chain to the underside. The goal is a gentle cradle, one that sways just a bit in the wind, but stays balanced enough for your feathered guests. Now fill your teacup with bird seed, just a sprinkle at first. Then hang it from a tree branch, a shepherd's hook, or even near a kitchen window if you'd like a front row seat to the show. Soon you'll see finches, wrens, or even a bold cardinal stopping by for a nibble. Their visits are brief but full of meaning, like little blessings carried on wings. This feeder doesn't just nourish the birds, it nourishes the soul. Because in making this, you're saying something quietly profound. You are welcome here. You matter. This is a garden of kindness. And there's a sweetness in knowing that something once meant for quiet tea time, a cup that perhaps reminded you of your mother's kitchen or a rainy afternoon with a good book, now serves a new purpose in the open air. This project is gentle on the body. No digging, no hammering. Just a bit of glue, a bit of balance, and a bit of heart. And when you see the birds come and go, you'll feel it, that flicker of joy, that old warmth of being part of something larger. Because when we give with open hands, even small things like a teacup in a tree can become beautiful acts of hospitality. Next, we'll keep the welcome going with an earthy delight: pine cone peanut butter feeders, a nostalgic craft that's perfect for connecting with birds, grandkids, and your own gentle memories. Do you remember making these in childhood? Or perhaps with your own kids or grandkids, tiny hands smearing peanut butter on pine cones, giggling as bird seeds scattered across the table. There's something wonderfully nostalgic about this next project. It's simple, it's joyful, and it bridges generations. Pine cone peanut butter feeders. Begin by gathering a few pine cones. If you're lucky enough to have a tree nearby, take a little stroll and pick a few that are open and dry. If not, Dollar Tree often carries them in seasonal decor, and they'll work just as well. You'll also need a jar of peanut butter, a bag of birdseed, and some string or twine. For a clever little touch, you can also use old bread tags, the kind that once sealed a loaf of sandwich bread, as handy labels or hanging tabs. This project is a treat to do at the kitchen table. Lay down a piece of wax paper or an old dish towel. Then, using a spoon or butter knife, spread peanut butter into all the nooks and crannies of each pine cone. You don't have to be neat. In fact, a little messiness makes it more fun. Once they're generously coated, roll the pine cones in birdseed, pressing gently so it sticks. You'll feel like a child again, crafting something simple and sweet just for the joy of it. After they're coated, tie a loop of string around the top of each cone, using a bread tag if you'd like for an added rustic charm. Now they're ready to hang from a branch, a fence post, or even a shepherd's hook outside your window. These feeders attract all kinds of grateful visitors: sparrows, chickadees, maybe even a shy woodpecker or two. And as you watch them flutter and feast, you'll feel something awaken inside, that sense of connection, not just to nature, but to the quiet, enduring rhythm of life. Because this project isn't just about feeding birds. It's about remembering how good it feels to give, to create with your hands, to take what's already around you, a pine cone, some string, a little seed, and turn it into an offering of welcome. It's a wonderful activity to share with grandchildren, neighbors, or simply to do alone on a peaceful afternoon. No heavy lifting, no bending or straining. Just a gentle, satisfying craft that brings life to your garden and a sense of warmth to your heart. And when you see a little bird stop by, pause, and peck happily at what you've made, you'll know you've done something kind. You've said without words, there's room here, there's love here, just like we always hoped our gardens and our lives would say. Next, we'll head back into vertical beauty with a project that maximizes space with grace: the basket-tiered planter. A blooming tower of blooms, perfect for patios, balconies, and anyone working with just a little square of earth. Not everyone has sprawling yards or raised garden beds. Many of us, especially these days, are working with porches, patios, or just one sunny corner of a balcony. But here's the secret: we gardeners know a little space filled with care can grow a world of beauty. That's why this next project is such a treasure. It builds up, not out, giving you more room for blooms, herbs, or even trailing vines without taking up precious ground. It's called a basket-tiered planter, and it's perfect for turning small spaces into living works of art. You'll need 3 plastic baskets from Dollar Tree, ideally in small, medium, and large sizes, so they nest like a little garden staircase. You'll also need a sturdy rod to run through the center. An old broomstick or garden stake works perfectly, and a few zip ties for stability. Start by drilling or cutting a small hole through the center of each basket's bottom. Take your time here. You can use a sharp utility knife or a drill with a gentle hand. Then slide the largest basket onto the broomstick. First, it will form your base. Add a dollop of hot glue or a zip tie underneath to hold it in place. Next comes the medium basket, secured a little above the first, then finally the smallest on top. Each level becomes its own planting zone, like steps in a secret garden. If you're placing this on a porch or balcony, you can fill the bottom with sand or stones for added weight. Or if you have a garden bed, simply push the bottom of the rod into the ground. Now for the fun part: planting. Fill each tier with rich soil and your favorite plants. Herbs like basil and mint thrive in the middle. The top tier is perfect for a little splash of color, maybe marigolds or violas, and the lower tier could be home to trailing plants like creeping jenny or sweet alyssum that will gently spill over the sides like a soft waterfall. This vertical beauty not only makes the most of your space, it also puts your plants at eye level, making them easier to water, harvest, and admire. And because the baskets are lightweight, you can build the whole thing seated with no heavy lifting or bending. It's a garden project that's both gentle and joyful, just how we like it. But there's more to it than that. There's something deeply symbolic about stacking those baskets layer upon layer, building upward. It reminds us that growth doesn't always spread wide. Sometimes it rises quietly, one piece at a time, just like we've done in life. With each season, each experience, each new bloom, we've built something strong, something full of beauty. This tiered planter is a reflection of that journey. A little structure, a little balance, a whole lot of love. Next, we'll continue the vertical magic with a charming upcycled idea: the bottle tower garden, where soda bottles become blooming columns of life, perfect for herbs and succulents in the smallest of spaces. Do you ever look at an empty plastic bottle and think, there must be something I can do with this? That kind of thinking, creative, gentle, wise, is what makes gardens like yours so special. because you see possibility in the everyday. And today, we're building something both beautiful and efficient from those very bottles, a bottle tower garden. It's a vertical planting system that uses space, smartly grows herbs or succulents with ease, and gives a whole new purpose to what might have been tossed away. Here's what you'll need. Several 2-liter soda bottles, clean and label-free. Zip ties available at Dollar Tree. A sturdy garden stake or a thick wooden dowel. Start by cutting a rectangular opening on the side of each bottle about 3 inches wide and 5 inches long. This will be your planting window. Make sure to leave the cap on for now and poke a few drainage holes near the cap using a nail or the tip of your scissors. Once all your bottles are prepped, begin attaching them to the garden stake. Start at the bottom, zip tying the first bottle horizontally to the stake label side down. Then stack the next bottle just above it, angling it slightly so the top one doesn't block sunlight from the one below. Continue until you've used all your bottles, forming a column of little green pockets. You can secure each bottle not just to the stake, but also to the ones above and below it for extra stability. It might look like a piece of garden sculpture when you're done, and in a way it is. Now fill each bottle cavity with soil, gently patting it in with a spoon or your fingers. This part is especially satisfying, tiny containers of promise one after another. For plants, herbs are an excellent choice. Thyme, oregano, parsley, or even baby lettuce if you're feeling adventurous. Succulents also do beautifully here, needing little water and offering charming shapes and textures. Once planted, place your tower in a sunny spot near a fence balcony rail or the side of your porch. It takes up almost no floor space, but gives you a lush little wall of life to enjoy. And every time you snip a bit of basil for your soup or see a bumblebee stop by your thyme blossoms, you'll feel it, that quiet pride that comes from making something useful, something kind out of the simplest things. This is a project that's gentle on the body. No digging, no hauling bags of soil, just a few bottles, a bit of tying, and a peaceful moment of planting. You can do it all from a chair in the shade, hand steady, heart light. But the most beautiful part, it's what this garden says. That nothing is wasted. That new life can grow in unexpected places. That small spaces, like small gestures, can hold great meaning. Just like you, this bottle garden is a quiet marvel, sturdy, creative, and full of life. Next, we'll shift from practical to playful with a delightful, low-maintenance creation, the painted rock cactus garden, a whimsical desert-themed decor idea that thrives in sunshine and never needs watering. There's something irresistibly charming about a cactus, all those playful shapes and little spines, standing tall even in the hottest sun. But let's be honest, not all of us want to deal with thorns or finicky watering schedules. That's where this next project comes, in a painted rock cactus garden that's cheerful, quirky, and delightfully low maintenance. You won't need a green thumb for this one. Just a few smooth river rocks, a bit of acrylic paint, and your own imagination. Start by selecting your cactus stones. Dollar Tree sells bags of river rocks, and you can also gather some from your garden if you prefer. Look for ones that are oval or round shapes that could pass for a chubby cactus, a paddle, or even a prickly pear pad. The more variety, the better. Next, you'll need some green acrylic paints and maybe a touch of white, pink, or yellow for details. Lay out some newspaper or a craft mat, put on your favorite music, and start painting. Coat each rock in a shade of green, sage, emerald, avocado, whatever speaks to you. Once they're dry, use a fine-tip brush or even a toothpick to add spines and ridges. You can dot little white lines, paint faux ribs, or add delicate pink flowers on top with a dab of color. This part is pure joy. It's quiet work, meditative. Something you can do sitting comfortably at a table with the sunlight warming your back. Once your cactus rocks are finished and fully dry, it's time to plant them. Choose small terracotta pots from Dollar Tree, the kind that would fit neatly on a porch railing, windowsill, or patio table. Fill them with pebbles, sand, or even moss if you prefer a desert meets woodland look. Then nestle in your painted cacti, arranging them at different angles so they look natural and full of life. If you want to get extra creative, you can glue a few of the rocks together into little cactus clusters or paint tiny ladybugs on one side. Add a small tag that says "No watering required," and you'll surely get a smile from every guest who visits. These pots make lovely centerpieces or whimsical accents for fairy gardens. You can place one on your outdoor table, one beside a bird feeder, or even give them as gifts to friends who love gardening but can't always keep up with the watering. What's beautiful about this project isn't just its charm, it's the freedom it gives. No bending over flower beds. No worrying about sunlight or soil pH. Just the simple act of creating beauty from stone. And isn't that a metaphor for life? We take what's hard, what others see as cold or ordinary, and with a little paint, a little patience, we turn it into something full of personality. This little cactus garden says I'm still blooming, just in my own way. Next, we'll stay with that playful spirit, crafting tin can robot sculptures using bits and pieces from around the house. Quirky, fun, and full of heart, these little companions add a smile to any flower bed or patio nook. Some days it's the little frustrations that add up: the missing trowel, the clippers you just had in your hand, the gloves that vanish right when you're ready to dig. Wouldn't it be lovely to have all your garden essentials tidy and within arm's reach? This next project is a true quiet helper, something that brings a bit of peace and order to your gardening rhythm. It's the hanging mesh tool organizer, and it's as simple as it is satisfying. To begin, pick up a mesh laundry bag from Dollar Tree. These bags are surprisingly sturdy and already come with a handy hook or loop for hanging. You'll also need a few S-hooks, also from Dollar Tree, an old plastic cutting board for support, and hot glue or craft adhesive. Start by laying the bag flat on your work surface. Using scissors, carefully cut it into sections to create several horizontal mesh pockets. These will be the little homes for your tools, one for gloves, one for pruning shears, one for seed packets. You can even label them if you like, using a bit of fabric marker or a tag. Next, take your plastic cutting board and cut it into a few strips. These will serve as the frame to give your organizer structure. Glue or stitch the edges of your mesh pockets onto these strips so they stay firm and don't sag. Once assembled, use your S-hooks to hang the organizer on a patio wall, the back of a garden shed door, or even a balcony railing. It's lightweight and compact, and everything stays right where you left it. You don't have to bend down or dig through a cluttered bin. Your gloves are aired out. Your tools are easy to grab, and suddenly gardening feels just a little more joyful again. This project is especially friendly to those with limited mobility. Everything can be done seated, the cutting, gluing, even the hanging. And the finished piece keeps your tools at waist or eye level, reducing the need to crouch or stretch. But more than that, this little organizer brings a kind of grace to your space. It tells your garden, I'm here, I'm ready, I've made room for you. And it tells you that even in life's smaller tasks, putting away, tidying up there is beauty. Because tending the garden isn't just about growing plants. It's about tending yourself too. And when your tools are lined up neatly, when your hands are free from searching, you can focus on what matters most. Feeling the sun on your shoulders, the dirt under your nails, and the quiet pride that says, I built this life with care. Next, we'll explore another thoughtful and flexible storage solution, the upcycled crate planter. Stand, a charming tiered display for your favorite pots that's both budget-friendly and beautiful. Sometimes what we need most isn't something brand new, it's a new way of looking at what we already have. That's the heart of this next idea, the upcycled crate planter stand. It's practical, flexible, and oh so friendly to both your needs and your budget. To begin, look for a plastic crate from Dollar Tree, the kind used for storing books or laundry. You'll also want a few old plastic bottles, like 2-liter soda bottles, and some zip ties. We're going to create a tiered plant stand that's both sturdy and portable, perfect for patios, decks, or even indoor sunrooms. First, turn the crate on its side so the open face is facing forward. This will become the first shelf. Now, if you have more than one crate, you can stack them, just zip tie them together securely at the corners. 3 high is a great height for easy access without bending too low. For stability, take your plastic bottles and fill them with sand or small rocks. These will serve as anchors inside the bottom crate. Place them toward the back so your stand won't tip forward when holding pots. Next, place your favorite potted plants inside each crate opening. You can use terracotta pots, painted cans, or even small fabric planters. Herbs like basil and chives are perfect here, within easy reach and always ready to flavor your next soup or sandwich. If you'd like, add decorative touches, line the inside with fabric wrap twine around the crate handles, or label each tier with a chalkboard sign like Herbs Bloom or Welcome. This project is gentle in every way. It requires no tools beyond scissors and zip ties, and everything can be assembled from a seated position. You can do it slowly with music playing or the breeze moving through your curtains, sipping tea as you go. Once finished, the crate stand becomes not just a display, but a statement. It says, "Here is what I've grown. Here is what I've cared for." And it brings your plants to a level that honors your body. No crouching, no kneeling, just joy. Place it by your front door to greet guests with greenery. Tuck it beside your favorite chair for a cozy garden corner. Or bring it indoors near a sunny window when the season turns cool. You see, this isn't just about storage. It's about elevation, literally and figuratively. It's about taking what's ordinary, a crate, a bottle, a plant, and giving it a little lift, a little purpose, a little love. And isn't that what we're all doing in this season of life? Lifting what matters, letting go of what doesn't, making space for joy. So go ahead, stack your crates, fill them with life and smile every time you walk by. You made this with your hands, your wisdom, and your imagination. Next, we'll bring bold color and joyful whimsy to your outdoor space. With a bottle cap fence mosaic, a dazzling way to turn discarded bits into a blooming, permanent work of art. Have you ever looked at a blank wooden fence and thought, this could be something more, a canvas maybe, a story waiting to be told? With this next idea, the bottle cap fence mosaic, you'll turn something plain into something joyful, colorful, and absolutely one of a kind. The best part, it starts with what most people toss away: plastic bottle caps. Begin by gathering a wide array of colorful caps: red, green, yellow, blue, white. You can collect them from juice bottles, water bottles, even laundry detergent lids. If you need more, Dollar Tree sometimes carries caps in craft kits, or you might ask friends and neighbors to save a few for you. You'll also need a strong craft adhesive and a smooth, clean fence panel or wooden board. This could be the back of a shed, a garden gate, or even a repurposed pallet propped up in the yard. Before you begin gluing, take a quiet moment to lay out your design. You can create a pattern like a sunburst, a row of flowers, or even an abstract wave of color. Or keep it simple with spirals and stripes. If you're feeling bold, sketch your design with chalk directly onto the wood first. If not, let your fingers find the flow. There's no wrong way to do it. Once you've arranged your caps, begin gluing them one by one. You can do this while sitting comfortably, slowly, and peacefully. There's no rush. The act itself becomes a kind of meditation, piece by piece, color by color, bringing something vibrant to life. As the caps take shape on the fence, you'll begin to see something beautiful emerge, a mosaic that catches the eye and makes people smile. Neighbors may stop and ask what it is. Children might point at it with curiosity. And you'll look at it and remember how you turned everyday pieces into a permanent bloom. This project isn't just decorative, it's deeply symbolic. Each cap had a first purpose: sealing, preserving, serving. But now it serves again in a different way. Just like us, this mosaic becomes a celebration of second chances, of seeing beauty where others see used, of building joy not by spending but by imagining. And best of all, it requires no digging, no bending, just time, color, and heart. You can do it in small sessions, a few caps a day, and watch the art unfold over time like a flower opening slowly in the sun. So, if you have a bare fence and a basket of caps, you also have a masterpiece waiting to happen. One that says, this space is loved, this space is alive. Next, we'll create a sweet, gentle border for flower beds or fairy gardens, the bamboo skewer fairy fence. A whimsical accent made from craft beads and recycled lids that adds charm without strain. Do you remember when the world felt just a little more magical, when a ring of mushrooms meant fairies had danced in the night and a tiny garden path might lead to secret places? Well, that childlike wonder never really leaves us. And this next project brings a bit of it back. It's called the bamboo skewer fairy fence, a petite, playful border made from the simplest things, yet full of charm. Perfect for flower beds, miniature gardens, or just a smile when you walk by. To begin, you'll need a pack of bamboo skewers from Dollar Tree, the kind used for grilling, now destined for enchantment. You'll also need some colorful plastic craft beads and a few old plastic lids, the kind you might find on yogurt tubs or oatmeal containers. Start by laying out your skewers. Decide how long you want your fence to be. Each skewer becomes a tiny fence post, and the beads become the cheerful little finials on top. One by one, hot glue or slide a bead onto the pointy end of each skewer. You can alternate colors, go full rainbow, or stick with soft tones, whatever brings you joy. It's like stringing together a row of tiny lollipops, each one catching the light in its own way. Next, take your old plastic lids and flip them upside down. These will be the base that holds your skewers upright. Glue the blunt end of each skewer into the lid, either in a straight line or a gentle curve like a garden gate. Let everything dry completely. Now comes the fun part, placing your fairy fence. You can nestle it around a small patch of flowers, tuck it into a pot of petunias, or use it to edge a fairy garden with little mushrooms and moss. It doesn't need to be functional. It's purely for delight. And yet it does something important. It invites imagination back into the garden. This project is gentle on the hands and easy to complete while sitting. You don't need to bend, dig, or lift anything heavy. Just bead sticks and a little creativity, like a craft from long ago done with a friend over lemonade and conversation. And that's the heart of it, isn't it? This little fence may be small, but it marks something big, your choice to keep creating, to keep believing in beauty, to make space for whimsy in a world that sometimes forgets. So when you pass by and see those beads glinting in the sun, or when a grandchild asks, "Do fairies live there?" you'll smile. Because part of you will always know, yes, they do. Or at least the kind of magic that lives in loving hands and joyful hearts does. Next, we'll care for our plants in clever, budget-friendly ways with the drip bottle system, a self-watering solution that's smart, sustainable, and wonderfully easy to create. Some of the best garden ideas don't shout, they whisper. They don't dazzle with color or shape, but instead bring quiet peace because they make life a little easier. The drip bottle system is exactly that kind of whisper. Simple, gentle, reliable. It's a self-watering solution made from the most ordinary of items, a plastic bottle, a funnel, and a little time. And it can make all the difference when your hands are tired or the summer sun is strong. Start with a plastic water bottle, any size will do, but one with a narrow neck and cap works best. You'll also want a small funnel. Dollar Tree has them in kitchen packs and a nail or push pin to create a small hole in the cap. Now, here's where the magic begins. Carefully heat the nail over a candle or stove flame, use pliers and caution, then gently poke a small hole in the center of the bottle cap. This will control how slowly the water releases. If you prefer not to use heat, you can use a sturdy sewing needle. It just takes a little more patience. Next, cut off the bottom of the bottle so you can pour water into it later. Keep the shape smooth, you can even sand the edge lightly so it doesn't snag on anything. Once your bottle is ready, take it to your garden. Choose a plant that needs regular watering, a tomato in a container, a pot of marigolds, a basil plant that wilts when you forget. Bury the bottle neck down near the base of the plant, leaving the open top sticking out of the soil like a little spout. Then insert your funnel and pour water in. The bottle will slowly drip water into the soil right at the root zone, keeping the plant hydrated without drowning it. No need to hover with a hose. No fear of forgetting during a busy day. Just steady, gentle care. This method is especially helpful if you live in a hot climate, travel occasionally, or simply want to reduce how often you bend and lift. You can even make a few of them at once and use them throughout your raised beds or potted garden. And there's something deeply comforting in knowing your plants are still being cared for, even while you rest. Because this little bottle says, "I've got you," just like you've said to so many in your life. And isn't that what good gardening is really about? Not control, but relationship. Not striving, but partnering with nature. With this humble drip system, you're not just saving water. You're honoring the rhythm of the garden, slow, steady, nourishing. And it reminds us even the smallest adjustments, the tiniest holes, can bring great relief. Even the most ordinary object, a plastic bottle, can become a vessel for care, just like us. Next, we'll add another simple yet clever tool to your outdoor space, a DIY rain gauge made from a plastic bottle, perfect for tuning into the weather, tracking rainfall, and caring for your garden with intention. There's a quiet joy in watching the weather, in listening to the gentle tap of rain on the porch roof, in stepping outside afterward and seeing the garden glisten like it's just been kissed. This next project lets you turn that wonder into wisdom with a DIY rain gauge made from something as simple as a clear plastic bottle. Start by finding a bottle with straight sides. A water bottle or juice bottle works well. You'll also need a ruler, a permanent marker, and a pair of scissors. Begin by removing any labels and cutting off the top third of the bottle. Set that top portion aside for now, you'll use it again soon. Now take your ruler and measure from the bottom of the bottle upward, marking every ½ inch or centimeter depending on what you prefer. Use your permanent marker to draw clear dark lines, and don't forget to label them numerically. This will let you see exactly how much rain has fallen. If you'd like to be extra precise, pour an inch of water into the bottle and mark it as a starting point. That way you can be sure your measurements are accurate and your base is flat. Now invert the top section of the bottle and place it like a funnel back into the open base. It helps prevent splash out and keeps debris from getting in. You can tape it in place or leave it loose so it's easy to remove for emptying and cleaning. Place your finished rain gauge in a level spot outdoors, somewhere open and away from overhanging eaves or trees that might skew the results. Nestle it into the soil of a garden bed or set it into a pot with some rocks for weight. And now you wait. When the skies open and rain begins to fall, you'll know exactly how much your garden received. You can track it in a little notebook or simply glance and smile, knowing the earth has been given its drink. It's such a simple tool, but it connects you to the rhythms of nature in a beautiful way. No guessing whether to water that day. No wondering if your tomatoes are getting enough. Just knowledge and peace of mind. It's also a wonderful project to share with children or grandchildren. They'll love watching the levels rise, and you'll have a new way to share what it means to listen to the land. And maybe, just maybe, you'll find yourself more in tune with the weather, with your plants, and with the flow of seasons. Because that's what gardening teaches us again and again. To observe, to wait, to trust the cycles. This little bottle marked by your hand becomes a symbol of quiet awareness, of tuning in rather than rushing through. And even on the days when no rain falls, your rain gauge still stands ready, hopeful. Just like you. Next, we'll illuminate your pathways with soft dreamlike charm in the form of glow-in-the-dark pebble paths, adding magic to your garden even after the sun has gone down. There's something magical about a garden at night. The way shadows deepen, the breeze cools, and everything seems to slow down. You don't need bright lights or high-tech gadgets to enjoy it. Sometimes all it takes is a soft shimmer underfoot. That's exactly what this next project offers: glow-in-the-dark pebble paths. They're peaceful, practical, and surprisingly easy to make, turning ordinary stones into tiny beacons that gently light your way through the evening. Begin by picking up a bag of decorative pebbles from Dollar Tree. Choose smooth, flat ones if you can. They're easier to paint and arrange. You'll also need glow-in-the-dark paint available at most craft stores or online. Look for garden-safe varieties if your pebbles will be outdoors year-round. Set yourself up at a comfortable table or workbench and spread out your pebbles on a layer of newspaper or an old tray. Shake your paint well, then begin coating each pebble with a brush or sponge. You can apply one thick coat or several thin ones. Just be sure to cover each pebble fully so they'll glow brightly after absorbing sunlight. Allow them to dry completely in a well-lit space. Once dry, you can go back and add another coat if you like. Some folks even paint patterned spiral stars or tiny moon phases for a bit of extra magic. Now comes the fun part: placing them. Line your garden path with these glowing pebbles. You don't need many, just a scattering along the edges like fireflies guiding your way. Or place a circle around your favorite potted plant, nestle a few among your herbs, or tuck them under the lip of your bird bath. They'll charge in the daylight and glow for hours once the sun sets, a gentle green-blue twinkle that makes your whole garden feel alive, even in stillness. And what's especially lovely about this project is how gentle it is on your hands, your body, and your time. There's no digging, no heavy lifting, just painting, placing, and watching light return. In the quiet dark, these pebbles offer more than just visibility. They offer presence. Each one is a reminder to notice your steps, to walk a little slower, to enjoy your garden not just in daylight but in the hush of night when frogs sing and wind chimes whisper. They say even in the dark there is light waiting. Much like us, they shine best after soaking up warmth. So whether you're stepping out after supper or simply looking out the window before bed, these little pebbles will be there, glowing gently, guiding you home. Next, we'll continue the twilight beauty with CD disc stepping stones, sparkling garden pavers made from old discs, and a bit of plaster, giving your garden path both color and shimmer. Some things, when they age, don't fade, they shimmer, like a beloved silver teapot. or your favorite ring warmed by years of touch. Today's garden project is a celebration of that same kind of beauty. CD disc stepping stones made from what others might throw away and transformed into something that catches the light with every step. If you still have a few old CDs or DVDs tucked away in a drawer, the ones too scratched to play but too shiny to toss, you're halfway there. You'll also need a large plastic plate. Dollar Tree has great ones in their picnic section, some plaster of Paris, a mixing container, and of course your imagination. Start by gently snapping the CDs into smaller pieces. You can wrap each one in an old towel and press down, no need for scissors or tools. The irregular shapes are exactly what make the final design so captivating. Just remember to wear gloves and eye protection if you're handling sharp edges. Now mix your plaster according to the instructions. It should be thick but pourable like pancake batter. Pour a thin, even layer into your plastic plate, which will serve as the mold for your stepping stone. Tap the sides gently to release any bubbles. Before the plaster sets, start pressing your CD pieces gently into the surface, shiny side up. You can create a mosaic sunburst, a spiral, or a scattered pattern. Let your instincts guide you. The more light they catch, the more they'll sparkle beneath the garden sky. Let the plaster dry completely, at least overnight. Once it's hardened, gently remove your stepping stone from the mold. You'll be amazed at how something so simple becomes something so elegant. Place these shimmering stones along a garden path between planters or in a quiet meditation corner of your yard. You can make one at a time or several to form a winding walkway, each one unique like pages in a story. Only you can tell. What makes this project so meaningful is not just the beauty it brings, but the spirit behind it. A scratched CD, no longer useful for music, finds a new rhythm in your garden. A plastic plate meant for a picnic becomes the cradle for something lasting. Your hands, perhaps a bit slower now, still shape light into art. And when someone walks across your stepping stones, perhaps a grandchild with sticky fingers or a friend visiting for tea, they'll be stepping not just on stone, but on memory, on care, on quiet creativity. And you'll know that even small things when placed with love can light the way. Because in this life we don't always get to start fresh, but we do get to make something beautiful with what's already in our hands. Next, we'll turn our attention to vertical beauty with hanging bottle terrariums, gentle lightweight displays that bring greenery to any wall window or balcony rail. And now, dear friend, as the sun dips low and the garden settles into its evening hush, let's take a quiet breath together. We've wandered through so many ideas today. Simple ones, joyful ones, each built not on money or youth, but on imagination, kindness, and the wisdom that comes from years well lived. From painted rocks that never need watering to solar jars that catch the last golden light of day. From old crates turned into blooming towers to spoons that now whisper the names of your herbs. Every project we explored is a soft reminder. You are still growing, not in the way the world measures, not in speed or trend or flash, but in something deeper. In how you see beauty in small things. In how your hands still know how to care. It doesn't matter if your space is big or small, whether you have a yard or just a balcony, whether you're full of energy or move a little slower now. You still have the power to create something beautiful, one gentle moment at a time. Because what you touch becomes meaningful. What you tend becomes alive. And what you love, truly love, becomes a reflection of who you are. So if there was even one idea today that made your heart stir, maybe a teacup feeder or a glowing pebble path or a crate full of basil by the door, hold on to it. Try it. Let it be your next little joy. And when you do, please know, you're not just decorating a garden. You're building peace. You're crafting hope. One spoon, one cap, one flower at a time. Which idea brought you the most joy today? I'd love to hear about it in the comments. And if you'd like more gentle inspiration for your garden, your hands and your heart, feel free to subscribe. This channel will always be a soft place to land. Until next time, dear friend, happy gardening. And remember, your hands still create beauty. Your spirit still plants light. And your garden, just like you, is full of second chances. Hello there, dear friend. Let's begin with a picture. It's early morning. The sun is gentle, not yet hot. A quiet breeze moves the leaves just enough to make them shimmer. You've got your favorite mug of tea warming your hands, and before you, your little garden sanctuary. Maybe it's a front porch, maybe just a few potted plants along a sunny fence. Maybe you've got more weeds than roses, but something about it still feels like home. There's a comfort to this space, not because it's expensive or grand, but because it's yours. And here's the truth I want to share with you this morning. You don't need a big budget or a young back to create something beautiful. You just need a touch of imagination, and maybe a little visit to the Dollar Tree. You see, I've learned something in all my years of digging in the dirt, trimming vines, and finding joy in the smallest blossoms. The most meaningful garden touches rarely come from fancy catalogs or pricey stores. They come from creativity, repurposed odds and ends, and the delight of turning something simple into something soulful. So today, we're going to take a gentle walk through 30 easy summer garden decor ideas, each made with Dollar Tree treasures, each one full of charm, color, and life. These ideas are more than crafts. They're little invitations to make your space your own. They're proof that beauty is not about money, it's about care. Whether you're looking to brighten a small patio, dress up a balcony, or transform a forgotten corner of your yard, you'll find something here that speaks to your heart. And don't worry, every idea is senior-friendly budget-wise and full of warmth. So, pull up a chair, let the light come in, let's make your garden into a story worth smiling at. Remember those little solar lights that became popular years ago? Maybe you've picked up a few over time, simple, plastic, practical. They work fine, but let's be honest. They don't exactly make your heart skip a beat when you see them in the garden. But here's the fun part. With just a couple of ribbons and a few faux flowers, those plain solar stakes can turn into something truly charming. Start by choosing your color scheme. If you love a farmhouse feel, go with burlap and soft cream-colored florals. For something a little more whimsical, satin ribbon in lavender or rose pink works beautifully. And if your taste leans a bit modern, try metallic ribbons in bronze or silver. Now take your Dollar Tree solar light. Give it a quick wipe down with rubbing alcohol to remove any dust. Starting at the base, gently spiral your ribbon upward, securing it with a dab of hot glue every few inches. It doesn't have to be perfect. In fact, a little imperfection adds to the charm. Once the ribbon is in place, tuck in tiny faux flower heads at those glue points. Just one or two is enough to make it feel thoughtful and styled. Line these along your garden path or circle them around a favorite planter. During the day, they'll catch the light with their texture and softness. At night, when the sun sets, they'll come alive with that gentle glow we all love. The best part, you've just created a look that would cost $15.25 per light at a garden boutique, but yours cost around $2.50. And more importantly, it carries your personal touch. It's funny how a bit of ribbon and a glue stick can turn something forgettable into something worth admiring. Like many things in life, it only takes a little care to feel brand new again. Still useful just like us. Do you remember the sound of old silverware clinking in a drawer? The kind that came from a grandmother's kitchen or your first apartment? Well, it turns out those old spoons, even the mismatched ones from thrift stores or yard sales, still have stories to tell. Especially in the garden. Today, we're giving humble metal spoons a new purpose as charming garden markers. They're simple, sturdy, and easy to see, a perfect DIY for anyone who wants something both practical and nostalgic. Start by gathering your spoons. Stainless steel ones work best. Give them a good cleaning, especially if they've been in storage. Rubbing alcohol or vinegar will help remove any residue and prepare the surface for painting. Once dry, apply a coat of chalkboard paint to the rounded bowl of the spoon. Let it dry fully, then add a second coat to make sure it's dark and smooth. Once the surface is ready, use a chalk marker, which you can also find at the Dollar Tree, to write the name of each plant: basil, thyme, lavender, tomatoes. You can even add a little heart or flourish if you're feeling artistic. And don't worry if you ever need to relabel, just wipe it clean and start again. Push the spoon handles directly into the soil handle down so the painted top peeks out above your herbs or vegetables. They're easy to spot even for aging eyes, and they won't blow away in the wind like plastic tags often do. What's lovely about this idea is that it turns a functional need into a piece of garden personality. It's not just a label, it's a touch of memory and care. A reminder that even old things once forgotten in drawers or donation boxes still have purpose and beauty when seen in a new light. Cost-wise, this project is remarkably affordable. 10 spoons might run you $1.25 at a thrift shop, or even less if you already have them. Add another $1.25 for the chalkboard paint and $1.25 for the chalk marker, and you're at just under $4 total, enough to mark your entire garden. But the real value isn't in the money saved. It's in the feeling you get when you walk through your garden and see those little spoons standing proudly, names written in your own handwriting. It's personal, peaceful, a bit poetic. And like many of us, those spoons are sturdy, seasoned, and still serving, just in a new way. There's something enchanting about twilight in the garden. When the light softens and the day exhales, even the simplest yard becomes a stage for little wonders. And what better way to welcome that hour than with a few softly glowing fairy lanterns? This idea starts with something you may already have: mason jars. But if not, you can find them or similar glass jars at the Dollar Tree, often in packs. You'll also need a roll of twine, a few artificial flowers, and a set of battery-operated tea lights. Begin by cleaning the jars well so the glass sparkles when the light flickers. Now take your twine and wrap it gently around the top rim of each jar. Leave a loop of twine above the rim so you can hang the jar like a lantern. You can make the loop braided for extra strength, or just tie a strong double knot. Once the twine is secure, tuck in a couple of small faux flower heads right under the rim. Lavender daisy or tiny wildflower blooms all look lovely and soft. Next, drop a battery-powered tea light into the jar. When it turns on, the glow bounces off the glass and dances with the petals you've placed around the rim. It's not just light, it's atmosphere. It's warmth. You can hang these fairy lanterns from tree branches, shepherd hooks, the edges of a pergola, or even nails along a fence. For safety, especially around children or pets, these flameless candles are a perfect alternative to real ones. And because they're battery-operated, you won't need an outlet nearby or worry about a breeze snuffing them out. Want to vary the look? Try mixing jar sizes: wide mouth for a brighter glow, tall ones for elegance. Some folks even paint the bottom halves with frosted spray for a dreamy, diffused light effect. It's hard to describe just how peaceful these lanterns feel until you've sat outside with them one quiet evening. They don't just light your space, they soothe it. The full cost? Likely under $5 for a few. But the feeling they bring, sitting with a cup of tea, listening to crickets, watching your garden twinkle like a scene from a bedtime story, that's priceless. Because sometimes, dear friend, the magic we seek doesn't come from far away. It comes from within a little jar lit by your own hands, glowing with gentle joy. Do you remember those pinwheels from childhood? The ones that spun wildly in the summer breeze, bringing color and motion to the yard? There's still something so joyful about watching something turn gently in the wind. And in your garden today, you can capture that same magic, only this time with a touch more elegance and creativity. With just a few plastic plates from Dollar Tree, a bit of paint, and a little time, you can create your own kinetic garden sculptures, wind spinners that move with grace and color every time the breeze passes through. Start by selecting your plates. Flat, lightweight plastic ones work best, and Dollar Tree has them in every size and shade you can imagine. You'll need a drill for this one, or someone to help if you don't have the grip strength. Drill a small hole right in the center of each plate. This will allow them to spin smoothly once mounted. Next, the fun begins: painting. Use weather-resistant acrylic or spray paints to add stripes, spirals, dots, or even a faux marble effect. You can use painter's tape to create clean lines, or stencils for floral or geometric patterns. Don't be afraid to mix bold and pastel tones. This is your chance to make something that sings in color. Once painted and dry, insert a small ball bearing or washer into the center hole for smoother spinning. Then attach each plate to the end of a thin dowel or metal rod, using a nut and bolt system that allows it to move freely. You can find simple kits at most hardware stores, or repurpose small screws and washers from old tools or toys. Plant the dowels into the ground or in large flower pots. Try layering multiple plates on different rods at varying heights and angles. This creates a truly artistic display that looks like sculptural garden art. On windy days, you'll see them whirl and shimmer, catching the sun like little dancers. Not only do they add life and movement, but they also become conversation starters. Most people won't believe you made them yourself, let alone for just a few dollars each. And here's a lovely little bonus: even on still days, the painted designs shine like cheerful blooms frozen mid-spin. There's poetry in that, a sense of gentle motion, even in rest. With just a few plates and your imagination, you've created a garden element that brings delight with every gust of wind. And like all the best things in life, it didn't cost much. Just a bit of effort, a bit of joy, and your unique touch. Do you have one of those wire-hanging baskets that's been around for years? Maybe a little rusty, a little forgotten. Don't toss it out just yet. With a scrap of fabric and a strip of lace, that plain old basket can become one of the prettiest pieces in your entire garden. This transformation is both simple and surprisingly elegant. You'll need a hanging basket, new or old, some burlap or canvas, a glue gun, and a bit of lace trim, all easily found at Dollar Tree or tucked away in your craft bin. Start by measuring the circumference and height of your basket. Cut a strip of your chosen fabric, burlap for a rustic farmhouse look or canvas for a clean modern style, and wrap it around the outside of the basket. Secure it with hot glue, folding the top edge neatly over the rim for a tidy finish. Don't worry if the weave isn't perfect. A little unevenness gives it that handmade charm. Now for the lace. Run a strip around the top edge of the fabric, securing it in place with glue. This single touch instantly elevates the look from ordinary to boutique. If you're feeling adventurous, you can even add small bows, buttons, or seasonal accents like faux flowers or mini pumpkins, depending on the time of year. Change the fabric and trim seasonally to keep things fresh, soft pastels in spring, sunflower yellows, or bright blues in summer, deep reds and oranges in fall, even evergreen and silver in winter. It's an easy swap, and since you're not using much material, it costs almost nothing. What's beautiful about this project is that it gives new life to something you already have. And for many of us, that's the true heart of gardening, not just planting things, but reimagining them. Just like we do with old chairs, forgotten corners, or even quiet seasons of life. Once your basket is dressed up, fill it with trailing blooms like petunias, ivy, or fuchsia. Hang it from a porch beam or shepherd's hook, and watch how the fabric dances with the breeze. The plants will spill over the sides like a waterfall of color framed by the texture of fabric and lace. Guests will admire your garden and wonder where you bought such a stylish piece. And you'll smile knowing you made it yourself for just a few dollars. Because sometimes beauty is just a scrap of fabric away, and a little care, like a little lace, makes all the difference. Have you ever wished for more space in your garden? Maybe your patio is small, or your back aches at the thought of bending and digging. Here's a clever little secret: height can be just as powerful as width in a garden, and often more eye-catching. Let me introduce you to the tiered pot tower. It's a garden in the sky built with simple Dollar Tree planters, a few wooden dowels, and a bit of balance. To begin, choose 3 pots in graduated sizes, small, medium, and large. Plastic ones work best because they're lightweight and easy to move. In your largest pot, add soil about 3/4 of the way up. Then insert 3 wooden dowels about 6 to 8 inches deep into the soil, spaced evenly in a triangle. These will act as supports for the second pot. Next, take your medium pot and carefully slide it onto the dowels, so it rests above the first, supported securely. Fill that with soil as well, and repeat the process with the smallest pot at the very top. Make sure everything feels stable. It should look like a gentle staircase rising toward the sky. Now comes the planting fun. At the top, choose upright flowers like geraniums, marigolds, or even small herbs. In the middle, go for something colorful and compact: zinnias, snapdragons, or begonias. At the base, let trailing plants like ivy, sweet potato vine, or lobelia spill over the edges in graceful drapes of green and bloom. What you've created is a multi-level masterpiece, a vertical display of texture, height, and color that draws the eye upward and makes even the smallest garden feel grand. And the best part, it's all within easy reach. No kneeling, no digging. Just watering, admiring, and maybe giving the occasional blossom a loving touch. This kind of project doesn't just save space, it also saves money. You'll likely spend less than $5 total compared to $40 or more for store-bought towers. And because you built it yourself, you can customize every part, from the plant colors to the pot textures to the height that works best for you. It's a little architectural, a little whimsical, and completely personal. Like the chapters of our own lives, each layer of the tower has something different to offer. But together they form something truly beautiful, something only you could create. There's a quiet kind of joy in walking through a garden path you made with your own hands. One step at a time, it tells a story. and with mosaic stepping stones made from broken bits of old ceramic. That story becomes colorful, personal, and delightfully imperfect, just like life itself. You don't need expensive supplies or special skills for this project. All you need are a few concrete pavers, some chipped plates or mugs, outdoor grout, and a bit of patience. You can often find mismatched ceramic dishes at thrift stores or use any broken ones you already have. Start by wrapping your ceramic pieces in an old towel, then gently tap them with a hammer to create irregular, jagged shapes. Safety first, wear gloves and glasses and go slowly. Lay the pieces out on your pavers to get a sense of your design. You can create spirals, flowers, or even just a joyful abstract scattering of color. Once you're happy with your layout, use strong outdoor adhesive to glue each piece in place. Leave about a 1/4-inch gap between fragments for the grout. Let it all dry overnight. Next, spread outdoor grout across the surface using a gloved hand or plastic spatula to push it into every nook. Wipe away the excess with a damp sponge, being careful not to disturb your delicate mosaic. Let it cure according to the instructions, usually a day or two, and then your stepping stones are ready to shine. Choose your grout color carefully. Light grout will make the colors of your ceramic pieces pop, while dark grout creates a more sophisticated, earthy look. Either way, the final result will look like something you'd find in a high-end garden center, only you made it for less than $2 per stone. Scatter these stones through a grassy path, line them along the edge of a flower bed, or place a few near your favorite bench. Wherever they go, they'll catch the light and your attention. What's most beautiful about these stepping stones is that they're made from pieces broken, scattered, and rearranged into something stronger, brighter, and more lasting. A perfect metaphor, don't you think? In the garden, as in life, nothing has to be perfect to be meaningful. Some of the most treasured things begin as fragments, and with a little love, they become the path that leads us forward. There's something deeply satisfying about structure in a garden, not just in the tidy rows or the rising stems, but in the design itself. A trellis brings both purpose and elegance, giving climbing plants a graceful place to grow. And the best part, you can make one that looks like modern sculpture with just wooden dowels, zip ties, and a can of spray paint. This project is especially friendly for those of us who prefer not to dig or lift too much. It's lightweight, easy to assemble on a tabletop or patio, and requires no heavy tools. Start with your wooden dowels. Long barbecue skewers can work for small spaces, or you can use broom handles or garden stakes for larger pieces. Lay them out on the ground or a table to sketch your design. Diamonds for a classic look, squares for a modern feel, or chevron patterns if you want a touch of flair. There's no right or wrong way to do it, just let your imagination guide you. Next, use zip ties to fasten the intersections. Pull each one snug and snip off the excess. This process is simple, but can feel like a quiet, meditative rhythm. Build, tie, trim. It's the kind of task that feels good in the hands and even better in the mind. Once your frame is complete, spray it with weather-resistant paint. Deep green blends with foliage. Black offers contrast and elegance, or try a metallic bronze or silver for something a little glamorous. The paint not only protects the wood, but also gives your trellis a polished, intentional look. Let it dry completely before placing it in the garden. You can anchor it in a large planter or gently press it into the soil along a wall or fence. Then plant something, climbing sweet peas, morning glories, clematis, or even cherry tomatoes. Over time, the plants will weave themselves through your design, following the lines you set in place. It becomes a living artwork, always changing, always growing. The total cost, just a few dollars. But the result, a structure that looks custom designed, like something from a high-end garden magazine. And because you built it yourself, it carries your style, your care, your creative fingerprint. As you watch your plants climb higher each week, you'll be reminded that beauty often comes from giving something or someone a strong, gentle place to grow. Just like this trellis, we all flourish when supported. Now here's an idea that feels like something out of a fairy tale: flowers that float in midair, catching the sun and the breeze like they're suspended by magic. But there's no trick here. Just a bit of fishing line, a few clear containers, and your imagination. This floating flower illusion is a beautiful way to bring soft movement and unexpected charm to your garden or patio. And the best part, it requires no bending, no digging, and very little cost. Start by collecting a few clear plastic or glass containers. You can use vases, jars, or even the acrylic storage cylinders often found at Dollar Tree. The key is that they be tall enough to hold some weight and narrow enough to concentrate the visual effect. Next, gather artificial flowers, silk blossoms in your favorite shades. Go for light blooms like daisies, lavender sprigs, or cherry blossoms. You want something that dances gently when touched by air. Now here's where the magic comes in: fishing line. Choose the thinnest you can find. A 4-pound test line works beautifully because it's almost invisible to the eye. Using a needle or glue, attach small clusters of your artificial blooms to pieces of fishing line, each spaced about 6 to 8 inches apart. The goal is to make it look like the flowers are floating up or down through the container. To keep everything in place, tie or tape the top end of each line to the underside of the jar's lid or rim, and then anchor the bottom end using small rocks, aquarium gravel, or decorative pebbles. This will keep the line taut and the flowers from drifting too far to the sides. Arrange several of these containers in a group. Odd numbers work best for natural visual balance. You might place 3 along your porch rail or 5 near a walkway. As the sunlight filters through, it will catch the petals and the glass, creating dancing shadows and shimmering reflections. It's peaceful, mesmerizing even. And while they look delicate, these displays are weather-friendly and easily refreshed. You can swap out the flowers with seasonal colors: white and blush in spring, bold sunflowers in summer, deep burgundy in fall, and silver or blue for winter. What you've created isn't just decoration, it's a moment. A soft whisper of beauty that makes people pause. That reminds us we don't always need bold or bright to make something wonderful. Sometimes the quiet things speak the loudest. In a world that moves fast, floating flowers ask us to slow down and simply enjoy the view. There's something grounding about stones in a garden. They offer contrast, calm, and a kind of quiet strength that balances all the softness of flowers and leaves. But smooth, polished river stones, the kind you see in designer gardens, can cost a small fortune. Luckily, there's a peaceful little trick that brings the same look for just a few dollars. All it takes is a handful of ordinary rocks, a bit of spray paint, and your own gentle touch. Begin by gathering rocks of different sizes. You can find them in your yard, at a nearby park, or even purchase bags of them from the Dollar Tree. Look for stones that are smooth and rounded, like the kind you might see lining a stream. Clean them thoroughly with warm water and a little dish soap, scrubbing off any dirt or moss. Let them dry in the sun. Now for the magic stone texture spray paint. This special paint has a finish that mimics real stone with just enough grain to catch the light and feel authentic. You can find it at hardware stores or online in shades like granite gray, river beige, or charcoal. Lay your stones out on a protected surface like cardboard or an old drop cloth. Spray light even coats, not too heavy. Let the paint dry completely between coats to avoid drips. You'll be amazed how each rock transforms from dusty or dull to something that looks like it was plucked from a designer showroom. Once they're dry, it's time to arrange them. Place large rocks at corners or anchor points like beside a bench or bird bath. Use medium stones to create flow and smaller ones to fill in gaps. You can create full paths, Zen-style spirals, or little rock islands nestled among your plants. To soften the look, tuck in patches of moss succulents or creeping thyme around the edges. Add a solar lantern nearby, and suddenly you've created a peaceful nook, perfect for thinking, resting, or simply watching the sun drift across the sky. What's beautiful about this project is its stillness. These stones don't bloom or sway or change color, but they offer a kind of presence, a feeling of calm and quiet dignity. And perhaps that's what makes them feel so right in a senior's garden, like old friends, smooth and strong, having weathered the years with grace. They're not flashy, but they belong, just like us. There's a certain magic that happens when the sun goes down and soft lights begin to glow in the garden. It turns even the simplest space into a gentle, inviting place, one that makes you want to linger just a little longer. And with a few shepherd's hooks and battery-powered string lights, you can create your very own canopy of warmth and wonder. This idea is especially perfect for patios, porches, or cozy garden corners where you enjoy an evening cup of tea or the quiet company of stars. Start with 5 to 7 shepherd hooks, the kind sold at Dollar Tree or garden centers. Space them evenly around your seating area, about 6 to 8 feet apart depending on your layout. They don't need to be buried deep, just pressed firmly into the soil or placed in heavy planters for balance. Next, take a strand or two of battery-powered string lights. Choose warm white for a romantic glow, or go with soft pastels if you want a touch of whimsy. Begin by attaching one end of the lights to the first hook, then drape them loosely from one to the next, creating gentle curves instead of straight lines. Let the lights dip and swoop like garland. That soft curve is part of the charm. It adds movement and elegance. Now here's where you can make it truly special. Weave a few artificial greenery vines through the light strands for a fuller, lusher look. You could even add small faux blooms or ribbons tied at intervals for seasonal color. Think lavender in spring, sunflowers in summer, or mini leaves in fall. Because the lights are battery-powered, there's no need for outdoor outlets or messy extension cords. That makes this project especially accessible. No bending to plug things in, no tripping hazards. And you can place your light canopy wherever you like, even in areas with no electricity at all. When the sun sets and those lights begin to glow, your entire garden takes on a new life. It becomes a gathering space, a reading nook, or just a quiet little world of your own. The gentle light draws you in and keeps you there calm and content. This kind of lighting doesn't just brighten a space. It softens it. It says, "You're home. You're safe. Stay a while." And the best part, you've created that feeling with less than 10 and a handful of simple materials. No big budget, no stress, just light love and a little imagination. Because beauty, especially the quiet kind, doesn't cost much at all. Imagine walking through your garden just after dusk. The sky is still glowing from the last light of day. And tucked between your flowers are tiny glowing orbs like gentle stars that have come down to rest for the night. That's the quiet magic of garden globe clusters. Soft, elegant, and beautifully simple to make. For this project, you'll need 3 things: clear plastic ornaments, the kind used for holiday crafts, battery-powered string lights, and garden stakes. All of these can be found at Dollar Tree or any local craft store. Begin by choosing your ornaments. The larger the better. 4-inch diameter globes work wonderfully for this. If they come in 2 halves, gently open them and feed in the string lights. Try to distribute the bulbs evenly inside the globe, creating a soft, scattered sparkle. A small twist of floral wire or tape can help secure the lights inside if needed. Close the globe carefully and make sure it's secure. Now take a simple garden stake or wooden dowel and attach the globe to the top using strong glue or zip ties. If you're using multiple globes, vary the stake heights, 1 low, 1 mid, 1 tall, to create a layered, natural display that pleases the eye. Cluster the stakes in odd numbers, 3s or 5s, work beautifully, and press them gently into the soil among your favorite plants. Around a flower bed, by your patio steps, or tucked beneath a tree are all perfect spots. As evening falls, your glowing orbs will come alive, casting a soft, magical light that seems to hover just above the ground. If you want to take it a step further, try lightly frosting the inside of the globes with translucent spray paint before inserting the lights. This diffuses the glow, making each orb look like a moonlit pearl. Or use colored lights, soft pinks, blues, or warm amber for different moods throughout the seasons. What's truly special about these garden globes is how they blend elegance with whimsy. They're not bold or flashy. They whisper. They invite you in. They make the most ordinary corners feel intentional, enchanted, like something out of a dream. And the cost? Just a few dollars per globe. But the peace they bring on a summer night, the way they turn your garden into a glowing haven, that's something you can't buy. So go ahead, dear friend, place a little starlight among your roses. You've earned it. Is there anything more soothing than the sound of gently bubbling water? It calms the mind, masks neighborhood noise, and draws birds and butterflies to your garden like a welcome invitation. But you don't need a pond or a big fountain kit to enjoy this luxury. You can make your own miniature water feature with just a decorative bowl, a small pump, and a few LED lights, all on a budget. Start with a sturdy bowl or wide planter from the Dollar Tree. Look for one that's at least 12 inches across and about 6 inches deep. Plastic is lightweight and easy to work with, but ceramic or metal bowls add a more polished feel if you already have one on hand. Make sure it can hold water without leaking. Next, you'll need a small fountain pump. Battery-powered versions or solar ones are great options if you want to avoid cords or electrical work. Place the pump in the center of the bowl and fill with water until it just covers the base. Add a few flat stones or marbles around the pump to hold it in place and create a natural look. Now for the ambiance waterproof LED lights. You can tuck them among the stones or place them around the edges of the bowl. Some lights even change color slowly, casting a soft rainbow across the moving water. Blue tones add a feeling of cool serenity, while amber or white creates a warm, welcoming glow. If you'd like, you can float a few silk flower heads on top of the water lilies, lotus blooms, or even hydrangea petals. It adds a romantic, tranquil effect that feels far more expensive than it is. Set your finished fountain bowl on a small side table, a garden stand, or nestled into a planter bed. Anywhere you spend time relaxing near a chair by the back door or in a shaded reading nook becomes instantly more peaceful. And the sound, a soft trickle like nature's lullaby. It's just enough to bring presence to the space without overwhelming it. The movement also keeps mosquitoes away and attracts small birds looking for a gentle sip or splash. All in all, you've created a miniature oasis, a little retreat that feels like a luxury spa tucked right into your own garden. And for under $10, it's proof that serenity doesn't have to come with a high price tag. Because the most beautiful spaces aren't always the grandest. They're the ones filled with intention, comfort, and that subtle sound of water reminding us to breathe a little slower. Sometimes the smallest touches make the biggest difference, like knowing exactly where to step on a moonless night. Pathway lights are one of those little luxuries that make a garden feel welcoming and safe. But what if you could create them yourself for just a few dollars? And make them look like something out of a landscape designer's portfolio. With solar stake lights, PVC pipe, and a roll of reflective tape, you can craft beautiful functional garden lighting that glows softly by night and gleams stylishly by day. Let's begin with the PVC. Pick up a length of standard white PVC pipe from your local hardware store, or even better, use offcuts you may already have in the garage. Cut the pipe into 6-inch segments. A simple handsaw will do the job, or many stores will cut it for you if you ask. Next, choose a spray paint that matches your garden aesthetic, deep green to blend with foliage, bronze or black for elegance, or even a bright accent color for fun. Lightly sand the outside of each pipe to help the paint stick, then give them 2 even coats. Let them dry thoroughly before continuing. Once painted, wrap a strip of reflective tape around the bottom of each pipe. This not only adds a polished design detail, but also increases visibility at night, especially helpful for seniors or guests who may have trouble seeing in low light. Now insert a Dollar Tree solar stake light into each pipe segment, securing it with glue if needed. The pipe acts as a sleeve, giving height, color, and design to an otherwise basic light. Push the base into the ground alongside your walkway, lining each side evenly for a sense of order and calm. As night falls, your pathway will gently come to life, not harsh or glaring, but soft and steady. The reflective tape catches stray light from the lamps or moon, making the edges of the path even more visible. You've created not just lighting, but atmosphere. This project costs less than $1.50 per light and can be done in an afternoon. But the sense of peace it brings that lasts long after the sun goes down. Gardens aren't just about plants. They're about how we move through them, how we feel inside them. And with each glowing step, your path reminds you here is a place of care. A place made not with money, but with heart. Because when we light the path for ourselves and others, we do more than guide feet, we guide peace. There's a reason we're drawn to lanterns, especially the paper kind. Their light is air, soft and glow, and somehow always feel like they've floated down from some distant celebration. And the best part, you can bring that same dreamy feeling to your own backyard with just a few dollars and a little creativity. Paper lanterns are easy to find at Dollar Tree in a variety of colors and sizes. Choose shades that match your garden's mood, gentle pastels for spring, bright citrus tones for summer, or classic white for an elegant, timeless look. Begin by carefully unfolding the lanterns and inserting their included wire supports. Then, to make them weather-safe, lightly spray them with a clear sealant. This step helps protect against moisture, dew, and gentle breezes. While they won't last through heavy storms, they'll hold up beautifully for weeks at a time, especially if you bring them in when rain is forecast. Next, place a battery-operated tea light or flameless candle inside each lantern. These little lights are safe, long-lasting, and require no cords or outlets. Some even come with timers, so they'll switch on at dusk and off after a few hours, perfect for hands-free enjoyment. Now comes the fun part: arranging them. Hang your lanterns at varying heights, from tree branches, pergola beams, or shepherd's hooks. Use invisible fishing line or twine to create a floating effect. If you have a porch ceiling, hang a few in the corners or over a dining area for instant atmosphere. Mixing sizes and staggering placement creates a natural flowing design that feels casual yet thoughtful. The glow they create isn't just light, it's mood. It's memory. It's the feeling of an outdoor dinner that stretches into the evening, or a quiet night spent with someone you love, wrapped in a blanket and shared silence. You can also cluster lanterns together in a corner of the garden to create a soft focal point, maybe over a bench beside a favorite plant or near a bubbling water feature. The effect is like stepping into a scene from a storybook. And if you like to change things up seasonally, simply swap out the colors. Soft pink and baby blue for springtime, sunflower yellow and coral for high summer, burnt orange and burgundy for fall. With just a few lanterns and a change of palette, your garden gets a fresh, new face. It's amazing how a few floating lights can make you feel like you've stepped into another world, a peaceful, welcoming one that you've built with your own hands. Because in the end, beauty doesn't always need to be planted. Sometimes it just needs to be hung in the air and allowed to glow. Summer evenings in the garden can feel like a dream. The golden light, the soft hum of birds settling down, the sweet scent of blooming flowers. But let's be honest, all it takes is one buzzing mosquito or a trail of ants to break that spell. Thankfully, you don't need harsh chemicals or pricey gadgets to reclaim your peace. With a few natural ingredients and decorative jars, you can make bug-repellent stations that are both beautiful and effective. Start by choosing your containers. Small mason jars, jelly jars, or any pretty glass bowl from the Dollar Tree will work perfectly. This is your chance to add style as well as function. Go for rustic charm with twine and tinted glass, or keep it sleek with clear jars and minimal accents. Now let's fill them with nature's best defenders. Coffee grounds, for example, are a powerful repellent for slugs and some flying insects. Just scoop a few spoonfuls into your jar and set it near tender plants or outdoor seating areas. The smell is pleasant to us, but not to pests. Cinnamon is another star. A sprinkle in a jar helps deter ants, and its sweet scent adds warmth to your garden's atmosphere. You can even combine it with dried citrus peels for a double punch of repellent and fragrance. For crawling insects like beetles or earwigs, food-grade diatomaceous earth is a safe and natural solution. It's completely harmless to humans and pets, but disrupts the exoskeleton of unwanted bugs. Just fill a jar halfway and place it strategically near problem areas. Want to keep things looking tidy? Add a fabric or lace cover to each jar and secure it with twine or a ribbon. Poke a few holes in the top so the scent can escape while keeping things neat. This makes your bug-repellent station feel more like a garden accessory than a science experiment. Arrange your jars in clusters around your favorite garden spots, by the swing near the flower beds, or around your evening dining table. They'll quietly do their job while blending beautifully into your outdoor decor. What makes this idea especially wonderful is that it doesn't just solve a problem, it does so gently. No sprays, no zapping sounds. Just a quiet, natural balance that supports both your comfort and your garden's ecosystem. And like many of the best things we do in life, it's a reminder we don't need to fight hard to protect our peace. Sometimes just a few thoughtful touches, a sprinkle here, a scoop there, are enough to keep the beauty blooming undisturbed. Have you ever wandered around your garden looking for your gloves, or wondered where that favorite trowel disappeared to again? It's amazing how the smallest tools can hide so well, especially when your hands are full and your memory's busy with other things. That's why this next idea is so helpful: decorative storage buckets with simple custom dividers. They keep your tools right where you need them, neat, accessible, and easy to carry from bed to bed. And best of all, they're made from materials that cost just a few dollars. Start with a large plastic bucket from the Dollar Tree, the kind you might normally use for cleaning or storing toys. Choose one with a wide mouth and sturdy handles. Then grab a few pieces of PVC pipe or recycled cardboard tubes. These will become your dividers, holding your tools upright and separated so they're easy to grab. If you're using cardboard tubes, wrap them in plastic wrap or waterproof contact paper to make them more durable. Arrange them in a circle inside the bucket, securing them together with glue or zip ties. You can even add a taller section in the center for gloves or a small towel. Want to take it up a notch? Line the inside of the bucket with fabric, something cheerful and washable. Or give the outside a coat of spray paint in a color that complements your garden's soft sage sunflower yellow or a calming sky blue. A little stenciled label like My Garden Tools adds a personal touch and makes it feel like it came from a boutique, not a bargain aisle. Now load up your bucket, hand shovel, pruning shears, gloves, plant markers, a notepad for garden thoughts. Everything has its place, and everything's within reach. You can carry it with one hand, set it next to your chair as you work, or hang it from a hook near your garden shed. This kind of project is more than just functional. It's peaceful. It removes the little frustrations that distract us from the joy of being outside, and it gives you something to admire, even when you're just grabbing your gloves. For those with limited mobility, having tools organized and portable makes gardening easier and more enjoyable. No more bending or backtracking, just simplicity and flow. Because when our space is organized with care, our minds tend to follow. We slow down. We breathe deeper. We notice more. And all it took was a bucket, a few tubes, and a little thoughtfulness, turning clutter into calm and chaos into comfort. Some of the most delicate parts of a garden are the ones we care about. Most little seedlings just starting to stretch, herbs you've lovingly grown from cuttings, or that special plant you're trying to overwinter for the first time. And sometimes they need a bit of extra protection. That's where this idea comes in: clear plastic storage bins turned into protective plant cloches. It's one of the easiest and most affordable ways to shield your plants from wind, rain, or unexpected chills, all while letting the sunlight pour in. Begin with a few clear storage containers. Dollar Tree often carries them in different shapes and sizes, so you can choose based on the plant you want to cover. Look for ones with lids if you want to add extra protection, or go lidless for more airflow. Now take a small drill or screwdriver and create a few ventilation holes near the top edges. This allows heat to escape on warmer days and helps prevent condensation from building up inside. You don't need too many, just enough for a bit of fresh air to circulate. Next, gently place the bin upside down over your plant. The clear sides act like tiny greenhouses, trapping warmth and moisture while still allowing full light to reach your plant. You'll be surprised how well it works even on cooler spring mornings or breezy autumn afternoons. To keep the bin in place during windy days, you can weigh it down with a rock on top or use small stakes through the side handles. If you're using it on raised beds or patio planters, the flat base helps it sit securely without digging or heavy lifting. This little greenhouse effect is perfect for seed starting, reviving struggling plants, or protecting tender leaves from sudden cold snaps. It's especially helpful if you live in an area with unpredictable weather or just want to give your favorite plant babies a gentle start. For even more charm, you can decorate the outside with paint markers or weatherproof stickers, draw a little sun, a vine, or write the plant's name in curling script. It adds joy and makes your protective cloche feel like part of the garden rather than just a tool. And when you don't need them, these bins stack easily in a shed or corner of the porch, ready for next season. Lightweight, reusable, and versatile, a true gardener's friend. Because caring for your plants, like caring for yourself, sometimes means building a quiet shelter, a space to grow gently, protected from the harshest elements until you're strong enough to bloom on your own. If you've ever gone away for a few days or even just had a week of hot weather, you know the worry that comes with leaving your plants unattended. Will they get enough water? Will they wilt before you return? This next idea offers a simple and elegant solution. A self-watering system made from recycled plastic bottles and a bit of tubing. It's gentle, effective, and best of all, it waters your plants even when you can't. To begin, gather a few empty plastic bottles. Any size works, though 1 liter or 2 liter bottles offer longer hydration for larger plants. Rinse them thoroughly and remove any labels so you can see the water level inside. If you like things neat and pretty, go ahead and paint the bottles in a garden-friendly color or wrap them in twine for a more rustic look. Next, drill or poke a small hole in the bottle cap just large enough to fit flexible plastic tubing. You can find this tubing at the Dollar Tree hardware stores or online. Cut a piece of tubing about 12 to 18 inches long and insert it snugly into the hole. Seal around the opening with waterproof glue or silicone to prevent leaks. Fill the bottle with water, screw the cap back on, and gently bury the tube's open end near the root zone of your plant. If you're feeling fancy, you can also attach a cheap timer to regulate flow, but for most purposes, gravity and soil absorption do the trick just fine. When the soil begins to dry, it naturally pulls water through the tube, keeping roots consistently hydrated without overwatering. It's a smart little system, and once you've seen how well it works, you might want to set one up for every bed and pot. This method is especially helpful for seniors or anyone who finds frequent watering a bit tiring. It reduces strain, saves time, and gives your plants the kind of slow, steady care they love most. You can also customize the flow by adjusting the tube length or bottle height. For thirsty summer veggies like tomatoes or cucumbers, a larger bottle and deeper placement work best. For herbs and flowers, smaller setups will do. The cost under $2 per plant, and most of that is materials you may already have around the house. And the feeling peace of mind. Knowing your garden is cared for even when you're resting or away. Knowing your hands even when they're not actively digging or watering have still created something nurturing. Because part of gardening is learning to let go and let nature do her work with just a little help from you. Weeds have a way of creeping in, don't they? Just when everything starts to look lovely, those little invaders pop up stealing water space and your precious time. But instead of spending hours pulling and spraying, there's a peaceful, long-lasting solution, one that not only prevents weeds, but adds lasting beauty to your garden beds. Let's talk about creating a decorative permanent weed barrier using landscape fabric and colorful mulching alternatives. No back-breaking digging, no expensive materials, just a few thoughtful layers and a bit of creativity. Begin by clearing the area you want to protect. Remove any existing weeds or grass and smooth out the soil. Now roll out your landscape fabric available at most garden centers or even Dollar Tree during seasonal stock. Cut it to fit the area and be sure to overlap the edges by several inches. This prevents weeds from sneaking up between gaps. Use landscaping pins or long nails to anchor the fabric securely to the ground, paying extra attention to the edges. Then using scissors or a sharp knife, cut small X-shaped openings only where you plan to place plants. This allows your chosen blooms to shine while the surrounding area remains undisturbed and tidy. Now for the fun part, the top layer. Instead of traditional mulch, consider decorative options that last for years without fading or breaking down. You can use colorful gravel-painted wood chips or smooth river stones, even the faux versions you painted earlier. These alternatives don't decompose, which means they won't need constant replacing, saving money and time year after year. Color can be used to make your garden feel cohesive and styled. Soft gray stones for a calm, neutral look. Terracotta toned chips for warmth. Or mix shades of blue and white gravel for a seaside-inspired border. You can even create patterns, swirls, stripes, or color blocks for a truly custom appearance. Once complete, the result is not just practical, it's elegant. Your flower beds and pathways look well planned and clean. The plants have room to breathe and thrive, while the weeds are blocked out entirely. This type of project is perfect for seniors because it's a one-time effort with long-term rewards. No more constant maintenance, no more kneeling to pull weeds every few days. Just a peaceful, tidy space that stays looking lovely rain or shine. And like many things in life, it reminds us sometimes the best path forward is to put down a strong foundation, then let beauty grow on top of it. With a little fabric and a sprinkle of stone, you've given your garden a lasting gift, protection, elegance, and peace of mind. Old tires. Most of us think of them as trash, heavy, grimy, and forgotten. But what if I told you that with just a bit of scrubbing and a splash of paint, those very tires could become some of the boldest, longest-lasting planters in your entire garden? This project is a beautiful blend of upcycling and creativity, and it's especially perfect for those looking to create something sturdy, eye-catching, and kind to the planet. Start by finding a used tire or two. Maybe you've got one in the garage, or perhaps a neighbor does. If not, auto shops often give them away for free, happy to see them reused instead of sent to the landfill. Give the tires a good scrub with a strong brush and degreasing soap. Rinse them thoroughly, and let them dry in the sun. This part takes a little elbow grease, but once it's done, the transformation begins. Now grab a can of primer made specifically for rubber or plastic surfaces. This helps the paint stick and last longer outdoors. Once primed, choose your paint color. Go bright with sunflower yellow or turquoise, or classic with deep forest green or white. Spray or brush on 2 coats for an even durable finish. Once your painted tire is dry, drill several drainage holes into the bottom if you plan to place it flat on the ground. Or if stacking multiple tires for height, place bricks or wood blocks between each layer to create airflow and allow drainage. You can use your tire planters in several ways. Ground-level garden beds for vegetables or wildflowers. Stacked tire towers for dramatic focal points. Hanging tire planters from a tree or fence planted with trailing blooms. Line the inside of each tire with a bit of landscape fabric if you want to hold in soil while still allowing water to pass through. Then fill with potting mix and add your favorite plants, bushy herbs, bold marigolds, or even strawberries and small peppers. The finished look is both playful and polished. And best of all, these planters last for years even through tough weather. Beyond their beauty, tire planters carry a deeper meaning. They remind us that nothing is too far gone to be useful again. That with a little care, something cast aside can become a vessel for life. Just like us, weathered maybe, but still strong, still vibrant, still full of potential. So if you've got an old tire and a little paint, go ahead and give it a second life. Turn that circle of rubber into a circle of growth, a planter, a statement, a quiet act of renewal. There's something enchanting about tiny things, miniature doorways, winding paths, and little worlds hidden in plain sight. And when life gives you a cracked flower pot, don't throw it away. Turn it into a fairy garden, a magical layered scene full of charm and wonder. This is one of the most joyful projects you can do with Dollar Tree finds and a broken terracotta pot. It's also surprisingly easy and absolutely soothing. Start with a pot that's cracked or chipped. In fact, the more imperfect, the better. It gives your fairy garden layers and natural walls to build into. If you don't have a broken pot already, you can create your own gently by wrapping it in a towel and tapping it with a hammer. Safety first, wear gloves and glasses. Next, begin layering the pot. Position the largest piece upright as the back wall of your design. Use medium and small fragments to create staggered levels or steps by placing them horizontally inside the pot. These serve as miniature terraces where you'll tuck in tiny plants or moss. Fill each level with potting soil. For greenery, choose low-growing miniature plants, baby's tears, small succulents, thyme, or even moss from a shaded corner of your yard. Their small scale makes them perfect for creating that miniature forest feel. Now comes the whimsy. Add Dollar Tree miniatures like tiny fences, fairy doors, or little animals. You can make your own accessories too, a pebble path, a twig bench, or a little ladder made from toothpicks. Anything that sparks the imagination. Don't forget the edges. Let ivy or trailing plants spill over the sides. Tuck a faux mushroom or painted rock into a corner. A little solar tea light on the lowest level adds a soft evening glow that makes your garden feel alive, even at dusk. Place your fairy garden somewhere visible near your entryway, on a patio table, or along a garden path. It becomes a conversation piece, a source of joy, and perhaps most importantly, a reminder that broken things can still be beautiful. This project costs almost nothing, just repurposed items, a few plants, and your imagination. But what it gives back is immeasurable. It's a tiny world you created with your own hands. A story told in soil and stone and small quiet touches. Because even in the cracks, perhaps, especially in the cracks, there's magic waiting to bloom. And sometimes it's in the tiniest garden that we feel the most wonder. There's something deeply satisfying about drawing a line not to divide, but to define. In a garden, a border does just that. It frames your space, gives it structure, and gently says, "This part is loved." And with a few old glass bottles, you can create a border that's not only functional, but absolutely dazzling, especially when the sun shines through. This DIY idea is a wonderful way to repurpose what would otherwise be tossed or recycled. Glass soda bottles, wine bottles, or even colored vinegar bottles all work beautifully. The more varied the colors, greens, blues, ambers, the more magical the result. Start by removing any labels and sticky residue from the bottles. Soak them in warm, soapy water and scrub them clean. If the edges of the glass feel rough or jagged, use a file or sandpaper to smooth them just enough to make them safe to handle. To create your border, dig a shallow trench along the edge of your garden bed or walkway, just deep enough to bury 1/3 of each bottle. Place the bottles upside down, neck first, into the soil, leaving 2/3 of each bottle exposed. Press them in snugly, side by side, forming a gentle wave or curve, or keep them in a straight line for a cleaner look. You'll be amazed how the sunlight interacts with the glass throughout the day. Morning light filters through with a soft gleam, while evening sun turns the bottles into glowing jewels. The effect is peaceful and elegant, like stained glass in a cathedral of flowers. To ensure stability, pack soil firmly around the base of each bottle. For extra security in high-traffic areas, you can also add a small layer of pebbles or mulch along the inside edge to support them further. And while it's stunning, this border also serves a purpose. It keeps mulch from spilling, defines planting areas, and gently guides guests through your garden paths without any harsh lines or plastic edging. The cost? Next to nothing, especially if you gather bottles from your own kitchen or ask friends and neighbors to save theirs. It's one of the most affordable ways to create a designer look. But perhaps what's most special is the feeling it brings. Every bottle tells a story, a family dinner, a celebration, a quiet evening on the porch. And now, instead of being discarded, those little moments line your garden with memory and meaning. Because the most beautiful borders in life aren't about keeping things out, they're about honoring what's within. Let's take a walk into your kitchen, not the garden shed, not the craft room, the kitchen. Because right there in your pantry or recycle bin, you may already have the makings of your next set of beautiful, one-of-a-kind planters. Those empty coffee cans, soup containers, and yogurt tubs. They're not trash. They're a canvas. And with just a little paint and imagination, they can become charming plant homes that look like they came straight out of a garden catalog. Start by selecting a few sturdy containers. Plastic coffee tubs are ideal for medium-sized plants, while smaller cans work well for herbs or succulents. Clean them thoroughly and remove any labels. If there's leftover adhesive, a little rubbing alcohol or warm vinegar does wonders. Next, you'll want to create drainage. Use a screwdriver or nail to poke 3-5 small holes in the bottom of each container. This is essential. Your plants will thank you for it. Now for the transformation. Choose outdoor-friendly paint. Spray paint works beautifully, especially those labeled for plastic surfaces. If you prefer to brush, look for acrylic or latex paints made for outdoor use. Pick a color palette that speaks to you. You might go with classic white and sage green for a calming look, or deep navy and gold for a more modern, elegant style. Soft pastels, warm terracottas, bold jewel tones. The options are endless. Once dry, you can add accents. Try stenciling a floral pattern or simple garden words like basil grow or home. Use weatherproof markers or outdoor vinyl stickers for personal touches. Want a cohesive look across your patio? Paint all the containers in a similar tone but vary their sizes and shapes. Or keep things eclectic with different colors tied together by one repeated detail like twine wrapped around the tops or matching plant tags. Arrange your painted planters in clusters of 3 or 5 on an old bench, a stair step, or nestled along the edge of a walkway. Fill them with colorful annuals, kitchen herbs, or even small perennials that will return next year. These upcycled planters not only save money, they save space, reduce waste, and add your signature style to every corner of the garden. And they're light enough to move as needed, making them perfect for porches, balconies, or raised beds. What's most beautiful, though, is what they represent: the idea that beauty isn't found in what we buy, but in what we create. A planter doesn't need to be expensive to be full of life. Just like us, it only needs to be seen for its potential. There's a quiet romance to things that have aged with you. An old wooden ladder, for example. Maybe it once held paint cans or leaned against the back of a shed. But now it has a chance to bloom again, not with climbing chores, but with cascading flowers. Turning an old ladder into a vertical plant display is one of the most charming ways to add height, character, and a bit of rustic soul to your garden. And the best part, it requires no building, no bending, and no fancy tools, just vision and care. Start with any wooden ladder. It can be a full-size one or even a short step ladder. If it's weathered, all the better. The chipped paint and soft grain tell a story. but do check for splinters or loose nails. Sand down any rough spots and remove old screws for safety. Next, choose a finish. You can leave it as is for a raw farmhouse look, or give it a coat of outdoor paint or stain. Soft gray, deep green, or whitewashed finishes work beautifully in garden settings. Don't worry about perfection, embrace the imperfections. They add charm. Now comes the fun, the plants. Use the rungs and steps as shelves for your pots. Start with smaller pots near the top and gradually increase the size toward the bottom to create visual balance. Mix trailing plants like ivy sweet potato vine or creeping jenny with upright varieties like geraniums, coleus, or lavender. This creates a full layered effect that draws the eye upward. For added variety, hang small buckets or baskets from the sides using hooks or twine. You can even weave fairy lights around the frame for a soft glow in the evening, or drape a strand of faux greenery to add fullness year-round. Place your ladder against a wall fence, or use it freestanding in an A-frame for double-sided beauty. It's perfect for patios, balconies, or small spaces where horizontal planting room is limited. The beauty of this project isn't just in how it looks, it's in how it feels. Like a second chance. Like repurposing something from your past and turning it into something that grows. It reminds us that nothing is ever too old to be useful again. That age isn't an end, it's an evolution. And when neighbors pass by and pause to admire your ladder garden, you'll know that old tool once tucked away and forgotten is now a living display of color, of memory, of your creative heart. Because the best gardens don't just grow plants, they grow stories. Space is a gift, but for many of us, it's in short supply. Maybe you have a small patio, a narrow fence line, or just a tiny balcony. Still, that doesn't mean you can't grow something lush and full of life. All you need is a vertical surface and a little imagination. Enter the hanging pocket garden created from a simple over-the-door shoe organizer. This idea transforms an everyday item into a flourishing wall of greenery, herbs, and flowers. And the best part, it's completely accessible, senior-friendly, and wonderfully easy to care for. Start by picking up a fabric shoe organizer from Dollar Tree or your local discount store. Choose one made of breathable material like canvas or mesh, not plastic, which can trap too much moisture. You'll want something that can hang flat against a wall or fence and hold several rows of pockets. Now prepare your pockets for planting. Line each one with a small piece of landscape fabric or coffee filters to keep the soil in, while allowing water to drain. Then fill each pocket with potting mix, pressing it down gently. Choose plants that thrive in tight spaces. Herbs are ideal: parsley, basil, thyme, oregano, all happy in their own little pocket. Succulents work beautifully too, needing minimal water and maintenance. For color, add trailing flowers like petunias or lobelia, or cheerful compact blooms like pansies and marigolds. Mount your organizer securely to a fence railing or wall. Make sure it's in a spot that gets the right amount of sun for your plant choices. You can even hang it from a sturdy shepherd's hook using S-hooks and twine. Want to make watering easier? Use a drip irrigation hack. Take a length of clear plastic tubing, poke small holes along the line, and run it across the top of the organizer. Attach it to a small pump or watering can with a spout, and let gravity do the rest. As your pocket garden fills in, you'll be amazed at the transformation. What was once a blank vertical space now becomes a living tapestry, a wall of color, texture, and scent. This kind of gardening is especially helpful for those with mobility concerns. Everything is at eye level. No bending, no kneeling, no heavy pots to lift. Just step outside, snip some rosemary, or admire a bloom right within reach. And it's a gentle reminder too that even the smallest space can become a sanctuary. That life doesn't need a wide plot to thrive. Sometimes all it needs is a place to take root, and someone like you to give it a home. There's a stillness that only water can bring to a garden. It reflects the sky, draws in birds and dragonflies, and adds a soft sound that seems to hush the world. And guess what? You don't need a shovel, a pump system, or a large yard to have one. With just a wide container, a few aquatic plants, and a touch of creativity, you can create your very own mini pond right on your patio. Start with a large, watertight container. A plastic storage bin, a galvanized tub, or even a ceramic bowl will do as long as it's at least 12 inches deep and 18 inches wide. If you want a more polished look, try spray painting the outside in a garden-friendly color like slate gray or moss green. Place your container in a spot that gets partial sun. Too much heat can cause algae, while too little sunlight can limit plant growth. Now it's time to add life. Start with water lilies or lotus, which float gently across the surface and bloom in spectacular color. These come in many varieties, perfect for small containers. Next, add submerged plants like hornwort or anacharis. They oxygenate the water and keep it clean. For surface interest, add floating plants like duckweed or water lettuce, which help provide shade and reduce algae. To finish your pond's ecosystem, consider adding a few goldfish or guppies. They eat mosquito larvae and bring delightful movement to your little water world. Be sure your container doesn't overheat and has enough space for them to thrive. If adding fish, avoid direct sun and keep water levels stable. Want some sparkle at night? Tuck in a solar floating light or submersible waterproof LED. As the light bounces off the water's surface, your little pond turns into a glowing jewel at dusk. You can edge the pond with smooth stones or tuck it into a larger container filled with ferns or grasses for a layered look. Add a small fountain pump if you'd like to hear the gentle trickle of water, soothing, serene, and incredibly peaceful. This mini pond offers more than just beauty. It invites pause, a place to sit and reflect, to watch ripples move with the breeze, to feel even in the smallest corner that nature is close, alive, and gently flowing. And all of it, dear friend, created with your own two hands. Because you don't need a grand yard or endless time to build something extraordinary. You just need a container, a little water, and the willingness to bring something gentle to life. As the seasons change, so does the mood of your garden. Spring brings softness, summer bursts with color, autumn glows in gold, and winter whispers in silver and green. But changing your garden decor every few months can be expensive and exhausting unless you plan ahead with a seasonal swap system. This idea isn't just a DIY project. It's a way of organizing beauty year-round in a way that's gentle on your budget, your storage space, and your energy. Start by gathering a few modular decor elements. Think of things like planter wraps, lantern inserts, faux floral garlands, wind chimes, and garden signs. Choose items that can be easily changed out or refreshed. Dollar Tree is full of seasonal trimmings, and you can build your collection slowly over time, spending just a few dollars each season. Now, designate a set of clear weatherproof storage bins, one for each season. Label them clearly: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Inside, tuck your seasonal items, pastel ribbons and butterflies; for spring, bright sunflowers and bold fabrics; for summer, warm-toned leaves and mini pumpkins; for fall, snowflakes and evergreen garlands; for winter. If you're using fabric wraps for hanging baskets or chair cushions, simply change the outer covers each season. For garden stakes or signs, use one frame and rotate the inserts like a welcome sign that changes its centerpiece to match the time of year. Store extra faux flowers wreaths and colored LED candles in these bins as well. Everything stays clean, dry, and ready for the next swap. Here's the magic of this system. Once it's set up, you never have to start over. When the new season arrives, just bring out your box swap in a few items and pack the others away. The entire process takes less than an hour. No heavy lifting, no shopping spree, no waste. And your garden, it stays fresh, alive, reflective of the world outside your door. This gentle rhythm of rotating decorations also brings emotional comfort. It marks time in a beautiful way. You're not just decorating, you're celebrating the seasons of life. And over time, you'll build a collection of little treasures, each with its own memory. That ribbon you used when your granddaughter visited in the spring. The lanterns from last summer's barbecue. The faux pine cones that lined your porch through December. For around $50 total investment spread across the year, you'll have a year-round rotation that keeps your outdoor space evolving without needing to constantly spend or reinvent. Because beauty isn't about newness, it's about thoughtfulness. And when you give your garden a seasonal wardrobe, you give it and yourself something to look forward to again and again. We all need a place to retreat, a little corner of the world that feels like ours and ours alone. A space not just to plant, but to breathe, to sit without rush, to remember ourselves. That's what a secret garden hideaway is all about. And it doesn't require a large backyard, a big budget, or any kind of construction. All you need is a bit of privacy, a few comforting touches, and a sprinkle of intention. Start by choosing your spot. Maybe it's a quiet corner behind the shed, a side yard that doesn't get much attention, or even a small patio that could use a touch of magic. The goal is to create the feeling of enclosure, not to wall yourself in, but to create a hug of space. Use lattice panels, bamboo fencing, or even curtains made from Dollar Tree fabric to section off your space. These can be mounted to an existing fence hung from shepherd's hooks or attached to wooden stakes pressed into the soil. Fabric panels gently swaying in the breeze instantly add softness and a sense of separation from the world beyond. Next, add seating. You don't need to buy new furniture. Try repurposing a thrifted wooden chair or bench. Paint it in a calming color like sage green, robin's egg blue, or warm cream. Add a few cushions, a cozy throw, or even a small outdoor rug for grounding. Layer in soft string lights, paper lanterns, or solar path lights. These don't just light the space, they set the tone, like stars gathering above your own private retreat. Now for the soul of the hideaway, plants and scent. Surround the space with pots or hanging baskets of fragrant flowers, lavender, jasmine, gardenia, mint. Let vines trail from baskets or climb gently up your lattice panels. Tuck in planters at different heights for depth. Include a small side table with a candle, a cup of tea, or a favorite book. If you want sound, add a small wind chime or a solar-powered fountain bowl. Even the quietest bubbling water can soften the mind and ease tension in the body. This secret garden hideaway isn't about impressing anyone. It's about reclaiming a corner of your world for rest, for reflection, for simply being. You don't need permission to rest, dear friend, and you don't need a big space to feel peace. With a few thrifted finds, a little fabric, and your tender hands, you've created more than a garden feature. You've created sanctuary. Somewhere to go when the day has been long, somewhere to breathe when the world feels heavy. Somewhere that reminds you that you deserve beauty, stillness, and joy, not someday, but now. And now, dear friend, we've come to the end of our gentle stroll together. 30 ideas, 30 tiny, joyful sparks of creativity. Each one made not from wealth or perfection, but from things most people overlook: old bottles, chipped pots, a forgotten ladder, a plastic spoon. Isn't it something how the smallest, simplest things, a ribbon, a light, a bit of twine, can transform not just a space, but a state of mind? Your garden doesn't need to look like anyone else's. It doesn't need to be grand or flawless or expensive. What it needs, what it truly craves, is care, intention, a little bit of imagination, and a lot of heart. Each DIY we've shared today is a whisper of possibility, an invitation to create not just beauty, but meaning. To look at something worn or overlooked and say, you're still useful, still beautiful, still part of something, just like us. Because the truth is, these small projects aren't only about garden decor. They're about you. They're about reclaiming joy, reclaiming resourcefulness, about showing yourself and the world that creativity doesn't fade with age. If anything, it deepens. Your hands, though they may be slower, are wiser now. Your eyes know how to spot potential in a piece of scrap, how to see the soul in a rusty chair or a chipped teacup. You're not just gardening, you're storytelling. With every bottle border, every fairy lantern, every stepping stone made from broken bits, you're saying, there is beauty in this life. Still. And it doesn't take money, it doesn't take youth, it just takes you. So I ask, which idea spoke to you today? Was it the magical floating flowers, the ladder blooming with cascading vines, the glowing globes hidden among your roses? Whichever one it was, start there. This weekend, or even this afternoon. And when you do, I hope you feel what I felt while writing this for you: a quiet pride, a sense of renewal, the warm hum of yes, I made this and it matters. If you'd like more gentle inspiration like this, I invite you to subscribe. I'll be right here offering new ways to turn thrift into treasure, to turn scraps into serenity, and to turn the ordinary into something quietly extraordinary. Until then, take care of your garden and take care of yourself. Your hands still create beauty. Your time still holds joy. Your story is still blooming. Until next time, happy gardening, dear friend. Hello again, dear friend. Come on out to the porch with me, won't you? The light is soft this morning, the kind that makes the leaves look like stained glass. The breeze carries a hint of lemon balm and sun-warmed cedar, and somewhere nearby, a dove is cooing slow and low. I've set out 2 cups of tea. Yours is the floral one with a little crack along the rim. We always say we'll replace it, but we never do. Some things just feel right in your hand. There's something sacred about this little space between indoors and outdoors, the porch, the patio, the garden path. It doesn't have to be big or fancy or even perfectly clean. What matters is that it's yours. A place to sit and think, to remember, to smile, to create. You don't need a fat wallet or a young back to make it beautiful. You don't even need to leave the neighborhood. All it takes is a little imagination, a bit of care, and maybe a visit to your local dollar store. Today, I want to share 20 charming, clever, and comforting outdoor DIYs, all made from simple supplies you can find at the dollar store. Many of them use things you might already have at home: pool noodles, tumbling tower blocks, old trays, rope, and solar lights. And each project is designed with you in mind. No heavy lifting, no bending too far, just gentle, joyful creativity. We'll turn trash into treasure. We'll give tired things a second life. And we'll fill our outdoor corners with light color and warmth without spending more than a few dollars at a time. So take another sip of tea, and let's begin this peaceful journey together. Remember those old broomsticks from the back of the garage, the ones we used to sweep porches with on Sunday afternoons right before the neighbors came by for lemonade? Well, it turns out they still have a little life left in them, just like us. For this peaceful little project, all you need is a medium-sized flower planter, a broomstick, a pool noodle, and a solar light, all from your local dollar store or just around the house. This is a lovely way to add some evening glow to your porch or garden path without needing wiring ladders or complicated tools. Start by cutting your pool noodle into several small pieces about the length of a biscuit tin. These will act as fillers to support the broomstick in your planter. Take one of the noodle pieces and gently press the broomstick through it. This will be your center anchor. Place it upright into the planter and glue it down using hot glue or strong craft adhesive. Now, instead of filling the whole planter with heavy potting soil, which can get expensive and is tough on the arms, nestle those extra pool noodle pieces around the stick. They take up space without weight. Then add a few bricks or stones, even ones you found in your own garden, to give everything stability. A little soil on top, and it all holds together just fine. The broomstick might sway a bit at first, but as everything settles and the weight distributes, it'll stay firm. Finally, place a solar light on top of the stick. Dollar Tree sells a simple one that slides right into place, or you can pick one up from Walmart if it's closer to home. The result: a soft garden light rising from a bed of flowers, elegant and understated. It gives your patio or porch a gentle glow at night, the kind that makes you pause and smile as you pass by. And best of all, this DIY doesn't require bending down, lifting anything heavy, or spending more than a few dollars. It's a simple way to turn something forgotten like a broomstick and a pool noodle into something magical. Just like us, even when we feel worn out or tossed aside, there's beauty still waiting to shine through. A little support, a little light, and suddenly, we're standing tall again. Do you remember the days when every home had a fence lined with metal buckets, maybe filled with daisies or sometimes just catching rainwater? That humble metal glint brings back a kind of comfort, doesn't it? A quiet nod to the way things used to be sturdy, simple, and useful. This next project captures that same feeling with just a few modern touches. We're creating a vertical metal planter stand, an elegant space-saving way to bring more greenery into your outdoor space, especially if you're working with a small patio or porch. And the best part, it all comes together with a couple of items from Dollar Tree and Dollar General. Start with 3 or 4 metal planters, the kind Dollar Tree often carries. They're lightweight, easy to spray paint, and come in a variety of finishes. Before anything else, use a drill or a hammer and nail to add drainage holes to the bottoms of each one. A few quick taps and you're ready to go. Next, head over to Dollar General, or maybe your local hardware store, and pick up 2 wooden garden stakes. These are typically about 3 feet long and made from real wood, perfect for both indoor and outdoor use. You might even consider grabbing a few extras. Once you start working with them, you'll find a dozen other uses too. Using small nails, a staple gun, or screws, attach the metal planters directly to the stakes. You'll want to space them out vertically like the rungs on an old ladder. This way, each planter sits at its own level, no crowding, no leaning, just a clean vertical display. And here's where your creativity can bloom. Spray paint the whole structure to match your outdoor color palette: white for a crisp cottage, look black for modern charm, or even a sage green for something soft and botanical. It's completely up to you. The final piece is simply placing the stand wherever it brings you the most joy. Near your front step, next to a patio chair, or beside your shed. It's tall enough to catch the eye, but slender enough to fit into tight spaces, and because it's vertical, it won't require you to bend or stoop to tend your plants. You can fill it with herbs, succulents, petunias, or even use it indoors for organizing craft supplies or rolled hand towels. It's that versatile. And maybe, just maybe, as you admire the finished piece, you'll feel a quiet kind of pride. Because you didn't spend a fortune, you didn't hire anyone, you simply saw what could be and made it so. Still strong, still growing, still bringing beauty into the world, one planter at a time. Every summer has its own story. Maybe yours includes a picnic blanket under the shade of a maple tree, a bowl of cold watermelon slices, and sticky fingers that nobody minded. The sweetness of those moments stays with us, tucked into the heart like seeds, waiting to sprout joy again. This next DIY is just that, a joyful welcome. A watermelon-themed doormat you can make with nothing more than a couple of Dollar Tree doormats, some rope, and a splash of color. It's a gentle reminder that you don't need a designer rug or a hefty wallet to bring charm to your front step. Here's how to begin. Grab 2 identical doormats from the dollar store. They don't need to match in pattern or color, only in size. Lay them side by side and tape them together securely. Then take something round, a hula hoop works wonderfully, and trace out a big half circle. This will be your watermelon shape. Now here's the clever part. Don't throw out the corners you cut off. Tape those curved scraps to the flat edge of your semicircle. They help extend the width of your rug and make it feel fuller. What was once waste becomes a useful piece. There's beauty in that. Next, you'll need some rope. Dollar Tree's nautical rope will do just fine, but Dollar General often has an even better deal: 100 feet for about $4. You'll want around 250 to 350 feet in total, depending on how thick you want your rug and how closely you wrap. Start gluing the rope around the outer curve of your rug. Go row by row, then skip a bit and repeat. Don't worry if your rope colors vary, it actually adds a handmade rustic charm. This project welcomes imperfection like a dear old friend. Now for the color. Spray paint is your best friend here. It's quick, it sticks, and it weathers well. Go for classic watermelon shades, rich red or pink in the center, a stripe of white, and a soft green edge for the rind. If you're up for a bit of detail, use puff paint sold right at Dollar Tree to dot little black seeds across the red. Puff paint dries raised and firm, holding up better than most other paints outdoors. The final result: a cheerful half-moon rug that says hello in the friendliest way. It's bright, bold, and best of all, it was made by you. So many store-bought things lack a soul, but something made by your own hands with care and laughter that carries a memory, a story, a smile. And every time someone steps onto your front porch and sees that playful rug, they'll feel the warmth that only comes from a home filled with love and light. Just like the sweetness of watermelon on a summer day. It lingers long after the bite. There's something heartwarming about a home that greets you not with a grand gate or fancy door, but with a little sign that quietly says, "You're welcome here." Maybe it's your family name. Maybe it's just a number. But somehow it feels like a wave from the porch. This next project is all about that warm welcome. We're making a rustic house number sign using wood plaques, small wooden boxes, and just a few simple tools. It's budget-friendly, neighbor-approved, and easy on the hands. No heavy lifting, no harsh chemicals, just gentle crafting that brings big charm. First, look for a wooden plaque. Dollar Tree sometimes carries them, or you might find scrap wood through Facebook Marketplace or a stroll around the neighborhood on trash day. You'd be surprised what treasures people toss aside. Old shelves, broken drawer fronts, all waiting for a second chance. Once you have your plaque, grab one or two of Dollar Tree's small wooden boxes. These will serve as mini planters attached to the sign. If you like, you can stain the wood. Here's a gentle tip: instead of traditional stain, try staining with brewed coffee. It's natural low odor and gives a beautiful aged finish without any harsh fumes. Let it dry fully, the smell fades, but the character stays. Now use wood glue to attach the boxes to the base of your plaque. Dollar Tree sells wood glue, but any brand you have on hand will do. Hold the boxes in place while the glue sets. You can use rubber bands or simply press gently with your hands for a few minutes. This step doesn't require much strength, just a little patience. For the number portion, you've got options. Dollar Tree often carries small sign kits that say, "Welcome, Hello," or "Family." You can stencil your last name, add house numbers, or even a favorite word. I once made one for a neighbor that simply said "Peace." She told me it made her smile every time she pulled into the driveway. To hang your new sign, use screw and cup hooks, sometimes called eye hooks, and attach a chain or sturdy twine. These hooks are easy to twist in by hand, especially into soft wood. Dollar Tree carries them, but you might already have a few in your toolbox or junk drawer. Now hang it by your door or lean it against a porch post. Fill the mini box with moss faux florals or seasonal touches, pine cones and winter daisies in spring, or even a small American flag on the 4th of July. You could also make a smaller version, one longer plaque, one box. Paint it a muted color, maybe sage or ivory, and stencil on your street number. Add some sealant if it's going outside uncovered, especially if your summers are humid or winters are snowy. In the end, it's more than just a number on wood. It's a little symbol of pride, a sign that says this place matters, that no matter how small the space or how modest the home, it is tended with care, loved with time, and made more beautiful one gentle project at a time. Isn't that the story of life too? Taking what's ordinary, adding a bit of heart, and turning it into something extraordinary. Have you ever seen those elegant topiaries outside boutiques or garden cafes? Standing tall, perfectly spiraled, and often with a price tag that makes your heart skip. They whisper sophistication, charm, and care. But here's the secret, dear friend. You can make one just as beautiful right from your own porch, with nothing more than a pool noodle and a broomstick. Yes, really. This charming project is easier than it looks, and it's become one of my favorite ways to dress up a planter without buying expensive greenery or sculpted forms. It brings that Pottery Barn feel without the Pottery Barn price. Start with a broom handle. Dollar Tree has them, or perhaps you already have one tucked away in the closet. Then pick up a pool noodle, either from Dollar Tree or Walmart. Walmart's price may be a smidge lower, but either works just fine. Cut your pool noodle in half lengthwise, like slicing a sandwich bun. Each half becomes a flat spiral that you'll use to wrap around the broomstick. But before that, take each half and slice it into 3 strips of varying width. Don't worry about perfection. In fact, a little wonkiness in the size gives it more character, more movement. Now the fun part, wrapping. Start with the thinnest strip and secure it to the top of your broomstick using duct tape. Then take your next strip and tape it to the end of the first, continuing to spiral it downward as you wrap. Work slowly, adding tape as needed, gently shaping the noodle around the stick like a soft vine. You may need to hold the pole still with one hand while wrapping with the other. It's a slow dance, not a race. Don't worry if it looks a bit like a mummy at this stage. That's part of the charm. Trust the process. Once your spiral is complete, it's time to cover it in moss. Dollar Tree's bags of green or brown moss are perfect. You'll need about 4 to 5 bags, depending on how full you want it. Use hot glue, not spray adhesive, to attach the moss. The hot glue melts the surface of the pool noodle just enough to grip the moss tightly, almost fusing the materials together. Yes, it gets a little messy, but in the best way, like finger painting or pressing flowers into books. Once your spiral is fully covered, insert the broomstick into the center of a planter. You can anchor it with leftover noodle bits, foam blocks, or even rocks. Fill the top of the planter with more moss or flowers for that finished look. And there it stands, tall, proud, and full of texture. Your very own topiary. What I love most about this DIY is how forgiving it is. The materials are soft, the steps are gentle, and there's no need for perfect measurements or fine motor skills. Just your hands, your creativity, and a little bit of time. And when you step back and look at it, maybe with a cup of iced tea in hand and your favorite chair waiting nearby, you'll smile. Because you didn't spend $300. You didn't rush. you turned a few quiet hours and a handful of dollar store supplies into something you can be proud of. Still standing, still beautiful, still blooming in our own unique shape. Some evenings call for nothing more than a gentle glow and a bug-free breeze. Maybe you're sipping sweet tea or flipping through an old book or simply watching the stars poke their way into the sky. That's where this next idea comes in: a charming, budget-friendly citronella candle made from 2 simple bowls and a few wax odds and ends. You don't need to be a candle maker. You don't even need to buy anything fancy. This DIY is for the everyday crafter, the one who likes using up what's already around, who enjoys the quiet work of melting, gluing, and setting something new into place. Here's how it begins. Pick up 2 matching bowls. Dollar Tree and Walmart both carry them. Walmart's prices may be a hair lower, but Dollar Tree has that lovely charm and often a selection right around the corner. Using strong glue like Gel Super Glue or E6000 Bond, the 2 bowls together, bottom to bottom. Hold them in place for a few minutes, and soon you'll have a single round, elegant base that looks far more expensive than it is. Now for the magic part, the candle. You'll need a wick, which you can also find at the dollar store or craft section of your local market. Hot glue the wick to the bottom of the top bowl. Then gather any leftover candles from around the house, the ones burned down to a stub, the half-melted ones in glass jars. You can also pick up a few unscented candles from Dollar Tree if you prefer to start fresh. Melt your wax on low to medium heat. It's a slow process, about 30 to 45 minutes, but there's something soothing about it, like steeping a memory. Stir gently and avoid splashes. Then once melted, pour the wax into the bowl with the secured wick. Let it cool fully. It may take an hour or 2, but it's worth the wait. Now, if you'd like to add citronella to help keep the bugs away, there are a few ways. Some folks use essential oils like eucalyptus, lemon, or lavender. These scents may not be as strong as store-bought citronella, but they do smell lovely and add a pleasant aroma to your porch or garden nook. Once your candle has set paint, the outside of the bowl in any color your heart desires. A soft heirloom white works beautifully. It reflects the candlelight and gives the whole piece a vintage glow. If you prefer color, go bold or keep it neutral and classic. The beauty of this candle isn't just in how it looks, but in how it lingers, lighting your patio or balcony with a steady flicker that says, "You're home. You're safe. You've made something lovely." And when the candle eventually burns down, just wash out the bowl, add a new wick, and begin again. The base lives on like a good tradition, passed down and gently reused. There's such peace in that, in taking something small and making it last, in bringing light to the evening in the simplest of ways. Because even in our quietest years, dear friend, we still have the power to make light. There's something tender about evening light, soft golden, flickering just enough to feel alive. It doesn't shout or dazzle. It simply glows. A quiet companion for gentle conversations, a hand resting on a teacup, or the soft rustle of wind in the garden leaves. That's the spirit behind this next project, a mini solar table light. It's small enough to fit in your palm, but it adds a warmth that stretches far beyond its size. And the best part, no cords, no plugs, no fire hazard. Just sunlight by day and glow by night. Start with a square wooden plank. Dollar Tree carries little craft boards in their crafting section, just the right size for this. Choose one that feels sturdy in the hand, not too thin. If you have any left over from a previous project, even better. Next, grab one of Dollar Tree's solar lights. They come in a few styles, short and wide, tall and skinny, or round like a lantern. For this particular project, the short, stubby kind works perfectly. Just remove the plastic stake from the bottom, and you're left with a small solar light head. Now simply glue the base of your solar light directly to the center of your wooden square using hot glue or strong craft adhesive. Once it's secured, paint the wood any color that complements your space. For a modern look, black or charcoal gray works beautifully. For a farmhouse or cozy cottage feel, try whitewash or soft blue. And that's it, your mini light is ready. This little lamp looks just lovely sitting on a garden table or a porch railing. It's also a wonderful addition to an outdoor dinner where flickering light makes every plate of food feel like a feast and every face around the table feel like home. Now, if you'd like to get creative, here's a bonus idea. Reuse old jar lids. A salsa lid, a pasta sauce lid, anything round and flat. paint it to match your light, then glue your solar light on top of it. Now you can place it inside lanterns, old candle holders, or anything with an open top. The solar panel stays exposed during the day and offers a soft flicker at night, mimicking a real flame without the risk. That means no worrying about grandkids knocking it over or breezes blowing out the light or wax dripping where it shouldn't. Just peace of mind and peaceful evenings. And the cost barely a few dollars. The effort light as a feather. The reward. A patio that feels enchanted even on a Monday evening. In a world full of complicated things, there's something so reassuring about a simple light one that soaks up sunshine by day and offers it back to you in the quiet of night. It's like us, really. Soaking up all we've learned, all we've lived through, and offering back a steady, quiet glow, a light that others can rest in, if only for a moment. There's something timeless about a hanging planter swaying gently in the breeze. It reminds us of front porches in summertime, of laughter drifting through the screen door and geraniums blooming above Grandma's wooden rocker. It's a kind of living art, suspended beauty that moves with the wind and light. And the lovely truth, you can create your own for less than the cost of a sandwich, using only a Dollar Tree hanging basket and a bit of rope. To begin, find a simple wire hanging planter at your local dollar store. These usually come with 3 thin chains and a coconut liner already inside, but you can easily swap out the liner or remove it altogether depending on your vision. Next, you'll need rope. Dollar Tree carries white poly rope 25 feet for $1.25, and it's just right for this project. You may need 2 rolls to wrap the full basket, especially if you want that clean, polished look. Choose white for a crisp cottage charm, or go with natural jute for something rustic. Whatever fits your space. Before you begin wrapping, you may want to spray paint the wireframe white. This step is optional, but it helps blend any small gaps and gives your finished planter a brighter base. Just remember, once the rope is wrapped, almost none of the wire will be visible. Start weaving the rope in and out of the planter's wire ribs. You don't need to glue every inch, just a dab of hot glue here and there to keep it snug. Take your time. The wrapping is almost meditative, one loop at a time, round and round, like the slow stitching of a handmade quilt. You'll be surprised how relaxing it feels. As you get closer to the bottom, you can either leave the final bit open to peek through the wire, or continue wrapping until it's fully enclosed. Either way, the effect is charming, soft and textured, like a little basket of sunshine waiting to bloom. Now for the hanging part. You can reuse the metal chains the planter came with. But if you want a more natural look, try using an old piece of rope from another project. I once repurposed twine from a gift bag and tied it to the wire loops for a softer, homegrown feel. Fill your new hanging planter with whatever brings you joy, trailing ivy faux florals, or a fresh herb like mint or lavender. Dollar Tree even carries 1.25 cocoa liners if you want that traditional nursery look. And there it is, a hanging planter that looks boutique bought, but costs just a handful of dollars. More importantly, it was made by your hands, gently, creatively, with patience and purpose. You didn't rush. You didn't spend big. You brought something into the world that wasn't there before, and that, dear friend, is always a small miracle. In the quiet twirl of that hanging basket, you might just catch a glimpse of yourself, weathered, strong, full of life and grace. Still hanging on, still blooming. Lanterns have a way of warming up a space, not just with light, but with memory. They remind us of camping trips with grandkids, summer evenings on the back porch, or even those quiet power outages where we huddled by candlelight telling stories in the glow. There's comfort in their shape, their sturdiness, their invitation to pause. This next project brings all of that charm into your home or garden without spending more than $5. All you'll need are 4 wooden garden stakes, the kind Dollar General sells for just $1 a piece. They're 3 feet long, made from real wood, and surprisingly easy to work with. You'll also need some wood glue, a small square to help with angles, and perhaps a little patience. But don't worry, this is a senior-friendly DIY. No nails, no hammering. Just soft steps and beautiful results. Start by measuring and marking 6-inch segments on each of your 4 wooden stakes. Use a handsaw or even a handheld miter box if you have one. Don't be intimidated. These stakes are thin and light, and most cuts take just a few passes. If you prefer not to cut at all, ask a neighbor or loved one. Most folks are happy to help, especially for a beautiful project like this. Once you've cut your pieces, you'll have 8 6-inch segments, enough to form 2 rectangles. Use wood glue to connect the corners of each rectangle. If you have a square, use it to keep your angles clean. If not, just press the pieces together gently and eyeball it. A little imperfection only adds character. After the rectangles have dried, let them cure overnight if possible. Stand them up vertically. Use the remaining 4 6-inch pieces to connect the top and bottom rectangles, forming a hollow box, your lantern frame. Again, secure each connection with wood glue and let it set. And that's it, your structure is done. Now comes the fun part, finishing. You can leave the natural wood as is for a rustic cabin-style look, or you can paint or stain it to match your outdoor decor. I personally love a light gray spray paint with a matte finish. It softens the wood without hiding the grain. But white, black, or even soft teal would all look beautiful. If you plan to place your lantern outside, be sure to seal it with a clear spray or water-resistant top coat. This step protects it from weather and extends its life. To fill your lantern, you have so many choices. Place a faux candle or a small solar light in the center for evening glow, or add moss pine cones, fairy lights, or seasonal florals. It becomes a little stage for your creativity. And while big box stores sell lanterns like this for over $100, you've made yours with care, thrift, and love for just around $5. More than a light fixture, it becomes a symbol of resilience, of simple beauty, of crafting not for perfection but for peace. Because even in our later years, we're still building things, still shaping wood and life with gentleness, still offering light in quiet, beautiful ways. Have you ever seen your own initial, just a simple letter, and felt a little tug of pride? Maybe it was on a monogrammed towel or stitched onto a handkerchief tucked into a drawer. There's something so personal about seeing the first letter of your name standing tall. It whispers, "This is mine, this is home." And today, dear friend, we're going to turn that quiet symbol into a beautiful moss-covered topiary. It's light to lift, easy to shape, and made mostly from things you might already have around the house, including a humble pool noodle. To begin, choose a pool noodle in any color. We'll be covering it anyway. Cut it in half lengthwise, like slicing a sandwich bun. This will make it easier to work with and shape into letters. For this example, let's use the letter K, but you can choose any letter or number that holds meaning for you, maybe a family surname, a grandchild's birthday, or a wedding date. With your cut noodle pieces ready, begin shaping them into your chosen letter. You can tape 2 or more noodles together to get thicker or longer sections. Don't worry if it takes a little adjusting. This part is more like sculpting than building. Use duct tape to secure the curves and corners from behind. It's not going to look pretty yet, and that's perfectly okay. Once your letter is shaped and sturdy, bring out the moss. Dollar Tree sells bags of green floral moss or brown Spanish moss, either of which works well. You'll need about 3 to 4 bags, depending on the size of your letter. Use hot glue to attach the moss directly to the noodle surface. The heat will slightly melt the noodle, helping the moss to bond firmly, almost like they were meant to be together. If you'd like a little variety, you can swap out moss for faux florals instead. One of our dear neighbors made a floral K for her wedding, and it looked like something out of a bridal magazine: soft pink roses, baby's breath, and tiny white daisies, all glued gently to a base that once floated in a swimming pool. Once your topiary letter is fully covered, it's time to display it. You can attach it to a dowel rod and stand it in a planter filled with foam or rocks, or hang it on a fence, a porch wall, or even your front door. If you'd like to make it part of a wreath, place it in the center of a grapevine wreath and surround it with greenery. It's light enough to move around as the seasons change and charming enough to keep up all year round. What I love most about this project is how deeply personal it feels. You're not just crafting something pretty, you're shaping a piece of your own story. Letter by letter, layer by layer, you're saying this place, this garden, this porch, it's part of who I am. And in a world that sometimes rushes past us, that quiet declaration matters. It reminds us that we still belong, still create, still bring beauty to the spaces we love. So take your time, shape it gently, and let your letter stand tall, a mossy tribute to all the roots you've grown. Do you remember the joy of layering a trifle dessert cream fruit sponge and more cream again, each level balancing the one beneath it? It wasn't just food, it was an art form. This next garden DIY is much the same, a beautiful tiered planter that stacks upward in layers supported by the most unlikely hero, a pool noodle. If you've ever tried stacking planters before, you might have noticed they tend to wobble or sink. Soil settles, pots shift, and the weight can make even the best efforts topple by summer's end. But with this gentle little trick, you'll keep your display sturdy, elegant, and easy to maintain. Start by gathering 3 planters in graduated sizes, small, medium, and large. You can find these at Dollar Tree or repurpose some from around the garden. They don't even need to match in color or material because spray paint can tie them all together in the end. Next, cut a pool noodle into 3 segments each, just tall enough to reach from the bottom to the top edge of each planter. Place 1 noodle piece vertically in the center of the largest planter and hot glue it to the base. This will act as both a stabilizer and a filler, reducing the amount of soil needed and preventing shifting. Once secured, slide a wooden dowel through the center of the noodle. The dowel helps anchor the entire tower, kind of like the spine of the piece, giving it just enough strength to stand tall without leaning or tipping. Fill the largest planter with soil and your choice of plants, petunias, begonias, even faux florals if you prefer a zero-maintenance display. Then slide the second planter down over the dowel, resting it on the soil and pool noodle below. Repeat the process with the final smallest planter at the top. Want to make it even more special? Add a solar light to the top instead of a third planter. It becomes a beacon glowing gently at dusk, like a little crown on your creation. And if you're working with limited mobility or can't do much bending, this DIY is a blessing. Everything builds up, not out. It saves you from crouching and gives you a beautiful vertical space to enjoy from a chair or patio bench. You might even add herbs to the lower level, small flowers to the middle, and something trailing like ivy or sweet potato vine from the top. Every layer offers a new delight. And once the season changes, simply lift the planters off and reassemble with autumn mums or winter pine cones. The structure stays the same, only the details change. There's a metaphor in that, isn't there? Our lives, like these planters, may shift in season, but with a steady center, something simple yet strong, we can keep growing upward, blooming again and again. Who knew a pool noodle and a dowel rod could carry such grace? Some pieces in our home feel like old friends, the tray you've had for years, tucked in the back of a cupboard, maybe chipped at the corners or faded from use. You've carried glasses of iced tea on it, maybe a slice of birthday cake or a puzzle in progress. And just like us, it's earned a few marks along the way. But here's the beauty: with a little love and hardly any cost, that old tray can be given a whole new story. A second chapter, textured, charming, and completely your own. This next project is all about upcycling a tray, using affordable stickers, paint, and a touch of imagination. It's not just easy on the hands, it's easy on the heart too. Because you're not buying something new, you're transforming something with care. Start with any tray you have on hand. Maybe it's a plastic one from Dollar Tree or a metal one picked up at a thrift shop. Even a wooden one from a yard sale will do. The style doesn't matter. The story starts now. Next, grab a few packs of Dollar Tree's raised craft stickers. These aren't your average flat stickers. They're made to pop off the surface, adding gentle texture and visual interest. Choose patterns that feel joyful to you: scrolls, florals, or even simple lines. Begin by placing the stickers around the rim or across the surface of your tray. You can create a border, a medallion in the center, or even wrap them around the edges. Use 2 to 3 packs to fully cover most medium-sized trays. Now it's time for paint. If your tray is plastic or glossy, give it a light sanding or use a base of Mod Podge to help the paint stick better. Then choose your color, maybe a classic white, a gentle beige, or even a vintage sage green. Spray paint works beautifully for even coverage, but chalk paint is lovely too, especially for that soft matte finish. Once the first coat is dry, seal it with a clear coat for durability, especially if you'll be using the tray outdoors. This extra step adds years of life and protects your new design from wear and tear. The result is stunning, a textured boutique-style tray that looks like something you'd find in a farmhouse kitchen or a high-end boutique. And yet it cost you just a few dollars and a little time spent creating, remembering, restoring. And that's really what this is about. Every time you use this tray, maybe for serving snacks to friends or holding a small plant and a candle on your patio table, you'll feel a quiet satisfaction. Not because it's flawless, but because you made it. You saw the possibility in something old and brought it gently into new life. In our golden years, we have the wisdom to know that beauty doesn't mean brand new. It means lived in, loved, chosen again. And that, dear friend, is something you can't buy in any store. Some things just never go out of style, like a soft cotton apron, the smell of fresh rosemary, or a beautiful green topiary gracing the corner of a porch. It's the kind of decor that feels both elegant and welcoming. But if you've ever browsed the price tags at stores like Kirkland's or Pottery Barn, you know just how quickly those lovely little luxuries can add up. That's why this project is such a treat. A tall, full greenery topiary made with just a few supplies from the dollar store in your own backyard. And the best part? It's light to lift, simple to shape, and sturdy enough to stand through the seasons. To begin, pick up one of the foam toy balls from Dollar Tree. Not the inflatable kind, look for the soft foam ones you can squeeze with your hand. That's important because you'll be doing a little stab and press with this one. Paint the foam ball dark green or black. This isn't just for looks, it helps the ball blend into the greenery later so any small gaps won't stand out. Let it dry while you prepare the rest of your materials. Next, grab 6 to 8 greenery picks. You can find them at Dollar Tree or Walmart, and sometimes even in your own crafting bin. Each pick usually has several little sprigs on it. Cut them down into smaller pieces using scissors or garden clippers. Don't worry about perfect length, a bit of variation adds natural fullness. Now comes the fun part. Simply press the sprigs into the foam ball one at a time. Use a dab of hot glue at the base of each stem for extra hold. Space them about an inch or two apart. You'll be amazed at how full the ball becomes with just a handful of greenery. From a few feet away, you won't even notice the foam underneath. To create the stem, pick up the largest wooden dowel you can find at Walmart, usually still under $1. Paint it brown or umber to resemble a trunk, or keep it natural for a light, airy look. Press one end firmly into the foam ball, add hot glue to secure it, and let it set. Wrap the base of the dowel with a simple vine. Dollar Tree's faux garland works wonderfully, or you can use small twigs from your own backyard. Add a touch of moss or baby's breath for extra softness. To stand it up, place floral foam or a pool noodle inside a small metal bucket or planter. Add a few rocks or bricks to weigh it down, then press the dowel into the center. Cover the top with more moss or decorative stones, and your topiary is ready to greet the world. It's taller than most store-bought ones, over 3 feet high, and yet it costs under $20 to make. Even less if you use materials you already have on hand. And oh, how it makes a space feel finished. Put it beside a chair on your porch, in a corner near your garden gate, or even indoors near a sunny window. It's amazing what a foam ball and a bit of greenery can become, not just a decoration, but a quiet reminder that even the simplest things can still stand tall, still bring beauty, still hold space for grace, just like you. There's something about lemons that feels like joy in a fruit, bright, refreshing, and a little unexpected. They remind us of summer kitchens, sweet lemonade, and laughter carried on the breeze. So when I tell you that our next DIY is a lemon-themed topiary, you can already imagine the kind of cheerful charm it brings to your garden space. This project is a lovely companion to the greenery topiary we just made, but with a citrus twist, a pop of yellow, a soft layering of vines, and the same humble beginnings, a foam toy ball and some dollar store treasures. Start again with a soft foam ball, the kind you can gently press with your fingers. Give it a coat of dark green or black paint, just like before. This allows any little gaps between the lemons or greenery to blend seamlessly into the background, especially when viewed from a distance. Next, grab a few bags of Dollar Tree's faux lemons. They're lightweight and just the right size for this project. If you can't find them locally, Walmart often carries similar ones, and sometimes craft stores will offer seasonal lemon decor on clearance. Using a skewer or pencil, poke small holes into the foam ball where you'd like your lemons to go. Add a generous dab of hot glue and press each lemon in gently. Space them about 2 to 3 inches apart so the arrangement doesn't feel too crowded. This allows the yellow to really shine through without overwhelming the eye. Now it's time for the greenery. You can use plain leaf stems, either from Dollar Tree or Walmart, and gently pull the individual leaves off their plastic branches. Dab glue onto the base of each leaf, and tuck it between the lemons overlapping here and there for a full, natural look. For extra texture, consider adding baby's breath. This wasn't in the original inspiration piece, but I decided to include it and was so pleased with the result. The soft white clusters created a beautiful contrast against the yellow and green. It felt like sunshine caught in a bouquet. To make your stem, once again, use a dowel rod painted to your liking. Insert it into the foam ball with hot glue to keep everything secure. Then wrap a small vine or garland loosely around the dowel, adding a few twigs from the yard to give it that natural organic flair. For the base use, any small planter or metal tin. Add floral foam bricks or even stones for weight. Then anchor the dowel in place and cover the top with moss faux grass or decorative pebbles. The result: a bright uplifting topiary that stands over 3 feet tall, cheerful enough for spring, summery enough for July, and elegant enough to keep up year-round. And like all good things made by hand, this topiary tells a story. It speaks of finding joy in small, simple things, of crafting not just for decoration, but for the delight of creating something with love, of taking yellow plastic lemons and turning them into a symbol of light, warmth, and new beginnings. Sometimes life hands us lemons, they say, but we glue them into foam, wrap them in vines, and proudly set them by the front door, a beacon of brightness in our golden years. You don't need money or perfection to make something beautiful, friend. You just need time, a gentle hand, and maybe a few lemons. Sometimes the most delightful things are born from a twist of imagination, like when a wreath form becomes a table or a trash bin turns into a hidden garden treasure. That's exactly what we're crafting next, a clever little table or storage planter made from unexpected pieces that fit together like puzzle parts, all wrapped in a calm, stone-like finish that feels so high-end, yet costs just a few dollars. To begin, pick up several foam wreath forms from Dollar Tree, at least 3 or 4, depending on the height you'd like your table to be. These are the soft foam rings usually used for door wreaths. Stack them one on top of another and glue them together securely using hot glue. Here's an important tip: don't use spray paint on these foam rings just yet. Spray paint melts raw foam. We'll paint them later, but not until they've been properly primed or coated. Now take a small plastic wastebasket. Dollar Tree's tall and slender ones are perfect, and cut off the top rim if needed so that it fits snugly into the stacked wreaths. Slide the wastebasket right into the center of the rings. It may feel like an odd fit, but once secured, it adds excellent structure and even gives you some hidden storage inside. It's perfect for tucking away small garden tools, sunscreen, gloves, or even snacks for those long porch chats. Next comes the painting, and here's the clever trick. Use a base coat of chalk. Paint white or cream works beautifully to cover the foam in the wastebasket. Chalk paint acts as a primer, preventing the foam from melting. Let it dry thoroughly. Then give your piece a few light passes with Stone Look spray paint. Rust-Oleum makes a lovely one that adds gentle texture and a natural speckled finish. You don't need much. Just a few sprays go a long way, and a single can will last for years if stored properly. Now for the tabletop. Dollar Tree offers $3 wood rounds 12 inches across and just the right size for this little table. If you don't have one on hand, you could also use a serving tray or reclaimed wood. Just make sure it's sealed if it's going outdoors. Glue or screw the tabletop onto the top wreath ring and your table is complete. And here's the charm of it: no one will guess it's made from foam, a trash can, and dollar store supplies. It looks like something from a garden boutique, light enough to move with ease and sturdy enough for a cup of tea, a candle, or a vase of fresh blooms. Use it beside a favorite chair as a reading table, place it near your garden path for tools, or keep it on your porch for quick access to sunscreen and garden gloves. And because it's hollow, it can even store outdoor throws or citronella candles inside when not in use. This little table is more than just functional. It's a reminder of what can happen when we look at things differently, when we stop seeing limits and start seeing possibilities. What once was a wreath becomes a table. What once was trash becomes treasure. And what once sat unused in the corner of our homes is reborn in golden light, ready for another season of purpose. Just like us. There's something deeply comforting about running your hand over a surface with texture like the grain of old wood or the raised embroidery on a well-loved quilt. It reminds us that beauty isn't always smooth. Sometimes it's the bumps and ridges that tell the story. This next project leans into that idea, turning an ordinary plastic planter into something that looks handcrafted pottery-like and full of character, using nothing more than a bit of spackle paint and a dash of creativity. To start, grab any planter from Dollar Tree. The kind with a removable bottom tray works wonderfully, but truly, any style will do. Even if it's scratched, faded, or a color you don't love, we're going to give it a brand new look. Now let's mix our texture. In a small bowl, combine 1 part Dollar Tree spackle and 1 part paint. The paint can be any color your heart desires, maybe a calming caramel, a soft sage, or even a muted lavender. The spackle gives the paint body almost like frosting. It spreads thick but dries fast, usually within 10 minutes. Use a paintbrush or even a soft spatula to spread the spackle paint mixture all over your planter, including the base and the tray. Don't aim for perfection here. Let the strokes show. Let the surface feel lived in. That's the charm. Once it dries, you'll already notice a beautiful matte texture that looks like handmade clay. But we're not done yet. Now take a second color, something a little darker or lighter, and mix it with another batch of spackle. With a stencil, Dollar Tree has lovely options. Dab the mixture onto your pot, pressing gently so it forms a raised pattern. This gives a lovely embossed effect, as if the pot was carved or molded. The quick dry time of the spackle means you can do this entire project in one sitting. By the time you've made your way around the pot, the first side will likely already be dry and ready for its next layer. And for the final touch, dry brushing. Take that second paint color without any spackle this time. Dip your brush lightly and wipe most of it off on a paper towel. Then gently swipe your brush over the planter's surface. The raised details will catch the color, highlighting every texture and imperfection. The result is stunning. It looks like artisan pottery, the kind that costs $40 in a boutique. But yours was made with love for just a couple of dollars and from the comfort of your own porch or kitchen table. If you're planning to use the planter outside, don't forget to seal it with a clear spray or outdoor varnish. Spackle isn't designed for rain, but a good sealer will keep it strong through the seasons. What I love about this project is how forgiving it is. If the paint smudges, it adds character. If the texture is uneven, it only looks more handmade. It's the kind of craft that lets your hands rest and your mind wander, maybe to a memory, or maybe to nothing at all. And when you set that planter on your patio, filled with something growing, a fern, a flowering petunia, or a little rosemary bush, it'll feel like more than decor. It'll feel like a quiet triumph. Proof that something ordinary, something overlooked, can become something beautiful. Just like us in this season of life, shaped by time, textured by experience, and still growing. Some decor whispers instead of shouts. A wreath made of soft eucalyptus with its silvery green leaves and gentle fragrance is one of those quiet things that welcomes without words. It doesn't need bold colors or fancy trims. It simply says, "You're home." This next project is one I return to year after year, a beautiful balanced eucalyptus wreath that's easy to make, endlessly customizable, and perfectly suited for any season. And the best part, no hot glue needed, at least not at first. Start with a simple wire wreath form, which you can find at Dollar Tree. Then gather 5 eucalyptus picks, also available at Dollar Tree or Walmart. These will form the base layer of your wreath. Fan them out evenly across the circles, spacing them to create a full, lush background. Here's the gentle trick: instead of gluing them, simply weave the stems into the wires of the wreath form. This keeps everything flexible in case you want to rearrange or reuse the picks later. It also makes the whole process less intimidating. No rush, no permanence, just peaceful placement. Once your eucalyptus base is in place, it's time to build layers. Begin with your medium-sized flowers, whatever suits your style. I've used soft yellow mums, pale pink daisies, even white wildflowers. Space them evenly, tucking them between the eucalyptus stems. Then move on to your larger or flashiest flowers. These are your statement pieces, the ones that catch the light when someone walks by. Nestle them in like highlights on a page, giving just enough flair without overpowering the rest. Now comes the smallest layer, your filler flowers. These can be little clusters of white baby's breath, tiny buds, or even dried lavender. They fill in the quiet spaces and tie everything together like punctuation in a beautiful sentence. And if you're anything like me, you may think you're finished. Then take one more look and decide just a little more. That's when I usually reach for the baby's breath. It softens everything and adds a gentle, almost vintage feel that works in every season. Only after everything is in place do I use a bit of hot glue, not to build, but to secure. Just a few dabs behind stems that need a little extra hold or in spots where wind might tug too hard. The glue is the finishing touch, not the foundation. And there it is, a balanced, elegant wreath that looks store-bought but carries the soul of something handmade. What I love most is how easily this wreath can change with the seasons. Swap out the florals for autumn leaves in September or add mini ornaments and pine cones in December. The eucalyptus base stays the same, steady, grounding, beautiful in its own right. In a way, it reminds me of us. Our lives may change. Children grow up, routines shift, colors come and go, but we remain rooted steady. We adapt and add layers, yet our essence stays gentle and welcoming. So hang this wreath on your door or gift it to a neighbor. Let it be a quiet greeting, a circle of calm that says there is beauty here. You are welcome. And let it remind you that even in the simple act of arranging leaves and petals, you're still creating joy, still offering warmth, still blooming. Some evenings feel like a soft hymn when the sun dips low and everything turns golden and your little garden starts to glow like it's been waiting all day, just to be seen in that light. It's in those moments we don't need bright spotlights or expensive fixtures. Just a gentle flicker here and there, a path marked not by power but by peace. That's exactly what this next project gives you: simple, elegant solar light rods made from dowels and dollar store finds. A safe, beautiful way to light up your walkway, flower beds, or patio corners without cords, electricity, or complicated tools. To start, pick up a few dowel rods. Dollar Tree sometimes carries them, but Walmart offers them in various lengths and diameters. Choose ones that are thinner than the base of your solar light. This way the light will fit snugly on the top. Next, grab some solar lights. The standard kind from Dollar Tree are perfect. They're light, they charge easily during the day, and they glow just enough to give that magical evening sparkle. Now simply remove the plastic stake that comes with each solar light. Then press the top of the dowel gently into the base of the light. If it fits a little loose, a dab of hot glue will keep it snug. And if the dowel's too thick, you can shave it slightly with sandpaper or a kitchen knife, just enough to taper the end. Here's where your creativity shines. You can paint the dowels any color you like. I personally love heirloom white or soft charcoal neutral tones that disappear into the garden by day and let the light shine through at night. Or for a more whimsical look, paint each one a different pastel and let them dance like wildflowers when the sun goes down. To place them in the garden, push the dowel rods directly into the soil. They're surprisingly sturdy, especially if you let them settle into damp ground. And because there are no wires, there's nothing to trip over, no danger to pets, and no monthly bills, just the sun doing what it's always done best. Want to change the look? Try Dollar Tree's globe-shaped solar lights for a more modern feel. Or for something truly creative, pop off the top of the solar light and fit it into an upside-down wine glass. Yes, wine glasses. Many of Dollar Tree's fit perfectly, and they act like lanterns, catching and scattering the light beautifully. These solar light rods also make wonderful markers. You can place one at the edge of a favorite flower bed near your mailbox, or even beside a chair where you like to sit and listen to the crickets at dusk. And the beauty. If one breaks, it's easy to replace. If you want more, it's easy to make. You're not locked into some fancy system or price point. You're just working with the sun, a stick, and your own two hands. Sometimes the simplest light means the most, especially in a world that moves too fast and shines too bright. These gentle garden lights say something softer. I'm here. I've grown. I still shine. And that, dear friend, is something worth walking toward again and again. Some projects start out as an idea and turn into something you never knew you needed. That's how this next one came to be. What began as a few spare buckets and leftover rope became one of the most charming little stools I've ever had on my porch. And better yet, it doubles as a side table too. If you're someone who enjoys relaxing outdoors with a cup of coffee, a small book, or just the company of a breeze, this DIY is your gentle companion. It's sturdy, attractive, and made almost entirely with dollar store finds, perfect for seniors who prefer projects that are easy on the body, light to carry, and kind on the wallet. Start with 2 plastic planters or buckets of the same size. They don't need to be fancy or matching in color, but they should be the same shape so they fit together well. Place one upside down on top of the other, lining up the rims. Use duct tape to wrap around the seam until the 2 pieces feel solid and secure. It may not look pretty just yet, but the next step will change everything. Now gather your rope. Dollar Tree carries both nautical jute rope and poly rope, and mixing them gives a beautiful 2-toned effect. I used a combination of the classic tan and bold black poly rope for contrast, and it turned out wonderfully rustic. Starting at the bottom, which was originally the top of one bucket, begin wrapping your rope around the stool. Use hot glue or a construction adhesive as you go. Though, here's a gentle tip for outdoor use. Hot glue may loosen over time, especially on the flat surfaces. If I could do this over again, I'd use a stronger adhesive like E6000 or liquid nails for the top portion. Work slowly pressing the rope snug against the previous row to avoid gaps. Let the process soothe you like knitting with sturdier string. You'll feel the project come together with each gentle wrap. As you reach the seat, the top of your upside-down bucket, take care to glue thoroughly. This is where weight will rest, and we want it secure. If the rope lifts over time, it's easy to touch up later, but using a strong glue from the start will help prevent that. Once the entire form is wrapped, stand back and admire. It looks like a high-end boho piece, the kind you'd find at a garden boutique for $60 or more. But you'll know it cost just a few dollars and a quiet afternoon of crafting. And it's not just for looks. You can sit on it while potting plants, place it beside your rocker as a tea table, or even use it to hold a basket of yarn or garden clippings. It's light enough to move where you need it and stable enough to stay put. If you'd like, you can top it with a cushion, a small tray, or even a round wooden board for more structure. And when the seasons change, just brush it off and bring it indoors. It fits just as nicely by the fireplace as it does beside the roses. What I love most about this stool is that it teaches us something important, that strength can come from softness. That everyday materials, a bucket, some rope, a little glue, can hold us up beautifully. Just like the quiet resilience we've earned over the years. Simple, steady, and still strong. Well, dear friend, here we are. 20 quiet projects. 20 gentle ways to brighten your patio, your porch, or that little garden corner where the sunlight lingers longest. And every single one was crafted not with extravagance or perfection, but with patience, imagination, and a heart willing to see beauty in simple things. And isn't that the magic of it all? A broomstick becomes a light post. A pool noodle becomes a topiary. A leftover tray becomes something worth serving tea on again. It's not about chasing trends or impressing the neighbors. It's about reclaiming the joy of creating with our own 2 hands right where we are. There's a kind of grace in aging, a softness, a deeper seeing. We know now that life isn't measured by how perfect something looks, but by how much care we gave to it. And these projects, humble as they may be, are proof that care still lives in your hands. Every planter you wrapped, every dowel you painted, every flower you tucked into a wreath. It wasn't just decorating. It was storytelling, healing, remembering who you are, someone who can still bring beauty into the world without asking permission and without spending a fortune. So if you find yourself sitting in the golden light this evening, looking out over your patio, or perhaps just dreaming of one, I hope you remember this. You are still a maker, still a tender keeper of what's lovely, still full of good ideas and soft wisdom. Whether you choose to build one of these DIYs or simply let them spark a memory, I hope something in this video brought you a little joy, a little comfort, a little... You can still do this. And if it did, I'd love to know which idea spoke to you the most. Was it the lantern from Dollarwood, the rope-wrapped stool, or maybe that sweet little lemon topiary? Leave a gentle comment below and let us know. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to our channel for more peaceful, creative inspiration like this. We're always brewing a new idea, always ready for another visit. Until next time, take care of yourself and your space. Keep creating, keep blooming, and as always, happy gardening, dear friend.